Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Prologue. In the middle of the raining night near the river, the little girl named Ichigo was hardly conscious. She could see her mother's cold body on the ground. She could hardly cry. Because of her their life had gone to danger, because of her that her mother became her shield from a creature in front of them who had taken her life, because of her, she will die with her mother. The creature who had taken the life of the mother glanced to the child and approached it. Little Ichigo had no strength to stand up, cry for help or run. She's only lying on the ground, hardly eyes open. She felt the hand of the creature around her body and raised her up. She could see the mouth of the creature open, going to eat her. Knowing her fate, all she could do was accept and closed her eyes, waiting for her end, silently apologizing to her mother who died for protecting her and to her father and twin brothers for not only losing their mother but also disappearing on their life. As if a miracle, a light had engulfed to both creature and child. The creature let go of the child as it covered its eyes from too much bright, while Ichigo for unknown reason was floating within those light. The child who's expecting an end felt warm. She tried to open her eyes to see something above her, like someone reaching her. Whoever it had made a telepathy in her mind. You are not meant to die here, child. Ichigo was confused. Who was he? I am known as Soul King, the linchpin of existence. Soul King? Ichigo questioned. The Soul King spoke, I shall grant you this power, child. Something within her glow, she could feel something entering her body. The sensation wasn't painful but made her feel warmer than before. What is this power? She can't help but question the power entering her. This child will help you make the world better. The Soul King answered, the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo and the human world, create a better balance, then soon kill me. What? Ichigo can't understand. Why does she have to kill him? Just what kind of being was he? I'm sorry if I have to give this burden, child. The Soul King sincerely apologized, but this must be done, for the sake of destroying the old, to make new for the better, and my selfish longing, to be free. The light glowed even more until it vanished. Ichigo was carefully placed on the ground. Her eyes became heavier as her body became too numb and heavy, head twirling like no end and tears slowing down. The last thing she saw before her eyes closed was that the creature that took her mother's life and about to eat her disappeared. Kurosaki Isshin was running around Karakura town hoping to find his wife, Kurosaki Masaki in Kurosaki Ichigo. They're supposed to be home this evening but never been, and it's already late night. He with his twin sons were searching frankly that they decide to separate ways, hoping one of them would find them. The rain kept pouring down, which became little harder to do their searching. As of now, Isshin kept running until he arrived the riverside. He kept searching until in the hidden beside the river he saw something that made him decide to check it out. Arriving there was a horror, there was his missing wife and daughter. His wife was cold dead while his daughter was alive but inflicted deadly wounds. Bloods around coming from the two bodies. He immediately approached them as he took out his phone to call for ambulance. YSPLE, please hurry, hurry. Isshin was in panic. Just what happened? Who had done this to his family? Why is... Damn. Masaki, wake up, Ichigo. No, you can't die here too, please. Thankfully the ambulance arrived and took them. It was too late to save the wife, but the daughter needs to be tended as much as possible. Isshin was silent when they arrived at the hospital. He can't believe everything that happened. His wife is dead, his daughter's life is in danger. Why? How could this have happened? It didn't take long for the twins to arrive to the hospital. They can't believe the news they had heard. Their mother was dead while their little sister Ichigo was inside the ICU. They wanted to ask their father what happened, but seeing his expression made them stop. All they can do was grieve for the loss of Kurosaki Masaki and hope for their little sister not to be taken away from them. It felt like days when the doctor who's tending Ichigo came out to give them news. How is my daughter? Is she alive? Is she okay? Isshin asked in panic. The little twin, Kurosaki Yuzu, calmed their father, knowing he's too worried for their little Ichigo. The doctor took a deep breath before telling them, "We able to save her life, and thankfully you found her before she died in blood lost, but..." He trailed off. The older twin, Kurosaki Kairen, narrowed his eyes on the doctor, becoming impatient. He's worried for his little sister, and this doctor hangs the problem in midair that almost made him want to punch the guy but hold back. But what? He took a deep breath before speaking. "We could only guess, but maybe because of trauma that your daughter had entered coma. Time seems to froze them." Coma, their little sister is in coma, that's. Kairen rudely passed through the doctor to see his sister inside the ICU, followed by Isshin and Yuzu. Their eyes can't believe it. There was their little sister, breathing like she's sleeping. Oxygen mask in her mouth, blood and other stuff were connected to her body. The nurses were cleaning up when they barge in. No one can't say a word as they let the family approach the patient and gave them time for a moment, knowing they would need it. It's been 4 years ever since the death of Kurosaki Masaki. The strawberry child still rests in her bed at home, medical equipment in place. The door gently opened to see Yuzu coming in with flowers that they knew their little sister loved, white roses. He went near the vase and replaced the dead ones to new ones, then cleaned for a moment before sitting beside his sister. Yuzu had grown up, still the cheerfulness wasn't there anymore ever since the incident. The memories were still fresh, like it just happened yesterday. 2 weeks of her coma and a week since Masaki's funeral. Isshin had decided to bring her home and let her sleep there instead here. Isshin's a doctor, so in case something happened he would be there to tend his daughter. He began to ready the files for her discharge. As for the twins, they always visit her and found her still same. They can't focus their school anymore because what happened that day had made their precious little sister enter coma. It's very mysterious. The police can't find the cause of what happened nor found any suspect who had killed their mother and hurt their little sister. They wanted to help their little sister, but what can they do when she's sleeping? Can she truly hear them? Can she feel their worries? They always hope whenever they visit, they would finally see the bright smile their Ichigo always emit. They love her to the point they would be very protective. That made the twins teased about having a sister complex from their father, which end up being kicked by Kairen. Not noticing they began to miss those times. Their father lost his teasing after Masaki's death and Ichigo's coma. Well, they understood because it's hard to sink in. Like them, their father needs time. Ichigo will wake up, right? Yuzu can't help but ask his twin. Kairen's eyes softened to his twin brother before turning to their little sister. Kairen took a deep breath and gaze became determined. He need to be strong, for the families. Sake. She surely will, Yuzu. She's our little sis, she'll return to us. I'm sure of it. Really? Yuzu asked, hope returning but doubt still in place. Kairen smiled and nodded, just believe and wait for her, okay? Yuzu smiled, believing him. Okay. Yuzu can't help but smile on the memory. Even if it's been 4 years, their hope for Ichigo to wake up was still firing. Their father didn't take long to return to his usual self after they had brought her home. The twins didn't mind and tried to return back to their daily life, but they knew they would fully come back when their little sister returned back. Yuzu would sometimes saw his father drinking as he cries, releasing the stress he's having ever since. He could tell he never wanted for them to see him in that state, so he never showed himself and returned to his room. He also witnessed how Kairen beaten one of their upper classmate after speaking ill about their coma sister. Kairen would hardly control his temper but quickly snap when comes to their little sister, so he never minds and ignored them as Kairen kept beating them. He's just thankful that one of their friend, Chad's with him to give them a lesson not to mess with their family. Hey Ichigo, can you hear me? Yuzu asked as he gently took her left hand. He could tell how thin her sister ever since her coma. Ichigo would have grown beautifully if not that incident ever happens. You and I's here, how are you feeling, Ichigo? You know, we really miss you. I hope you return back to us. Yuzu said gently in whisper before standing up to kiss her forehead. He missed the fact Ichigo's right hand twitch. Late night, Ichigo was alone when finally, ever since she entered coma finally had woken up. It was hard at first but with little adjustment she finally succeeds. She was confused of where she was until she recognized it's her room with little difference. There's medical machines, vase with her favorite flower the white roses then letters sticking on the wall telling her to wake up and get better from different people. She tried to stand up but no strength made her do so. She felt how funny her body had become before raising her hand. They were long and thin, she doesn't remember having this kind of hands. She tried to move her feet, she can't find a strength to raise them much but noticed how her feet had grown like her hands. Finally, her hair as she remembered she had short hair but now it's too long. Learning her changes, it made her smile. Like she knew what happened and wasn't frightened from the changes at all. Seeing the night sky surely everyone was asleep so they wouldn't know she's finally back. She smiled and let her body relax as she closed her eyes, even though she had slept for so long she knew she need to sleep to see them again, she wondered how much changes and years had passed ever since. I'm home. Her last thought before drifting to sleep. Family reunion. Morning came and the twins had woken up to their routine. Yuzu will cook breakfast while Kairen checked their little sister. Ishin the last to come gave his usual morning to Yuzu which he smiled and greeted back. Ishin gave his next greeting to Masaki whom he had made a large picture so that he could feel she's always there for them. Yuzu didn't mind the antics, he liked his father that way. It was normal when suddenly they heard Kairen shouted, "Why you Yuzu you? Gout face. Come here quick. It's from Ichigo's room." Worried the two immediately went to her room. When they got there a miracle finally happened. There was Ichigo, finally awake and looking worried for her big brother who's crying in relief and happiness. Yuzu can't believe it, Ichigo's finally awake for this whole 4 years, she's finally awake. Ichigo. Yuzu approached his little sister and hugged her, tears flew down. How great this day that finally their strawberry sister is back. Hoarse but called them, Kainii. Unii. Her voice alone made them cry even more, how they had missed her voice so much. The wish they truly wanted finally came true, their sister is back alive. Ichigo, a familiar voice called her name and turned to see her father crying like her twin brothers. She smiled to his father and as if on cue, Ishin dashed to his only daughter and hugged her as he cries. You're back, thank goodness you're back. Oyaji, she spoke in hoarse tone. Ishin smiled for his daughter, welcome back Ichigo. This widened her eyes before smiling back, I'm back. That day, the twins decide not to attend school for the sake of Ichigo who had woken up from coma. Yuzu had cooked too many for their celebration. Kairen never left her side as their father tended her with care and love. There's a moment when Ichigo questioned about their mother, for a reason none had answered and decided to change subject but Ichigo refused to sway. Please. I know. Cousin died, because of me she. Before Ichigo could tear up, Ishin immediately comforted her. No it's not your fault Ichigo. I don't know what happened but it's not your fault. But, if cousin hadn't protected me, then she'd surely be alive now, she's here and you'll tell me you're gone. Ishin's eyes darkened that made Ichigo halt. Ishin gave a comfort hug, it's not your fault Ichigo and will never be so don't blame yourself. If I'm there I will do what your mother had done to protect you. We love you Ichigo, we don't want anything bad happen to you. Oyaji. Ichigo began to tear up, can't believe instead of blame but comfort and love. Ichigo hugged his father and cried in grief for her mother's death. Ishin didn't mind and let it happen. The twins joined in to comfort their little sister. They finally knew how their mother died, she protected their little strawberry from harm. Anyone in the family will do anything to protect their little sister, it's like she's the light of their family so the twins had sworn themselves to never let any pain come to her again. Soon when she had calmed down, they questioned who harmed them that day. Her description was not what they had expected. At first it was a dark woman, I tried to approach that woman but, it became different and, turned into monster. I'm about to be killed but Kazan tried to protect me but she died. Then it will soon eat me and... I don't know. I collapse. The twins were kind of confused about the description. Yuzu would never understand because unlike his twin brother and little sister who could see souls of the dead, he can't see a thing well maybe feel but see and speak to them total no. Kairen who had experience in seeing and talking souls was confused, could it be a soul tried to harm his sister? Could they harm the living? As far as he knew, no souls could harm living but according to Ichigo it was a black woman. What kind of woman turned into a monster? If ever the children had focused on their father, they would see the disbelief in his eyes. It's like he knew what kind of monster her daughter witnessed that day. Unconsciously he gripped his hand, I will need his help for this. They decide to drop the topic and had her focus on regaining her health instead. Since Ichigo had lost her 4 years, Yuzu volunteered to teach her whenever she feels up for it and better which made her smile and nodded. Kairen will do the same whenever Yuzu's busy, well maybe because he had a soccer practice to attend in school but that won't stop him from attending his little sister. Seeing the twins made Ishin act like a fool who will tease them until Kairen smack or punch his father for irritating them. This caused Yuzu and Ichigo to laugh which they all thought a good thing. After all the cause of Coma must be trauma but seeing her well, smiling and laughing, maybe there's nothing much to be worried about. Late night when the twins decide to sleep with their little sister, they were comfortably sleeping not noticing that Ichigo was still awake and looking at the night sky. In her eyes something about her looks more mature and wiser, she took a deep breath before whispering within the air. Death shall act to injustice. It took 3 months for recovery and finally Ichigo can go to school. Ishin made a special arrangement so she could join with her age, thanks to her twin brothers that she able to pass an exam that could make her enter school with her age. Ichigo could still remember how much her brothers very dedicated to teach her in studies, it's fun. UNII taught her school academic while KINII taught her how to be physically fit and self-defense. Her father taught her how to act and reflexes which to his surprise Ichigo could easily dodge his coming attack and so forth. In the end Kairen beat his father for trying to hurt their strawberry which irritate Ichigo for being called strawberry. Now her first day come and she's standing to her school with her twin brothers. Ichigo, are you nervous? Yuzu asked and worried. Ichigo flustered, a bit. I mean I don't know if I could. Don't worry Ichi, you'll be fine. Kairen assured as he stroked her head gently, always remember, when someone hurt you just tell me and I'll beat them okay? Hey, I can do that on my own. Ichigo pouted, I can beat them so no need for you to take the spotlight. Ho ho are you? Kairen teased his little sister that made Ichigo glare at her brother. Yuzu can't help but sweat drop, he knew the more they're together the more Kairen would rub his personality to their little Ichigo. Now you two, how about we go and meet your homeroom teacher? Remember we'll pick you up okay? I can go home on my own. Ichigo resorted. Yuzu shook his head, sorry young lady but until you're old enough can't let you go off alone. Knowing how motherly like Yuzu could be, Ichigo gave up. Fine. Yuzu smiled before turning to his twin brother, come on let's go Kairen. So they entered the school. The twins accompany their precious little sister to her homeroom teacher and gave their circumstances that hopefully the homeroom teacher would guide their sister for her first time school ever since she entered Coma. Ichigo found it little irritating but happy how much they precious her, it made her smile without them knowing. Soon the twins left while the homeroom teacher led Ichigo where her first day of school shall begin. Ichigo's first day was complicated, they began questioning her about things here and that then teasing and so forth. Ichigo wasn't able to get any free time for herself, well she could understand their curiosity but she can't help but became irritated and began shouting them to shut up. Instead of complying they teased her instead that she began to feel embarrassed for too much attention. The lesson on the other hand were just fine, she understood the lesson so she wasn't that far behind. Soon when class was over, Ichigo was greeted by Yuzu who's waiting for her. Ichigo, I came to pick you up. Yuzu said with a big smile. Ichigo can't help but smile and run to her brother. I told you I can return on my own. Nope, I will keep coming to get you, Ichigo. So how's school? Other than too much questions and teasing, just fine. Oh, got any friends? None. Why is that? The question made Ichigo scoff to her brother. Do you really think I could make friend for just one day? You're grown up already, UNII, you should understand making friends too quickly are idiot's way. Yuzu can't help but sigh as he shook his head. That's it, you took too much from Kairen. Ichigo grin, well, we're siblings. So do I, but why are we so different? Who knows? Yuzu can't help but sigh in defeat. Come on now, Ichigo, Tozen might get worried if you don't get home safely. Both began to walk away, heading home. Now that I think about it, you're supposed to be in school, UNII. Are you telling me you skipped class just to get me? Ichigo asked as he scoffed. Yuzu grin, Kairen's there, so no problem. He'll be the one to pick you up tomorrow. Ichigo sigh, I'm fine on my own, you know. We already finished that conversation, right, Ichigo? Oh, how could I forget? Sigh. Arriving home, they were welcomed by Isshin, who tacked them with hug, but due to reflexes Ichigo kicked him away that made their father slam rashly on the wall. Yuzu chuckled before returning back to school. So Ichigo, how is school? Isshin asked his daughter with a grin. Ichigo scoffed and said the same thing she said to her brother. Ichigo could see how much her father wanted to have much time with her as much as he could. She really can't blame him because it was her fault to begin with. Being in coma for 4 years, she can't help but wonder how much pain she had caused to her family after their mother died. That's why if she could, she will make sure to never let them feel pain again. Late night, when everyone in the household were sleeping, Ichigo woke up. She glanced to her twin brothers who were sleeping with her. Carefully she went out to bed, then walked away from the room. She observed her surroundings carefully to make sure even her dad was asleep before heading to the balcony. The breeze of the night wind made her shiver for a bit but made her calm. She took a deep breath to feel the fresh air of the night. She doesn't know why, but night seems to become her favorite time. She's enjoying the breeze when she heard a silent growl. She smiled, knowing well what it was. I made you wait for so long, didn't I, huh? Ichigo whispered. She reached the sky and suddenly something appeared before her. It was an almost round type with a white mask, a monster in the Shinigami language. They're called hollow. The small hollow, or maybe an infant hollow, in front of her approached and purred in her hand. Ichigo can't help but giggle, like a cat who wished nothing but touch. Sorry that I didn't get much time to play with you and the others. Are you all doing well? The hollow purred even more. She can't help but giggled more. I see, good to hear. Ichigo came closer and slid the hollow, who purred even more. How much the hollow loved her. The hollow breathed heavily, like speaking to her, which surprisingly she understood. So everyone's here and hiding, no Shinigami? Ichigo questioned. It shook its head, making her smile. Glad to hear. Ichigo looked on the moon in the night sky. She smiled and turned back to the hollow. How about a little ride? I want to see the others, but we need return fast, okay? Her words made the hollow happy as it began to jump around, then positioned itself, telling to hop on. Ichigo did, and the hollow run out, then jumped in the sky, heading to where the other hollows that Ichigo had come to meet and cherish more than anything else. Next day, no one noticed Ichigo's little adventure, which she's thankful about. Now time to continue her life as a middle school student. 2 years later, something tragic happened to their life. Yuzu and Ichigo were in grocery shopping when a car was heading their way. The car had no passenger nor driver, but from looking closely, the wheels were moving as if someone was actually there driving it. This car was heading to one direction, where Ichigo and Yuzu were walking peacefully home. Without knowing the car coming from behind. Ichigo, who felt the car coming, turned around to see the car heading their way. Yuzu, who noticed as well, immediately wrapped himself around Ichigo before the car hit them really hard. The people present of the scene shouted in horror, yell for help, call ambulance, or so forth. As for the two victims, they had lost consciousness. Isshin and Kairen immediately arrived at the hospital after hearing the accident. They were worried for both Ichigo and Yuzu. If anything happened to them, Kairen will make sure to find the culprit and beat him until satisfied. They waited for news until the doctor in charge finally arrived to give them their news. Well, there's a good news and bad news. The doctor paused for a moment before continuing. The good news is your daughter is alive, Kurosaki-san. Her brother protected her from more worst-case scenario. Kairen can't help but be glad. Well, for them brothers, they would do anything for their little sister, since for them, Ichigo reminds them of their mother. Isshin felt the same way as his twin son, but then the bad news. The bad news: your son had inflicted the direct hit that caused him to lose too much blood and took the critical damage. I'm sorry to say this, but we aren't able to save your son. This revelation became a world destruction for Kairen, especially his father Isshin. His son died. Yuzu died. 3 days after the accident, when Ichigo woke up to see his father on her side, sleeping beside her. Looking around, the sun was up. Maybe the time was around noon, so his brother Kairen might be in school. It was kind of fuzzy at first until she slowly remembered what happened and how come she's here. Her small reaction gave enough reason for Isshin to woke up to see his daughter awake and terrified for some reason. He immediately sat up straight and began stroking his daughter to snap out of it, not blame herself for what happened. Where's Unai? Ichigo asked in fear. In mind, she knew already after seeing a vision, the memories of the accident, then a white bed where her Unai lies and white cloth covered his body, an indication he's. Ichigo, calm down, please listen to me. Isshin was trying to calm his daughter. Ichigo was beginning to hyperventilating. He must calm her before it gets worse. Ichigo, listen to me. He finally shouted, which successful. Isshin got her daughter's attention. It's not your fault, it's an accident. Yuzu even protected you until the very end. It's not your fault, okay, even if he's gone. I'm sure he will tell you never blame yourself, okay? Ichigo remembered her brother who acted like their mother, the one who taught her how to cook, the one calmest and worried for her, and the one who never failed to get in time to either bring her to school or return home. Tears began to pour down and cried to her loudest. How could she let this happen? Why wasn't she able to predict this? If she had seen it, surely her brother will. Isshin gently brought her up to hug the fragile body of her daughter, gave silence of comfort. He knew she had to release them, and knowing she had gone far enough, he must do whatever it takes to bring her happiness back. He doesn't know about the twins, but he sensed the mask Ichigo was making for them. Like an act, they're close, but in truth had built a wall not to block them but to protect them. Ichigo must have blamed herself for Misaki's death and the pain they had felt this whole 4 years of coma. Ichigo was always a self-sacrificing girl, so much that the family will do whatever it takes to protect her from any harm. Now Yuzu's death will be added. Isshin gripped his hold to her crying daughter. He swore to himself. Never again. I will make sure of it. I promise. Ichigo. Home, where Kairen was there for the visitors to come and say goodbye to his twin brother. 2 of the visitors were his classmate, Chad with Inoue. Kairen-kun, Inoue called, but still no luck. Ever since Yuzu's death, it felt like half of Kairen's soul disappeared. He can't accept the fact he died, and the most problem was that he had no one to blame. The car that took Yuzu's life and almost Ichigo's life was actually parked from the stores selling vehicles, and that car was one of their goods. It was kind of question about how come this car suddenly moved when no one was actually there to drive it. The surveillance cameras proved it, like someone invisible in any eyes just drove it. Could it be souls that he kept seeing around with Ichigo? But that's impossible, they're incapable, unless. Kairen was more than confused. How can he find the killer of his twin brother and the one that almost killed their precious strawberry? Surely when Ichigo heard this when she woke up, she'll blame herself like she did to their decreased mother. Why? Why does Ichigo have to experience something like this? Kairen shouted mentally in anger. He knew full-heartedly Ichigo wasn't at fault, and he will never blame her no matter what his stupid mind told him. Ichigo had enough, she doesn't deserve more when she's finally recovering. Say something Kami-sama, why? Kairen. The familiar voice returned him back to reality to see Chad, his friend shaking him to take his attention. He must be thinking too deep that he never realized his classmate was there in front of him. Kairen, get hold on yourself. Chad said, worried for him. Well. Kairen can't find any word. He bent himself and began to cry. His friends were thankfully there to be by his side to give comfort. 2 days later, Isshin and Ichigo finally got home. When Kairen first saw his little sister, he immediately saw the guilt, sadness, and blame pointing to herself when she saw the photo of her brother. In instinct, Kairen softly approached his little sister and hugged her. It's not your fault. He whispered to her ears, not your fault. Ichigo's tears poured down, she shook her head telling she doesn't accept and everything that happened was because of her. It's her fault their mother died, now same goes for Yuzu her brother, she can't take another lose. Ichigo. Isshin joined the two to give comfort to their princess. The people who were there to give their farewell could do nothing other than watch. They understood the pain of losing someone they love, especially to the little child, Ichigo. They heard the news of her being coma after the mysterious incident and now this happened, they were sure the child was traumatizing. Hopefully her family would be there to help her accept the fact it wasn't her fault and was just an accident. As for Ichigo, she continued to cry and still blaming herself. Still asking how come she didn't know this would have happened. She still remembered the time she almost died from the monster which she soon found out it's called Grand Fisher. She gained a power to see vision from the coming future, although the downside was she can't do it as much as she please and rarely happened. The Soul King's power given to her, the power enough to change the world maybe, how could she ever do that? Subconsciously she remembered the time of accident, the empty car which was actually to many but not for her. She saw it clearly, someone was there driving, 2 men wearing strange clothes, black kimono. She immediately deduced they were Shinigami from the place called Soul Society. Before the incident one of her friend Hollow warned her they're coming and told them to hide and never show up until it's clear, which they did. Then this happened. Her eyes shadowed, hiding the tears with glare of anger. She will need answer and pay for what they had done. The Hollow's princess. Almost midnight when Ichigo retired to her room. She changed to her silky white pajama and sat to her bed, not planning to sleep. She was in deep thought when she failed to hear knocking. She only noticed when someone opened the door to see her brother Kairen with a glass of milk. He approached her little sister and put the glass at her study table near her bed. You may drink that before sleeping, Ichigo, hopefully you could have a good morning. Kairen said softly as he stroked her head. Ichigo leaned down to her brother's chest but stay silent. Kairen took a sigh before speaking again. I heard from Goat Face, you tend not to eat breakfast and only eat small amount in both lunch and dinner. You shouldn't have done that. I will be sad when he heard this. Ichigo was silent for a moment before finally she spoke. I didn't come to me, he hates me like Kazan. Ichigo, never ever say that. Kairen almost said it high that made her flinch in fear. He took a deep breath to calm himself before continuing, Ichigo, Yuzu didn't appear before me too, same for Kazan. Maybe they immediately left after knowing you're safe and alive. They went to heaven. I'm sure they did. So please never blame yourself. Surely this time my little brother had entrusted your safety to me and I vow to protect you no matter what. She shook her head, you'll leave me. Like Kazan, and no, don't protect me. I'll become strong enough so you won't need to protect me, both you and Goat Face, so you two could live. Kairen gripped his hold, looks like he finally found the reason of her depression. Not only she blamed herself from their death but also her weakness and being protected. Her mindset became those who protect me will be killed. I will protect you, and will never leave you. Kairen. Shoo. I promise Ichigo, I will never leave, okay? I promise. Ichigo could tell her Kairen will never change his mind, all she could do was stay quiet. Kairen didn't mind, he just gave comfort knowing she will need it. Soon she drinks the milk that her brother offered her, then went to bed as Kairen gave his good night before leaving the room with the glass in hand. Now alone, even in bed she didn't fall asleep. She kept staring the night where moon hasn't shone and cloudy, covering the stars above. Suddenly a round hollow appeared the window. She immediately sat up and opened her window. "You found them?" A nod was the answer. Her eyes became cold as she clenched her chest that her body began glowing. It was only a moment that both body and soul separated. Her body fell the bed while the soul was standing, her outfit changed too. She wore white short yukata, there were no design except the red lining in each end of fabric, the obi belt was light red tied in ribbon style at the back and flat sandal. The chain in her chest appeared as well connected to her body but disappeared on sight. She turned to her friend Hollow, coldness still in place. "Let's ride." Midnight somewhere at the top of the building in Karakura, two men Shinigami were giving their report to their superior. "We had completed the mission, Captain. Although we failed to take the girl named Kurosaki Ichigo, we had successfully taken Kurosaki Yuzu." In front of the two was a screen where the person, more like their captain, was reflected. It was shadowed, they can't see his figure nor face. "Doesn't matter as long as one of them died, now return back and tell no one about the mission." "Yes, sir." The Union answered as the screen disappeared. Both stood up to stretched up. One on the right asked, "So let's return home?" "That's the order, so I guess we should." His companion answered, "Stiff and tired still, mission is a mission." Before they could open a Senkaman heading back home, they felt a tremendous presence. They immediately draw out their sword in alert. The presence was powerful, it wasn't just one, that's for sure. Were they surrounded? Suddenly four Hollow appeared and attacked them from behind. The two blocked their attack but the rest hit them and had no choice but to fly up to give space, but Hollows wouldn't let them give time as they immediately attacked. The two were fast enough to dodge them. One of them appeared behind one of the Hollow, then was about to give his slash when another Hollow other than the four tackled him, then pinned him down. His companion was about to save him if aren't for another Hollow to appear and wrapped its arms around him. He tried to struggle free but its grip became stronger that made him gulp in pain. For the four Hollow that attacked first, two of them approached them and took their weapon to avoid being used against them. The one been pinned down questioned this, "What the heck? What's happening? They move like they have minds. Great job everyone." A female voice was heard. The two saw the new Coma riding in one of the round Hollow, they immediately recognized her as Kurosaki Ichigo, the child they failed to kill. Eyes show nothing but coldness and bloodlust, for the child to make the Hollow obey her, just who is she? The round Hollow landed down the building for Ichigo to land down, she approached the one pinning down as this person glared the child. Ichigo didn't flinch, she asked. "Why did you try to kill us?" The man shouted, "Like hell will tell you." Suddenly he shouted in pain because one of his arms were let go for a second, then was bitten by a Hollow near him. Ichigo didn't mind, she asked again, "Who ordered you to kill us, Shinigami?" That widened their eyes in disbelief. Could this child know about soul society? The one trapped in the Hollow's arm stay silent while the one whose arm been eaten gritted his teeth in pain, controlling himself to shout more in pain. Ichigo narrowed his eyes that this person would refuse no matter what. Well, she already predicted this, if they would bring assassins, so of course they should choose the harder core that would fulfill and keep their mouth shut no matter what. Ichigo sighed before giving her signal, "Eat him." Immediately he was swarmed by Hollows, eating each part of him. He pleaded for mercy but Ichigo ignored it as she watched him being eaten until he lost his life but still being devoured by Hollow except the one trapping the other Shinigami who could only watch as his comrade being eaten. The one holding his sword slowly vanished, since the owner died and so was the one residing it too. Ichigo turned to the last remaining. He began to sweat in fear, he immediately knew she show no mercy, be told the truth or not he's dead by the hands of these Hollows. "You won't speak?" Ichigo questioned. He kept his mouth shut. He no longer cares if he will die, he will fulfill his mission as a Shinigami until death. Give me that. Ichigo ordered. The one holding his weapon approached her to give his sword, then went back to eating. Ichigo, who took his weapon, studied it until it dully glowed. Eyes return its focus to the owner. If this Shinigami won't speak, I guess I'll have to ask your sword, your own Zanpakuto. This fact widened his eyes. She knew about them too. Just how much knowledge does she actually know? Suddenly he felt a familiar power leaking out. It was from his sword. Is his Zanpakuto reacting to her? Why? It never done that to him, but why her? Ichigo stayed silent, hearing the voice of the Zanpakuto in his sword. It wasn't really normal, well, only owners could hear their voice, but thanks to the power given by the Soul King, she had an ability to make any Zanpakuto she held to be her own and even use their power as she wishes. Obedience. I see. The first division of Godai 13, Captain Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto was the one who ordered them to kill us, which unfortunately I survived but didn't care as long as one of us died. This two are also from 2nd Division led by Soifon. Her words widened his eyes. Did his Zanpakuto betrayed him? Eyes turned back to him. Looks like you two have no idea about the reason. Doesn't matter, I will just ask that person for help, hopefully he will. That person, we have a traitor. The man can't believe it. Then whoever that person was the reason why she knew too much about them. Ichigo held the sword forward and narrowed her eyes as she made a release. The name of this Zanpakuto. Agni's, Bankai. Powerful Ryatsu was from her, was released as the sword glowed, changing to a sharp straight golden blade and handle. Gold string was wrapped around her right hand and eyes glowing yellow. It was the Bankai form of his Zanpakuto, which until now he hasn't reached. Surprise? I could tell you have not learned the name of your Zanpakuto, a reason you haven't awakened it yet. Ichigo said in cold tone, eyes reflecting bloodlust, anger boiling around her system. Learning that fact about the accident, which in actual truth a murder, it's unforgivable. Ichigo softly slashed the blade in air as it dissolved, turning into small golden needles, all pointed to the owner. Hold him tight. The hollow did what he was told. The man began to tremble in fear, so he won't be dying by the hollow but his own sword instead. Ichigo could tell he realized his situation, making her smirk in satisfaction. Goodbye. With that, all needles dashed forward and hit their owner in every part of his body. He shouted in pain as it kept piercing him until he had lost his life. Once he died, the rest of the hollow took this feast before the soul dissolved to nothingness. Ichigo sighed, letting them as the Bankai form disappeared and sword began to dissolve due to the fact its owner was gone. She can't help but smile for them. We better hurry and finish that meal before they find us. They respond with growl, telling her they will. Later a black cat was found on the same building where two Shinigami were killed. A while ago the cat felt the presence of hollow around here but quickly vanished, like they knew she felt them and coming their way. The cat studied the whole place. She saw some traces of blood from the Shinigami who were killed not too long ago. She immediately guessed they were eaten, not disappeared. Found anything, Yoruchi? Another appeared, and this time, a light blonde man wearing a striped dark green and white bucket hat, dark coat with white diamond pattern along its bottom half, dark green shirt, breathes and wooden sandal. The black cat named Yoruchi answered, it's positive there were hollows and Shinigamis, but when I arrived they're all gone. I could tell the Shinigamis were eaten, then those hollows immediately left. That made the man think, are you saying they're actually avoiding us? That or they found your presence instead. Kisuke, you may no longer be part of Shinigami, but they could feel your Ryatsu are strong. Eyes narrowed, the man named Kisuke can't help but wonder. He made sure his Ryatsu were covered, same for Yoruchi, but they still felt it and left. What could that mean? The Ryatsu we sensed? Kisuke asked. Yoruchi shook her head, whoever it wasn't someone I had met. Eyes became more shadowed, looks like we have to be careful, who knows what lures within the shadow. The black cat nodded, agreeing. Kurosaki Clinic, Ichigo returned back home safely. She said goodbye to her round hollow friend before it left. Now she's alone with her body on the bed like sleeping. She concentrated her power to feel the Ryatsu of her family. One was calm while the other was awake, but from their location they won't be coming into her room. She took this opportunity to open a Senkaman with her power, then entered. She traveled for a while until finally she arrived to Soul Society. This wasn't her first time here, since in truth, her soul was sent here after her mother's death. She found out this place was called Soul Society, place for dead souls and Shinigami live. She diminished her Ryatsu to keep it under control, then walked ahead to find the person who could help her find the truth why they're being targeted. She used Shuinpa to quick her travel until she arrived to the usual place where possibly the person could be. The place was within the forest, many trees to be shadowed and hide since it's peaceful and quiet. She closed her eyes and concentrated. She felt different Ryatsu due to the fact souls live here. She kept her concentration until she found the Ryatsu she's looking for, and it was close. She opened her eyes and smiled to the direction where it's coming from. No need to hide, I know you're there. Within the shadow was a person standing, lips smirking, for this person was amused that Ichigo found him. He could see how much she had changed after she left this world. He decided to went out to show himself. What made you come here, Kurosaki Ichigo? A mild-feature man with brown scholarly hair enhanced by square glasses, along with brown eyes, wearing the same clothes like many other Shinigami except with a hieroglyph behind with a number 5th. She faced the man and gave her serious demand, I need your help to find the reason why the 1st Division Captain, Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto targets my family, Eizen Sosuke. 9-year-old Kurosaki Ichigo woke up in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing but grass and trees, the place was too quiet and peaceful. The most confusing was her clothes, white simple kimono which she doesn't remember wearing. She grabbed her head, trying to remember what happened and how she's here, until she remembered her last moment. The death of her mother, the monster that's about to eat her, then the light that saved her life. After that, what happened? Did I die? She questioned to herself as she checked her surroundings. Is this the afterlife? Is this the place they call heaven? She stood up to look more of her surroundings. There's nothing but trees, like she's in the middle of the forest. Knowing she had nothing to wait for, she decided to check more of the place, and maybe or hopefully she'll meet her mother too. I wonder if Kairen, Unii, and Oyaji will forgive me, leaving with them so early. She gripped her fist as tears threatened to fall. I should be the one who died. I dragged Kazan with me. Ngh. She began to cry, remembering how things end and the aftermath of what might happen to her family. She can't help but blame everything to herself. It took a while for her to calm down, and when she did, she decided not to waste more time and kept moving. Hopefully someone could tell her where she was. As she kept moving, she heard something from the side. Out of instinct she followed the sound's location in caution. Getting nearer, she hid on the bush to see a person ahead who just came out through a border of a mountain. She doesn't understand, how could that man walk throughout that mountain? Could it be there's a mirage that hide a cave or entrance within? Before she could question more, she saw his gaze gone through her direction, making her shrink in fear. Did he see me? She mentally asked. Come out there, I could feel your presence. The man spoke loud enough for her to hear, which answered her mental question. I guess he did. Having no choice, she showed herself, but in caution. Now that she's out from her hiding, she found an opportunity to take a good look on the man ahead. This person had a brown scholarly hair and brown eyes, wearing square glasses and black shihakusho. The man on the other hand studied the girl intensely. From the looks of things she's someone who's confused and innocent, like she just arrived here. Making a decision, he approached the girl with his kind persona, giving a smile as he eyed the girl who's cautious on his presence. Hello there, young girl, what are you doing here? If Ichigo was ordinary, she would have guessed he's actually a kind man, but something within tells her the person in front of him was lying, both in and out, like a mask that covers his true self. Having this feeling didn't ease Ichigo, so she answered but made sure to keep an eye on him. I'm lost. I don't know where I am. Are you with someone else? She answered by shaking her head, telling no. Gently smiling, he offered his hand. Come here, I'll help your way back. Normally when he used this kind of persona, he could fool anyone as making them believe he's good person, but for this girl, things didn't go as it always did. Instead of acceptance, she stepped back as if not believing him. That made him tilt his head to question her. What's wrong? Why are you lying to me? Excuse me. Why are you hiding your true self? That she blurted out, making her quickly cover her mouth from her mistake. For the man this astonished him, no one had ever told him that before unless they witnessed his true color. This made him intrude, so he asked. Who are you? Ichigo was unsure, she doesn't know whenever she should run or continue this conversation. Her feeling about this man changed, telling her this man was slowly taking down the mask, showing his real self in front of her. As if reading her, he added. You can't escape from me. As a demonstration, he suddenly vanished in front of her. Making her shocked, the man disappeared until suddenly she felt a chill behind her. Turning around, there was a man that just vanished. Still giving his intruding look in front of her. Well? He questioned as he stepped forward while she stepped back. She gulped in fear until complying. Ichigo, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo, strawberry. That destroyed her fear, but instead such to anger. It's not strawberry, it's one protector. She shouted the last part. That didn't sway the man, instead he found it hilarious. Very well. For a strawberry. Hey. She crossed her arm as she glared the man. You know, my mom always tell me to introduce themselves before or after being asked their name. The man silently chuckled. No one had ever dared to talk back to him, much more a child whose around he could guess 9. He complied since he found no reason to hide it, knowing the fact he used his real name to everyone, even to them. Eizen Sosuke, 5th Division Captain of Seriidii. Time finally came when the Kurosaki family gave their final farewell to their precious member, Kurosaki Yuzu, before his body was cremated, then buried just beside Kurosaki Misaki's grave. They gave their last prayers before finally the two left to get home. Isshin found Ichigo and Kairen so quiet. He thought for a moment before something popped to his mind. He grinned, exited to execute his plan. Arriving home, Kairen was the one who opened the door and was about to head in first when a familiar sensation was felt. Kairen. Isshin's cheerfulness with craziness once again kicked in, as he's coming to give his usual kick, but thanks to Kairen's developed instinct that he easily dodged his father, who began to roll around the house then hit the counter. Ichigo, who was on the side, could only blink before checking to see his father down, but both of the siblings surprised that he immediately stood up and faced them with a grin. Great job, Kairen, you have not forgotten how to dodge. Kairen scoffed, just what is the meaning of this goat face? Oh come on, what do you expect? Out of nowhere, Isshin tried to punch Kairen but thankfully was caught by Kairen. He really didn't expect that coming punch. Isshin grinned like a maniac. I want to know if you're becoming rusty. For Kairen that was an insult that immediately set him off. He shouted, who's going rusty, you goat face? The brawl started. Ichigo, who's on the sideline, could only blink as she watched her father and brother having their own brawl. She began to smile and giggled for a moment before jumping on the brawl. Let me join too, you idiots. That's how the remaining family had returned to its peaceful life. Half a month had passed ever since the death of Kurosaki Yuzu. It was raining in the middle of the afternoon. Ichigo, who's going home alone, saw someone laying on the ground. She approached this person to see it was a girl around her age, no conscious and very thin. Concerned, she checked her pulse. It's weak. Wait, this presence. Immediately Ichigo carried the unconscious girl by taking one of her arm to put it around her neck, then pulled her up. She went away with her, planning to have her father check her condition. Upon arriving home, Isshin was about to greet his princess with his antics when he noticed a girl she's carrying. His doctor side kicked in as he instructed his daughter to bring her in and be put to bed. The patient was very wet and still no conscious, Ichigo as well due to carrying her and the rain gotten stronger as they progress. Ichigo go and change first then bring some spare clothes for her. Isshin instructed. Ichigo complied as she went away while Isshin began checking his patient. It took few minutes before Ichigo returned in her home attire with spare clothes. Isshin left to have Ichigo change her. When done, Isshin returned to give the patient medicine. "How is she?" Ichigo asked in concern. Isshin smiled as he stroked her head. "She's fine Ichigo, just high fever. Good thing you found her or she'll die in the middle of the road." Ichigo nodded. "I wonder who is she? I didn't found any identification with her." "That's true." Isshin began to hum before smiling. "Well, let's just ask her when she woke up." "Come on Ichigo, I'm starving." Ichigo smiled. "I'll begin cooking then, better help me goat face." "Of course I will my strawberry princess." "Don't call me strawberry goat face." Later the patient woke up to see a foreign place. She doesn't remember entering someone's home. Now she looked closely, the clothes she's wearing wasn't hers. "Where is she?" "Oh, you're awake." She turned to the person who spoke to see a man grinning. "I'm Kurosaki Isshin, you're in our clinic. My daughter found you unconscious on the road so she brought you here." Her mind was quite foggy until she remembered there's indeed a clinic here in Karakura town known as Kurosaki Clinic. He must be the doctor. She tried to sit up but her head suddenly got dizzy as she fell down. Isshin immediately approached her. "Don't push yourself, you still have a high fever." She blinked to clear her senses before turning to the doctor. She asked in almost whisper, "Why, help me. I have no money to give." Isshin blinked for a moment before laughing. "Don't worry about it little lady, I'm a doctor, it's natural to rescue a life don't you think? Besides you're still young, it's waste if you die early." The girl could only stare, unable to answer. "Goat face, is she awake?" Another voice asked. Turning to a new arrival they saw an orange-haired girl. Seeing the patient finally conscious made her smile and approached her. "Hey, how you feel?" The girl could only blink in confusion. Isshin decided to answer the unvoiced question. "She's the one who found and brought you here." "My daughter, Ichigo. Pleased to meet you." She asked, "Your name?" The girl tried to remember her name until she found it. "Rin. Ito Rin." Ito Rin. Isshin began taking notes. "Your age?" 14. Rin answered. Isshin hummed while Ichigo commented, "We're same age. So how come you're outside when you actually have a high fever?" Rin gave a thought before answering, "I'm searching for my haft." "Haft? Do you happen to have a twin?" Isshin questioned. Rin shook her head telling no, "I'm only child, an orphan." "So you live alone huh? Guardian?" "None." "Where do you live?" "Nowhere." Isshin can't help but scratch his head, so she's wandering around alone. Her life sure was rash in a very young age. "Well, since you have nowhere to go, you could stay here for a while. What do you say Ichigo?" She immediately agreed. "You better get well soon." Rin could only watch this people as Isshin instruct his daughter what to do, like what medicine should she take and so forth, until Isshin left them due to being called from the hospital for aid. Now left alone, Ichigo went to get a glass of water offering to the patient that was immediately accepted before she sat beside her then questioned her. "You told us you're searching for your other half, correct? Does it happen to be?" Ichigo became serious as she questioned, "Half of your soul?" Rin's eyes widened, shocked that this person knew something. "From the time I check you, I felt half of your soul is missing, which result you lack of emotions. And what surprised me is that something about you is very unique." She leaned close to her face. "Are you a human or a hollow, which one are you?" Rin could only stare, not really sure how to answer because she herself doesn't know as well. "Who knows, maybe either or neither." Rin decided to answer, seeing her eyes reflect something that says obey or else. Ichigo pulled away to cross her arms. "What makes you say that?" "I am human as I could remember." Rin began, I have an ability to see soul of the dead although I can't speak with them. I learned to ignore them, pretending like everyone else they can't be seen, until the day something appeared in front of me. A white monster. My reaction must have given that I could actually see it and began to chase me. Unfortunately, I failed and was trapped then who knows, maybe eaten. Impossible, hollow eats souls not living. Ichigo thought, then maybe she had a unique Ryatsu that possibly ate that instead. She spoke, I believe something goes wrong that put you in that state. She nodded, feeling something is being sked. I tried to fight back, until I saw something within the darkness. Desperate I had reached my hand, then suddenly I felt sick, like I'm being squeezed, not only me but also the white thing too. So that's how their fusion happened in a different way. Her half was sked, then she saw something which I could guess the soul of a hollow, grabbing it caused them to fuse together. This piqued her interest, deep in mind she knew someone else out there would be more intrude than her. The very first hybrid of both human and hollow. How I never thought this could be possible. Rin blinked, not understanding her word. For that Ichigo explained. The white monster you prefer was called hollow. A soul who lost their hearts to either despair or regret. Other cases or souls had remained to the living far too long to transform. Only those with strong Ryatsu had a capability to see them, unlike those who could see soul of the dead but not hollows. Absorbing the information, she nodded. For your case, you are a shell of a human but soul of a hollow. I never knew something like this actually exist, much more possible. All I knew are Visored and Arankar. Visored? Arankar? Visored are Shinigamis that acquired hollow powers. Arankars on the other hand are hollows that gained Shinigami-like powers. No living can acquire the power of either Shinigami or hollow, you're the first. Like you are the existence of Nirvana itself. Rin didn't understand most of it. Shinigami. They exist. Since experiencing herself being swallowed then feeling her missing soul disappeared, maybe they were true too. Then, who are you? Rin asked. Ichigo smiled and answered in puzzle way, I am either human, Shinigami or hollow. Rin could only stare, not sure whenever to push or stay as it is. Her question was answered when they heard a male voice, someone she doesn't know telling he's home. Ichigo answered the call telling welcome back, giving a smile she went out for a moment to call the arrived person named Kairen. Now alone, she can't help but take a deep breath to process everything. First being, should I either freak out or shrug it off, am I even capable to either of them? Feeling her headache coming back, she decided to give in to her heaviness, letting herself drift to sleep. It took 3 days of rest until she finally recovered. Thankfully those 2 days were weekends, making Ichigo take the full time to take good care of her. She gained a chance to meet Ichigo's big brother Kairen with his close friend named Chad. Her father, Isshin, always took measurement of her recovery until he announced she's okay and ready to go. Now finished changing her own clothes, she went out the room to see Ichigo waiting for her. Are you sure you want to go? Ichigo asked in concern. Rin nodded, expression were blank due to the lack of emotions. As much as I'm grateful for taking care of me, I have nothing to return. I don't even have a money to pay you. I can't stay here any longer, but I promise once I got money, they will immediately be given to you to pay your service. You know there's no need for that. Both turned to Isshin who's approaching with Kairen from behind. Isshin grinned, why don't you stay here, live with us instead? That offer widened her eyes, not expecting it while Ichigo finds the idea great for her to live with them. Kairen nodded in acceptance, we already talked about it and we would be glad to welcome you. Ichigo really love your company and we don't want you two to part away after getting along in just short time. Rin looked down, still. Isshin approached the child and slid her head, I know you are looking for something but maybe we could help you. Thinking you will once again go outside and sleep anywhere would make me worried. So what do you say, Rin? Will you stay here? Unsure, she asked. Are you sure? We won't he offering unless we're sure. Isshin said with a grin. Kane huff, for once I agree with Goatface. Ichigo approached her and grabbed her hand, live with us Rin, please. She begged. Rin blinked, unsure but seeing they're truly dedicated for their decision she finally complied. Oh, okay. Her answer was enough to make Ichigo jump in happiness and hugged her, thank you Rin. That made Rin almost fall but thankfully balanced herself with an added weight. Isshin bellowed, my second daughter is here. Kairen could only shook his head but happy for the new addition of their family, maybe with her, she could make Ichigo lift her guilt away. Slowly but surely. That's how Ito Rin joined the family. So this world is called Soul Society, the place for the soul. Ichigo summarized as she listened to the man named Eizen who's explaining about the existence of the world, how soul arrived and their fate if ever they died. Eizen nodded as he observed the child. In all honesty he would never do something like this but for some reason this child had something in her, instinct telling him to take her trust who will become a great asset for his coming plan. Of course it wouldn't be easy like he expected. This child was clever, she knew when he's lying and wearing his mask. He had once thought using his hypnotism to control her but put that as the last resort knowing this was his first and last chance, he had to play this right. After their meeting, Eizen had given her a place to stay and will be back at night time. He did and saw her waiting for his arrival, not scared nor innocent, a cautious child with backbone. Their first conversation was about this world which he explained for the child to understand. So does that mean I'm dead? Ichigo asked and murmured, question that's not pointed to him but to herself. She died in the end and if ever her mother was dead like her, she's either here or in the living world where surely watching over the rest of the family. She began to curl herself, why am I here if mom is still on the other side? Still eyeing the child, Eizen discovered her loneliness and guilt which he easily discerned the reason. One's dead can never return back to life. Eizen said in a matter-of-fact tone as his eyes still observing the child. Be grateful you turned fine than becoming a hollow. Hollow? Ichigo questioned. Eizen began to explain about Hollow and their home called Hueco Mundo. Ichigo listened intensely, something within her was telling her to learn the nature of both Soul Society and Hueco Mundo which in truth she doesn't understand why she felt that way. Thinking about it she suddenly remembered the time before everything turned black. The light, it said something about Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, could that be the reason why she felt she needed to learn about them? Souls that had greatest regret, huh? She murmured after hearing the whole explanation. Eizen grabbed his tea then drinks it, they became mindless beasts and eat souls for their satisfaction. So it's the Shinigami's duty to protect and give order to the soul. Ichigo eyed the man in front of her and again blurted, that's the Shinigami's words, not yours. Eizen smirked, well, I am right all along. You are not ordinary Kurosaki Ichigo. He hummed, what made you think that? I don't know. She looked away, I just know. Then let's put this to test. Eizen suggested, making Ichigo question this. I will tell 2 sentences, tell which one of them is true and false. Blinking for a moment before nodding, understanding at the same time didn't. Eizen began. The captain of the 2nd Division is a man named Kachiki Byakuya. I plan to rule over Soul Society. The captain part is false while the rule part is true. Ichigo answered without a beat, like she knew it all along. Eizen narrowed his eyes, what made you think the captain part is false? Like I know. You just told me there are a total of 13 divisions in Seriidii, you didn't add those who are in position. Which she got the point. Eizen left that part but still, the fact that she knew that was the false part without thinking and not even noticing it is something else. Before Ichigo could open her mouth to question him, Eizen gave another test. I love bitter tea. 90% of soul population live in richness. The tea part is true while the second is false, does it? Eizen nodded as his mind analyzed everything to this point until they first met. He made a final conclusion of how she could tell everything about him which made him chuckle. You have a skill to tell lies. That widened her eyes. I do. You could tell about my mask nor the fact like you knew everything but in truth wasn't. You are a mystery. Eizen commented. He's starting to show interest to this child. For Ichigo, she doesn't really know if it's still alright to stay with this man or not, but for some reason, something tells her he could give the answer she needed. I could tell lies. No, I could never tell lie before. But now that I think about it, why does it feel like I could easily tell which are lies and which are truth? When did this happen? A flashback of a monster and a light entering her. This widened her eyes, realizing maybe it's because of that being, the one who called himself the Soul King. He gave her something within her, could it be part of it? Hey, Hesitant but still asked. What's a Soul King? The word made Eizen narrowed his eyes on the child. How did you know that? Frightened but kept herself straight. Answer my question then I'll answer yours. Eizen can't help but smirk amusingly. If this is how the game works, so be it. After Isshin adapted Rin to the family, she had started going to school with conveniently same class as Ichigo. She was introduced in front of the class, but of course she didn't give any warm smile, just stoic and emotionless. Ichigo didn't mind as she gave the most welcoming smile for her, which was obviously noticed by Rin and gave a sign of gratitude. Unknown to Ichigo, there's a gaze of the certain group mirroring disgust. This of course was noticed by Rin but didn't comment for now. Kairen on the other hand was doing the usual routine, attending class to either listen or sleep, getting to fight, playing soccer and of course the most usual seeing souls of the dead. His friends were there as well, hanging out with him while silently looking after him. It's been long ever since Yuzu's death and they knew better. Kairen hasn't recovered yet and they knew they can't tell him forget him, so they decide in times of need, they would become open ears for Kairen to open up. A year later an unexpected event happened. A short girl in black clothing appeared out of nowhere in Kairen's room, very thoughtful and concentrating that she ignored what Kairen was telling her until she felt being kicked. Looking the source, it was Kairen, who looks very irritated. Will you stop ignoring me, stupid girl? Now I want to know why the heck are you here? The girl was shocked. Did this person just... You can see me. That raised his eyebrow. Are you by chance a soul perhaps? You don't look like one. Yeah, but a different kind. I'm a Shinigami. That's how Kairen met the Shinigami named Kuchiki Rukia and how he had first encountered a hollow, saved Ichigo and Rin from being harmed by borrowing Rukia's power to become a Shinigami himself. Due to what happened, Kairen had no choice but to take Rukia's job for a while as she recovers her power. Sunset somewhere no people were around, Ichigo and Rin were walking in silence before making their stop as Ichigo turned to her. She could see the troubled look of Rin and she knew the reason why. You don't need to blame yourself all the time, Rin, I can handle it. Ichigo said with a smile. Rin didn't take the assurance. Why won't you let me do something about it? Why do you always have to stop me? I could dash. Ichigo shook her head. Don't worry, I'm fine, okay? You guys too, don't go harming them like the last time you did. As if on cue, a bunch of hollow appeared and immediately approached Ichigo to give their affection toward her. Ichigo can't help but giggle. I'm fine, don't worry. The hollows could only whimper as they slid their body toward her, telling they cared and wanted nothing but put those who kept harming her to death. They knew how Ichigo was holding up to her school, how she was being bullied and how most of her class treating her. Thankfully they haven't done something physical, because if they do, her orders or not, they would come and eat their souls, be there a Shinigami on site or not. The place where they're located had a barrier which protect all the hollows from being detected by the Shinigami. As long as they're here and hidden, they could live peacefully. Ha ha ha, I miss you guys too. Ichigo said with a smile as one of the hollows liking her face, truly missed her. This scene made Rin smile weakly. A month after meeting Ichigo, she helped her search her other half, whom she found in the world called Huendo Mundo, the world of hollows. Her other half had the hollow form and in the level of a Jutsus. Ichigo actually commented she expected a demi-hollow and not a Jutsus. Finally finding her other half, the hollow haft had chosen to kill the human half to become a whole, but Ichigo stopped its assault. That's when a man she never met appeared. He introduced himself as Eizen Sosuke, and from what she could see, Ichigo highly respect the man, as she openly told him the situation she's in, which Eizen found her and her other half interesting. He gave a promise he'll take care of her other half as he disappeared with her hollow haft. Rin wasn't sure if she could trust the man because he's a Shinigami that kills hollow, but Ichigo's assurance was enough to make her calm and believe the man. Are you thinking something again, Rin? Ichigo's question halted Rin's thinking as she faced her and answered, my apology, it's just I'm remembering my first meeting with my other half and that man as well. Ichigo smiled to her, don't worry Rin, he won't harm your other half. How come you're so sure? Instinct. If Rin had her human emotions, she would have frowned, but still believes on her words, so she let her worries subsided. Rin, how's my brother's progress? He do well as we expected, even met other Shinigamis that we are aware yet unable to find their location. Ichigo nodded, knowing who she's pointing to, that man named Urahara Kisuke and the previous second captain Shihoin Yoruchi, if we never knew we had been found more than a year ago. Then there's a Quincy that my brother met, things had gone several changes ever since that girl arrived. Rin remained silent as Ichigo pounded something within her head. It was quiet until she felt a presence that made her go to her fighting stances as a Garganta appeared before them. Who appeared made Rin put to ease, knowing who he is. Eizen, Ichigo greeted as she faced the man who's approaching their way. Behind him was someone Rin recognized yet unfamiliar. Eizen smirked, meet your haft Rin. The said haft was in the human hollow form of a man, smirking. Had a silver hair, pale purple lips, bone covering her forehead and right cheek, pale slim body, long nails on the left side, and wearing an almost fitting white clothing uniform. There's a hole displayed on the left side of his chest. We meet again, my other haft. Her hollow haft greeted, had a soft tone as a woman. Rin could only blink, not understanding how her other half had transformed so much different to the point no longer recognized if aren't for his spiritual pressure. What happened? Ichigo, who's eyeing the other half of Rin, questioned what she's seeing. You turn her other half into an errand car? Eizen nodded, smirk still in place. I did to give more convenience, he even gave his loyalty to me. I named him Rinzo. Of course. The other half named Rinzo said as he twirled around to face the two, and this forms is very convenient, which I am thankful for, Anne. He bowed himself to his new MSTR, I will do anything for Aizen-sama's cause. Rin eyed her other half. She had soon found that even separated, for some reason they could tell what's happening to one another, making it convenient for her to know her other half's well-being. Now seeing him bowing his head to that man and even gave loyalty, she can't help but look the man differently. How did you do it? You don't have the Hogyoku yet? Ichigo asked, completely surprised by this. I did many researches and found a way, although not powerful enough to increase their strength. So I will still need Hogyoku for my cause. Eizen answered before turning to Ichigo, it is thanks to you that I found new ways or another. Ichigo smiled, I'm glad to be at your service. She turned back to the errand car to see him playing with his human haft. She saw so much emotions, something his human half lack. Can both become one? In my current source it's impossible, but with Hogyoku maybe I could bring them both into one. Eizen answered before asking her, do you wish to make them whole? That unfortunately is not something I could decide. Ichigo said before facing the man who had taught her everything. Have you decided to do your plan, Eizen? I had waited for 200 years, waiting, planning, and now the right time have come. Eizen answered, I will use your brother. As long as you don't kill him, I treasure my brother more than you could think. Ichigo answered, eyes showing how serious she is to her words. Eizen chuckled, very well, although I can't make promises of not harming your brothers. Ichigo decided to remain silent, knowing well what he means. Instead she asked, how's Yuzu and I? As I expected, he joins, and became Shinigami. He's now part of the 10th Division under Hitsugaya Tokiro. Ichigo nodded, then her eyes darkened, that old man. Eizen could feel her hatred, which made his smirk widen, very content of the result. He now plans to send someone to get Rukia for her execution, just as I plan. Who will he send? I believe it would be her brother and his lieutenant. I see. Ichigo said almost in whisper. She knew very well about Aizen's plan and what's going to happen ahead. One of the power the Soul King had given her was to be able to take a glimpse of the future, a clairvoyant. Another was to be able to detect the inner part of the soul, both living and dead. Thanks to it that Aizen can never lie to her, she knew very well how manipulative Aizen could become, which currently contradict his appearance of this moment. Aizen, you wish to take the Soul King's place, correct? To control the whole three worlds. Aizen eyed the girl beside him, eyes showing who truly he is, a manipulative and god-complex man. Ichigo faced him, eyes showing her will and vengeance. I will assist you to your goals, to do my promise to the Soul King and have my revenge for having such twisted mind and taking Yuzu and I away from us. Use me for the sake of my goals. Aizen knew well what she's saying, which made him smirked. For her to give her loyalty toward him, his plan had been accomplished. Very well, Ichigo, as you longing, I will make sure you will fulfill your goal as I do mine. Ichigo smirked as she took a step back and kneeled before him. Thank you for accepting me, Aizen-sama. Everyone saw the interaction and did one thing, they bowed before him. Same goes for Rin, which made Rinzo smirk because his other half too had decided to pledge her loyalty before him. Seeing the display, Aizen smirk in victory. He knew well how these hollows see her as their ruler, more like their princess whom they will protect for their very lives, and now that Ichigo gave her loyalty toward him and so the rest as well, he could control the whole hollows at will. Remember my word, Ichigo, you give mine and I will give yours. The covenant is sealed. A week later, everything Aizen had told Ichigo came true. The 6th Division Lieutenant Abarai Renji came. With Kuchiki Byakuya, the 6th Division Captain of Seriidei. They successfully took Rukia and taking Kairen's Shinigami power, then started training under Urahara Kisuke and soon finding way to take a sneak in to save Rukia from her coming execution. As those happen, Ichigo and Rin stayed on the sideline as they watch, at the same time making sure Kurosaki Isshin didn't notice their activity. Ichigo knew the truth about his father thanks to Aizen, and she knew he wasn't lying when he told her about that. It only confirmed when Rin saw both Isshin and Kisuke meeting in secret. Now that her brother with his friends were doing their rescue mission in Soul Society, Ichigo had decided to do her secret training to avoid being rushed when comes to battle skill. She still goes to school even though not every day gone well due to her classmates' bullying. Of course Rin won't let any harm come to Ichigo, so she won't hesitate to hurt them, although Ichigo kept stopping her before she does it. Ones were enough after all. Ichigo also play her oblivious act on her actually wasn't brother, whom she believed was named Kon, a soul candy pill. There were times Kon would try something inappropriate, but Ichigo's threatening look was enough to make him a coward, much to her pleasure. On the certain night, both Ichigo and Rin were in Ichigo's room. The room was dark and only a large eye-shaped monitor gives light upon the room. The large eye-shaped monitor was projecting Ichigo's brother progress with his twin brother without a second thought joined forces to save Rukia. Ichigo can't help but smile sadly as her eyes stared at Yuzu, who's supposed to be alive. If it wasn't for that incident, the regret and blame ever since that day stayed with her, no matter how much her brother and father told her it wasn't. Even her mother's death still hit her very heart. Rin could only stared, knowing well she couldn't do anything to comfort Ichigo's pain. They kept watching until the scene showed in the execution platform where Tozen brought Rukia to meet up with Aizen, who soon appeared before them. Aizen successfully extracted the Hogyoku from her despite the effort of Renji, Kairen, Yuzu and Captain Kamamura. Your brothers are injured, Rin stated, feeling nothing despite the fact she knew Kairen more than Yuzu. Ichigo took a deep breath to calm herself before replying, that cannot be helped, just like what Aizen had told us, it cannot be avoided. Rin gazed her direction before commenting once again, I believe you don't like being ordered around, yet gave yourself to Aizen-sama. Ichigo giggled slightly, is it weird for me? Rin can't answer, pondering what to say, which Ichigo understood. How about you, why call him Aizen-sama when you felt you can't trust him when you first met? That is due my other half accepted him and gave his loyalty to follow him until death. As his other half I had felt his resolve toward him and so I too accepted him, added the fact you too Ichigo-sama whom I had pledged myself gave your loyalty toward him. Before Ichigo could ask the scene showed the Godai 13 appeared before them who tried to stop Eizen's flee with Yusen and Jin but the arrival of the Minos Grande had stopped them, making Eizen and his accomplices escape to Hueco Mundo. Ichigo nodded on the outcome, they won after all. That concludes everything. She swayed her hand as the motion made the monitor disappeared. She turned to Rin, you said you pledged your loyalty toward me, when did it happen? Ever since the day you helped me find my other half. I pledge myself I will be by your side, be used according to your will. Forgive me if I had decided this on my own. She said as he bowed her head toward her. Ichigo shook her head, don't worry, it's just I'm surprised that's all Rin. She raised her head much to her relief, so does that mean your other half also? Yes, just like Aizen-sama he too will do anything you longing. Rin said in very most absolute and confident voice, making no room for argument. I see. Ichigo whispered upon herself then turned around to look upon the clear moon above the sky. As she gazed the moon she can't help but see the reflection of her brother's Shinigami form. She knew sooner or later she will have to face them and fight them for ideals. She won't expect them to understand her because this is her mission and her mission alone, and she will use Eizen to accomplish that mission. Next day is a new beginning, and so our fate. Next day Kairen returned with his friends except for Rukia and returned to their daily lives. Kairen never noticed how Ichigo doesn't look worried nor questioned him, believing Khan did well to fool her, Rin and Isshin, not knowing Isshin didn't give a DMN nor care about it as long as he returned back alive, Rin's calculating in guarded eyes and Ichigo's knowing everything as they kept their normal life as a family. Everything is fully normal once again, then soon the calm before the storm shall come upon them. Ichigo was staying in the hut hidden within the forest given by Eizen. She had been in Soul Society for 3 days, the same day she had last met Eizen too. Thanks to him that she had learned something about this world and there's even books which she read for gathering more information. She had learned about Soul King also known as Linchpin of Existence was actually a king of Soul Society residing in Soul King Palace guarded by royal guards. Its purpose was to regulate the flow of souls in and out in Soul Society and also the one who balanced the 3 world. And the most powerful being of Soul Society actually gave me a power. I wonder what are those other than identifying lies. Ichigo sighed as she closed the book she's reading. She looked around to see everything was too simple, no entertainment other than reading books and cleaning the place. This afterlife is boring. She put the book on the side and decided to head outside just to see the scenery of forestry. She faced up to see the clear sky, she remembered every word of the Soul King told him which gave her confusion, how exactly could I actually do that? Kurosaki Ichigo. A familiar voice called her to see Aizen smirking and dressed in his captain outfit. Good to see you are still here. It's not like I have any places to go. She said a little pout before getting an idea. She turned to him, can I have a request? Both soon went out to see what Soul Society looks like. Ichigo was really glad Aizen agreed to accompany her for her to explore this afterlife world. What she had witnessed made her frown, the people or soul were in the state of poverty, maybe worse than the living world. She would time to time ask them about life. Some answered her questions, some ignored her or even threatened her but seeing a captain accompanying her made them think otherwise. Wondering more places, she would see either same state, little better or worse which deepened her frown. She turned to Aizen and questioned, is this really heaven? Aizen hummed, who knows, it's all same after all. And those nobles? See for yourself. Visiting some nobles' home she had witnessed how much different life they actually have. The nobles have their own luxury life, not poverty. So different, so happy and relax. I take back my word. This isn't heaven, this is surely no difference or maybe worse than my world. Ichigo said finally as she crossed her arms. This made Aizen chuckled, you mean living world where you are supposed to be alive. Ichigo huffed before looking the man in sadness. Is the dead world, or this soul society world, corrupted? Yes. Eizen answered without hesitation. The higher ranks such as nobles and judiciary control the soul society. Not the Soul King? Ichigo questioned. The Soul King's existence is to balance and regulate the soul in and out of soul society. Other than that, the Soul King could do nothing. Such pitiful king, a ruler yet can't do anything about its own kingdom. Ichigo frowned as she processed what she had heard. Remembering the voice of the Soul King and its wish for its own destruction, she could finally understand why. Still, the fact that place which Aizen explained, the place called Rukongai living and the nobles living, she can't help but feel angry toward the system. Aizen, can you explain to me about the Soul Society's government and military system? Oh, even more about Rukongai and Suriidii? Aizen can't help but smirked amusingly. This girl is indeed interesting. Might as well humor her. The normal life returned to Kairen and his friends' lives without Rukia until Aburai Renji materialized to meet Kairen, then Spirited Away incident happened. Soon they had fought against the group called Bount that soon reached to Soul Society. In the end, Kairen and his friends with the Godii 13 of Suriidii won and prevented more casualties. Few days later, Kairen with Rukia, Renji, Orihime, Chad and Yuryu were walking around town when they felt a presence of a hollow. This made Rukia turn to Kairen in serious look. Kairen. He nodded, knowing well it's time they head out and finish the hollow before it caused any damage. They first went on the alley where Kairen used his Shinigami badge to become hollow, and so were Renji and Rukia through the use of modified souls to take their body. Then the group went out while Orihime volunteered to stay to look after the bodies. The three Shinigami were jumping around the roof, searching for the source until they found a round hollow that's actually standing near the children's playground. They immediately brought out their sword to attack the hollow. Sensing Shinigamis approaching, the hollow turned to where it came from just to see them very close to attack. It made the hollow little panic as it began to run away. Wait! Renji shouted, then shouted, "Growl Zabumaru!" The large sword had lengthened to catch the prey, but it jumped on the side to dodge it. Rukia followed as she made a dash to slice it but successfully dodge again. Aka Ishingo Tsukiyakari. Kairen's fast thrust had hit the side of the hollow, making it whimper in pain as it lost balance and ahead was positioned and ready to attack Chad. Right arm in full bring form, they gave a powerful punch, hitting the hollow in great force that made the hollow shout in pain. Yuryu arrived with his Quincy bow and was about to shoot the hollow when an unexpected person came to block his target sight. The person who's trying to protect the hollow was shocking for most of them because that person was none other than Ichigo herself. Ichigo. Kairen was speechless in shock. Why is his little sister doing there and protecting the hollow? Renji, who never met her, shouted, "Get away from there or that thing will hurt you." Ichigo shook her head, firm on her stance of protecting the hollow behind her. Renji twitched. If that's the case. Renji was about to raise his weapon when Kairen shouted as he ran heading to his sister, Ichigo. Hohoi Kairen, what the heck? Renji was way confused as he's about to follow him when Rukia stopped him. Before he could ask, Rukia gave the answer he seek, that's Ichigo, Kairen's little sister, so never hurt her, got it. The revelation shocked Renji. The one protecting the hollow was Kairen's little sister. Kairen on the other hand was approaching his little sister, Ichigo. Kayanai. Ichigo blinked, not knowing how the heck her big brother was wearing some kind of dark hakama like the rest, although none noticed it's all just an act. Ichigo, get away from it. Kairen said as he pulled her away, but she struggled and got free from him before running back on the hollow and hugged it. No. I won't let you hurt my friend, so back off, Kayanai. Friend? That's not a friend, Ichigo, that's a dash. A hollow, we know, Kairen-san. Turning on the side to see Rin approaching the two blood siblings. She bowed her head. Kairen-san, it's good to see you, although I remember last seeing you in your uniform when you left. Is this some kind of cosplay? Kairen blinked in shock, not actually knowing that Rin had an ability to see soul like their family does. Wait, they knew about Hollow? Meanie brother, hurting my only hollow friend, it's not harmful as you think. Ichigo said as she glared at her brother, although there's a pout in it that made her turn out cute. Although the effect it made was opposite for Kairen. He felt like he was hit by a thunder because his Ichigo, his precious little sister, just called him mean. He began to sulk on the corner. Hohoi Kairen. Rukia can't help but sweat drop because she never seen Kairen so miserable ever since she met him. Get over yourself Kairen, Kairen. Ishida could only stare. As much as he wants to kill the hollow, there will be a chance he could hurt Kairen's little sister, which in his vocabulary it's unforgivable. For the hollow, it can't help but be shocked to see its princess was there protecting it from the Shinigami, even though it knew the fact this caused problem to its princess. As if reading its mind, Ichigo turned to its eyes and smiled, a silence saying everything will be fine, which made it cry, then began liking her face, making her laugh. Ha 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 ha, that tickles. Ichigo exclaimed with a smile as the hollow kept liking her in affection. Everyone except Rin was shocked from what they're seeing. The hollow wasn't trying to eat or attack her but instead giving affection like a dog. Rin would have smiled if she had her human emotion, since she can't, she could only feel that within her heart. Seeing none of them will attack the hollow, she turned her attention to everyone and asked. Please tell us again, why are you attacking that hollow? Why? It's a hollow. Renji shouted as he pointed the hollow. Rin tilted her head, so. Do you have any idea what hollows are? Rukia questioned. Rin answered, we knew the basic, we haven't met any other hollow except that one. It really loves Ichigo because Ichigo saved it from a monster. Monster? Rukia questioned, wanting more clarification, and Rin gave it to her. It looks same at the same time different because it's bigger and more aggressive. I don't really know if they're same species or not, so we labeled it monster. Rukia nodded in understanding, although she's very positive the monster they referring to was a hollow stronger than the hollow in front of them. They knew hollows' nature were same like animals, they follow instincts and had a nature to devour one another for the sake of getting stronger, same for eating other souls as well. Later within the forest in the side of Karakura town, everyone was gathered, even inviting Kisuke with them and Yoruchi in her cat form to learn their opinion, as in front of them was the hollow they assaulted while ago was resting peacefully with Ichigo using it as her big pillow to rest her back, while Rin was sitting in Saiza on the side watching both sides like the only neutral on the group. But before that, Kairen, Rukia, and Reiji went back to get their body and Orihime, so they're now human, for Rukia and Renji in Jigai form. Kisuke can't help but hum, not voicing the fact he's actually surprised to see a hollow being attached to a human and Kairen's little sister nevertheless. He was amazed in Kairen's strength and Ryatsu, but this is more. Yoruchi on the other hand can't help but smirk, she loved to hear this. After all, it's amusing to see a human protecting a hollow when hollow could actually harm human. So where do we begin? Kairen asked, kind of insecure from the silence between two sides. You can start with your dark outfit and sword and that light glowing bow of Ishida. Ichigo answered, then gazed the new. She pretended she doesn't know, but before that, who are these two? Oh, my apology. Kisuke said as he brought out his fan, I'm Urahara Kisuke, pleased to meet you Ichigo-chan. My cat here is Yoruchi. Say hi. The black cat meowed, playing along. Ichigo stared the cat in intense eyes, making everyone notice the strange behavior. Then she questioned, is that really a cat? That actually surprised Ishida, Orihime, Kairen and Rukia. She noticed. While they on the other hand only found out when she transformed in front of them. The black cat's tail was swaying in delight, an indication Yoruchi had turned to like her, not only being friendly to a hollow but also noticing how different she is than the rest of the cats in the living world. Well, you can say this one is special. Kisuke said, hiding his amused smirk. As for the other one, the black outfit and sword you had seen on your brother was his Shinigami from. Do you know what they are? Reaper. Ichigo's immediate answer then turned to his brother. When a person is in near end of their life, the Reaper would be there to meet the soul, then bring the soul who knows where. But from what I know, living can't become a Reaper, does that mean? Ichigo's eyes reflected something which pained Kairen and immediately run to his little sister's side to hug her in security. The hollow felt a new presence on its side, but to see the distress of Ichigo, the hollow made a purring sound to tell its worry toward her. My brother is. No Kairen-kun is alive, he's there we swear. Orihime said in almost panic. Rukia followed, yeah, your brother is not dead, he's a special case so there's nothing to worry about. Your brother is alive. Rukia remembered Kairen's story about their mother's death and Ichigo's coma. A monster that his little sister was mentioned toward them was soon revealed to be a grand fisher. Kairen killed it out of rage and revenge and swore nothing will ever harm his little sister ever again. Sure they're right Ichigo, I'm here and alive. Can you feel me right? My heartbeat, my warm so please Ichigo don't be alarmed. Kairen in soft voice comforted his little sister. He knew until now the trauma was still present, blaming herself for their mother's death and Yuzu's death made it worse. Ichigo leaned to her brother's chest, hearing the heartbeat of her brother made her assure that yes he's there and alive. Using the sound of his heartbeat to follow the beat in her breathing, calming herself before she could tear up in front of them. As they watched the affection of the brother toward his little sister, Renji asked. What just happened? Chad answered, there's a history on the sibling about death. You know Yuzu, Kairen's twin brother. His death happened to be an accident and Ichigo was with him. Orihime followed, you can say Ichigo-chan may have blamed herself for what happened. The same goes to their mother's death before Yuzu-kun's. So she actually witnessed her mother and brother's death. Renji whispered upon himself before turning to Ichigo who's finally calming down. Thinking about her experience it actually made him feel pity for the young girl. Looks like I opened some old wound. My apology Ichigo-chan. Kisuke said, showing he's apologetic through his action. Ichigo shook her head before replying, it's fine. I just didn't expect it that's all and there's more than that in the story right? Please continue. She said as she gave her brother a smile telling she's fine then petting her friend Hollow to say she's fine now. Kairen wasn't sure but he knew Ichigo wanted the whole truth. So even reluctant he decided to be the one to tell everything excluding the fact about the Soul Society. Ichigo listened to everything and so was Rin who knew three eyes were fixed toward her yet ignored it. For Ishida, when his eyes laid on her he can't help but feel something was off toward her. She's human yet produced something else which was well hidden. That fact didn't escape from Kisuke and Yoruchi as well, wondering what she's actually hiding. So the one who attacked us before was a hollow, a grand fisher. Ichigo mumbled as Kairen nodded in confirmation. This matter needs to settle after all, to grant Ichigo a proper rest. You kill it already, right? I did. Kairen's answer was firm and absolutely sure hopefully it would mark on Ichigo's mind. For Ichigo she felt disappointment because Kairen got it first and her still grateful for it. She likes Hollow except the one who killed her mother. She took a breath of relief and softly said, thank you. Kayanai. Everything for my little sister. Kairen said with a smile that made Ichigo smile back. Turning to everyone she asked, so the pure Shinigami were you too? Rukia nodded to give confirmation, we are. Then how about you two? Ichigo asked to Kisuke and the black cat. Kisuke chuckled, ex-Shinigami, we're no longer in their service except doing something here in the human world. Ichigo could only nod then turn to Ishida, what's a Quincy? Quincy are humans that had an ability to detect hollow hunt them down before they could cause harm. We're same to Shinigami yet different after all they only have one-track mind than us who can't change at all. Ishida answered which Ichigo mentally agreed. That's amazing, never knew something like that exist, although you can't harm my friend. Ichigo shouted as she flared her protectiveness toward her friend Hollow. Ishida could only sigh, as much as I wanted to eradicate that Hollow, seeing it friendly toward you I might give some exception as long as it doesn't cause trouble. Ishida turned toward the Shinigamis, although I don't know for them. Eyes turned to Rukia and Renji who felt trouble because for one the decision for the Shinigami's side was upon them and Kairen was flaring over protectiveness and absolute sure he will protect that Hollow as long as it doesn't harm his little sister. Kisuke can't help but chuckle in the turn of event, same goes to Yoruchi. Finally, Rukia gave in, fine we won't harm it but as Ishida said, if it cause trouble we will kill it. Renji nodded, deciding the same as Rukia. What Ichigo showed them was stunning for everyone. It was her bright smile that they thought they saw a sunshine shining upon them. Really? Thank you. The everyone excluding Kisuke was blushing for her brightness. That's when an idea struck to Orihime, oh we should heal it then. Can I? I know healing ability to help your hollow friend. Really? Please do. Ichigo said brightly that made Orihime giggle before approaching the hollow who seems nervous but Ichigo calmed it down. Orihime used her power and began healing the hollow. Rin can't help but blink, not knowing what kind of power she's using. Ichigo voiced the question. What are you using? It's called Shun Shun Rika, it has 6 spirits inhabited to my hairpins. I can do both defensive and support such as making shield and healing. I also have offensive but kind of fragile. Orihime answered in her bright smile. Ichigo can't help but feel awe to her power, after all she can't put which category among the Shinigami's type of Kido it belongs to. Now that everything is over, may I ask something? Kisuke asked toward Rin. She faced him emotionlessly and questioned, what would it be? What are you hiding? Kisuke went to the point, making everyone stun. Rin on the other hand knew cannot escape this so instead of answering, she questioned. What do you think I'm hiding, can you guess? It's a challenge and Kisuke loves challenges. Then if you excuse me. Kisuke began releasing his Ryatsu, creating a force toward them. Rin stayed silent, knowing well it will be found and did as expected. Kisuke's eyes widened, same for the rest of them. After all she's human yet had a hollow presence within her. How? Do you remember the first time I arrived to your residence? She asked as she turned to Kairen then continued, I'm looking for my other half. What I mean is the hollow who took away half of my human self. I should have died back then when I was swallowed yet it turned out we begun to fuse then absurdly separate us, taking my human emotions away I take half of its power and Ryatsu. So that's the reason of your lack of emotions? Kairen asked and Rin nodded, I had learned how to use this power as time goes by, thankfully before the Shinigami arrived to this town. But this is amazing, you're the first. Kisuke exclaimed, almost excited to study her. Rin turned to Kisuke and gave her answer before he could ask, I will have to refuse any offer you give me Urahara-san. I'm more concerned making myself a whole again and I will do that in my own way. In assurance I will make sure Ichigo won't get involved to my predicament. No way Rin, I will help you whenever you like it or not. Ichigo said as she crossed her arms, firm showing her eyes like her brother. Rin gave a sigh, showing the sign of trouble she's in. Do you have any idea what would happen once both halves come together? Kisuke asked, very interested to know as much as possible. No idea. Rin's most honest and admitted answer, I have no idea what will happen, whenever I'd regain my humanity or become a hollow doesn't matter to me as long as I become a whole. Kisuke hummed, truly interested toward her. Yoruchi on the other hand felt trouble, something was being played but she can't point the what. Rin's existence troubled her the most. Yes, it's very shocking to actually meet a half-human living and hollow in one existence but something about her aura tells more dangerous that they should never put their guard down no matter what. Ichigo felt the suspicious of the black cat and mentally smirked. Everything goes as planned. Eizen. It was kind of hard to adjust, especially to both Rukia and Kairen who could see the hollow just outside the yard. Ichigo insists to bring it home and can stay to her room but Kairen protested. More argument happened to the siblings until it was decided for the hollow to be left on the yard. As they observe the ball hollow, they can see its gaze toward the dead souls, tempted to eat them but holding back. Then there's Rin who offer her Ryatsu to feed the hollow to avoid making trouble. At least they didn't need to bring sacrifices for it to be fed. Kairen observed his little sister and smiled, seeing how happy Ichigo was for her friend hollow to be there made him thought they had made a right decision. Yuzu, you should come and visit sometimes, Ichigo will definitely delighted to see you. Night in Ichigo's room, she stared the moon that's currently hiding on the cloud. She sighed silently, things didn't get really go well but the plan is achieved. She stared down to see her friend Hollow sleeping peacefully, making her smile. And here I told that silly Hollow to keep hiding with the rest. You have no idea how worried I am when I felt its presence with my brother and his friends chasing him. Suddenly her eyes reflected into serious and resolute, if anything happened to both my friend and Rin, they shall pay for the price. 3 days later, around the time where Kairen, Rukia, Chad, Orihime and Ishida in the middle of the class discussion, Kairen's Shinigami badge suddenly blinked and the rest felt a strong reiatsu of a hollow. Immediately they gave a quick excuse before leaving the class. They took a good route before Kairen and Rukia turned to their Shinigami form and the rest followed where it's coming from just to see on the rooftop of a certain house was the hollow friend of Ichigo standing and panicking. From what they're sensing it's coming from that hollow as well. Hey, what's wrong? Kairen asked as he approached the hollow. The hollow jumped in delight to see them come, then bit the sleeve of Kairen, then tugging him, like it's telling to follow. Confused, everyone did as it was told and followed the hollow until they reached near the school which they knew perfectly well were Ichigo and Rin attending. What's wrong? Kairen asked again, wanting to know why it's leading them to Ichigo's school. The panic rise and made an action that's pointing the rooftop. Looking to the said place made Kairen's blood gone cold. There was Ichigo helplessly being hurt by some group of girls laughing at her misery. A little far from her was Rin beaten by the group of boys. From what they could see, Rin wanted to use her hollow power to make them stop, kill them, but she doesn't. Maybe Ichigo told her not to even though she's being hurt. Rukia's fist clenched in anger, she could sense the rising of Kairen's reiatsu but didn't give a DMN, who wouldn't be angry after seeing your little sister was being hurt? Unfortunately, they're not in their physical bodies so they have to go back and retrieve it, but the rest could do something for a moment. Guys, can you take care of them? I promise I'm catching up. Kairen said coldly before disappearing on sight. Rukia followed him. The three didn't get a chance to answer but knew one thing, something needs to be settled. At the rooftop, Ichigo was pushed on the railings and the girl wrapped her hands around her neck and began choking her. This is what you get for being such a bitch. How dare you steal him away from me? Do you really think I give a DMN about what happened to you? Because I don't care. You should have died, no one will care about you when you die, so die. The girl yelled as she tightened her grip, making Ichigo choked until the railing behind her snapped, falling. The girl let go of her and smiled as her fall. Rin shouted her name but it was already unheard by Ichigo. How did this happen? The only thing she knew was this so-called guy proposed his love toward her and she rejected him. Then this guy actually have a girlfriend and thought she tried to steal him away, which she actually didn't. She closed her eyes, no longer caring as she kept falling until an arm caught her. Opening her eyes, she met Ishida who caught her before she falls from the ground. There's also a smile on his lips, I made it in time. Ishida thought in relief before looking up to see the disbelief look of those girls. He glared, enough to give chill around their spines, and was about to turn around when they heard the fearing sound of their boys. Looking to their direction, there was a girl assisting Rin gently and beside her was a tall, muscular and scary-looking man who's giving a vibe of anger. Ichigo. The girls heard someone yelled. Turning below to see the Raven teen with a girl running to Ishida's location. The girl choked her, then the railing failed to hold the force for it to snap. She falls, but thankfully I got her in time. Ishida explained as he gently gave Ichigo to Kairen's arms. Kairen gave a relief look for a moment before turning to Ichigo in his arms. Ichigo, can you hear me? Come on little sister, are you alright? Ichigo coughed for a bit before turning to her older brother, she called in almost silent thin air. Kain, 2. Ishida inspect her neck since he had medical background experience. She choked her pretty hard to damage her vocal cord, with right treatment it will return in no time. The hollow, although only selected could see, was very concerned as it approached, whining and worries, but when its eyes laid on the girls, it growled. From the looks of things, none would ever complain if ever it caused trouble now. Kairen nodded before turning up to glare them his anger. How dare they hurt her sister? This is unforgivable. What's happening there? They saw some faculty member of the school coming their way. Rukia was the one who handled them while Ishida began calling an ambulance for Ichigo and Rin, who's surely hurt from their beating. Soon Ichigo was brought to the hospital and Orihime went with her while the rest stayed to discuss what happened. Rin on the other hand refused to go to the hospital but accepted to be treated in order to give her testimony. Isshin soon came after hearing what happened to his daughter. Hearing what happened made his blood gone cold. How he wanted to hurt these people, the word children BDMN, they hurt his daughter and that's unforgivable. Council room, Kairen and the rest gave their testimony, although create a made-up story how they were led by Ichigo's friend Hollow. The group of course told them there weren't and only practicing for the coming play, which was true. There will be an event and their class will do the play. Rin disagree however, making the girl who choked Ichigo yell. She's lying. We're telling the truth. You know her, counselor, she's too quiet and dangerous. You do remember she punched 3 of our classmates, resulting one of them broke a nose. Even hurt our teacher for unknown reason. The other one followed. She's right. The play we're making is about someone trying to murder a heroine and Rin as her bodyguard was there to give a rescue but helplessly couldn't because of the men beating her. We're making a mystery and suspense play. The boys agreed as they give their protest. Kairen and Isshin on the other hand wasn't expecting to hear her beating 3 of their classmates and harming their teacher before. Turning to her, she's not affected from the word but murmured something they could hear. I actually prefer to do worse than that. Enough. The counselor shouted before turning to Rin, it's true she did that but didn't give an excuse of what you almost did. I'm hearing her side, so stay silent. He said the last to the rest, then back to her. Rin gave them the account of what happened, hearing all because the girl's boyfriend confessed to Ichigo was the main reason, didn't give them a right to do that. The counselor nodded then asked more question. Did something similar happen like this before? It's usually bullying verbally and my coming helped Ichigo ignore them, but this is the first time it happened physically. Bullying? Isshin questioned with anger. Rin nodded, I wanted to report this to you badly but Ichigo kept insisting me she's fine and don't tell anyone. I am forced to promise, but this situation was the last straw. Rin faced her teacher who's beside the counselor. Our teacher didn't help Ichigo from her predicament, saying she should deal with that on her own. He even assaulted SXL harassment toward her, but thankfully I got in time and beat him. I wanted to do worse but Ichigo stopped me and run. The counselor was shocked to hear this, even Isshin, Kairen and his friends. They all turned to the teacher who's sweating then began shouting. Ito Rin. How dare you add me to something I had never done? I don't see the point why I should lie. Rin pointed, at least what I did to you gave you a lesson not to do it again. Which was true, her beating actually caused his ribs to break, large bruises around his chest and face, and actually use a pen to cut his cheek. He really thought he's going to die that day. I didn't harass my students. The teacher defended. Rin deadpan then took her phone to search something then revealed to everyone, see for yourself. It was a photo, the teacher making some SXL harassment to another student, and from what the counselor remember this was the student who stopped schooling 3 months ago. Why did you never reported this? Counselor questioned in narrowed eyes. Rin shrugged, I don't see the point. Everyone knew exactly why Rin didn't care. As Kisuk talked to her they found that other than human emotion, her common sense of trouble and lack of acknowledgement were missing. It would be hard for her to be able to accept things, but it seems only Ichigo and her family achieved it. That's it. Isshin absurdly stood up then faced the counselor, we're reporting this, both attempted murder and SXL harassment. I won't let Ichigo come to this school ever again. You too Rin, you did well but expect some scolding from keeping us this fact. I would gladly take it Isshin-san. Rin answered in complete acceptance. Kairen stood up and glared at her classmate that made them shiver in fear. I see you again and hurting my little sister, don't expect you'll escape peacefully. Ishida pushed his glasses up as he added, you don't mind adding me there, I could use some test subject. Same, I need some beating. Rukia said as she cracked her bones in both hands, showing she could actually punch like Rin. Chad only nodded, feeling same as everyone. Wait. Can we just talk about this instead? The counselor questioned. No, this is our decision and that's final. They hurt my daughter, physically and mentally, so I don't care what effect this could bring to them or the school. This needs to be fixed and for them to be punished. With Isshin's last word they all left room, leaving the counselor, the students and teacher speechless. Well, why wouldn't they? Isshin's glare felt like they were stabbed 1,000 times to death. Eizen, teach me how to use a sword. Ichigo directed as she bows in front of him. It's been a week ever since she learned about the Soul Society's life system. In the end of the explanation she said straightly, the Soul Society was an unmoving forward idiots. Her comment amused Eizen for a moment before leaving her to attend what he must do in Soul Society. Being alone, Ichigo began thinking about everything she had learned, making notes of all importance, then reading more books for the pastime. From everything she had learned her mind became fixed about swords. So when Eizen came to visit he wasn't really surprised when Ichigo began asking about Zanpakuto, which led to another lesson. Ichigo listened to every explanation, for some reason something within her was surging her to learn more about them. Which led to now, she bowed in front of Aizen Sosuke for him to teach her how to use a sword, or known as Zanpakuto in Soul Society. This scene made him chuckle in amusement. You could just attend the Shinigami Academy to learn the way of the sword, Kurosaki Ichigo. No way, I'll become a Shinigami if I entered, and I don't plan joining. Why? After hearing their life system, do you think I will be happy serving them? No way. Then why do you wish to learn how to use sword? She scratched her cheek for a moment before admitting, for some reason, something tells me I should learn how to fight. Especially sword. Aizen studied the girl in front of her. He could guess it had something to do with the power the Soul King had given to this child. So far all he knew was she could detect lies. Knowing the Soul King, there has to be more, and he will make sure to find it and use it upon his advantage for taking over Soul Society, especially the empty throne in the highest place. I could teach you in one condition, Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen began, making Ichigo tilt her head in question. I want you to help me with certain tasks in near future. Ichigo thought for a moment before asking. Eyes were sharp that could almost be compared to Hawkeye that could pierce everything, but of course Aizen didn't flinch from the sharp gaze, staying calm and amused. You want to use me as your advantage, is that right, Aizen? Aizen smirked wider, not denying nor confirming. Ichigo took a pros and cons until she made a decision. She nodded, accepting the terms. That's how Ichigo started to learn about finding her own Zanpakuto, how to use sword, awakening her sleeping Ryatsu, and additional skill, Kido, which actually made Ichigo paled when Aizen told her to memorize 1,000 of books containing each different kind of Kido spells. Isshin did well taking care of everything, filing case for the SXL harassment and attempted murder, taking Ichigo and Rin out the school and bringing Ichigo back to health. Ichigo's condition got better thanks to her father and Dr. Ishida Ryukin, who happened to be Ishida Yuryu's father. Her stay in the hospital gave her a chance to learn more about her mother, Masaki. It's hard, but she successfully made him open up, and glad she learned more about their mother. Soon she was discharged. Kairen and his friends were the ones who scooted her home, where Rin and her hollow friend was waiting. Due to the incident, both her father and brother with his friends became overprotective, like making sure she's not alone or making sure she's entertained and happy. It can be annoying at times, but she can't really blame them. She even remembered how Kairen scolded her for keeping something important this whole time. Added the fact Rin actually told the whole story made things more complicated for her part. Few days after that, Rin had informed her advisor transferred to Kairen's school, and from what she could observe, they're targeting Kairen, whom they had learned had a hollow within him. Ichigo nodded on the information and decided to observe them for the time being. Next night Kon, who's using Kairen's body, was attacked by a Grand Fisher while Isshin Yuryu was attacked by an imperfect Arankar. None knew, but it was Ichigo who had sent them to attack them. The Grand Fisher was lured by Rin while the imperfect Arankar was tamed by Ichigo after being given by Eizen. It was a good timing due to his brother being out and she could test something which actually gone to plan. Yuryu was saved by his own father from the imperfect Arankar while Kon was saved by Isshin in his Shinigami form. The result made Ichigo smile. I knew you already regained your power, goat face. With that, Ichigo left with Rin following behind. Next day in the middle of the night, Ichigo secretly let her hollow friend in when Kairen left with Rukia. Using her power to make the big eye monitor appear to project the battle that's happening far from home. The appearance of Arankars, Yami and Ulquiorra cipher. Ichigo knew well this was Eizen's plan to see how Kairen had grown for this past month since their encounter, then measuring the amount of Godai 13's preparation toward the Winter War. The battle isn't going to their favor. Rin commented on the Arankars overpowering Ichigo's brother. Ichigo nodded, agreeing. It can't be helped, my brother is still weak, he needs more experience. Do you plan taking action, Ichigo-sama? Rin questioned. The hollow was looking at her, waiting for her response. Ichigo thought carefully before shaking her head. Let's lay low until Eizen ordered us. From what I could remember, he only told us to fill him as much as information we could give, which we've been doing all this time. Although we can't get much from Urahara Kisuke's part. Rin added, which was true. Investigating Kisuke will be tricky and dangerous, it's better not to be exposed until the time comes. Ichigo nodded in agreement. The Godai 13 won't stay quiet and will soon send either captain or vice-captain to protect this town from Eizen's. When they come, prepare yourself, Rin. Surely they're not same as Urahara-san, who could hear explanation first before deciding their action. Rin bowed her head, as you wish, Ichigo-sama. Turning to her round hollow, she smiled gently. I need you to return back and warn the others. Never come out to find me again, okay? I want to keep you and everyone safe, please promise me that. The hollow whined, knowing it won't be long and it won't be seeing her again, but it knew her concern, so it agreed for her sake. Thank you. Ichigo said before kissing its forehead, making it purr in delight. She giggled before turning serious as her eyes landed on the eye monitor projecting the battle. Just as they had expected, the ones who were sent were Captain Hitsugaya Tokiro, the 10th Division Captain, Matsumoto Ranjaku, Madarame Ikaku and Ayasegawa Yumachika to patrol Karakura town. Thankfully Ichigo's hollow friend returned back safely before they arrived. Soon they had once again gone to battle, and this time it's Grimmjow Jagerjax with his Arankars attacked. The battle was divided in different locations. Ichigo observed alone from afar just to witness the strength of each captain and vice-captain of Siriidii, then Kairen's lost toward Grimmjow. Ichigo would have interfered since Eizen never informed her about this when Tosen Kaname appeared and ordered for his retreat to face his violation. Hearing that made Ichigo felt ease. Eizen didn't betray her trust after all. Knowing he lacked strength, Kairen had decided to train with the Vizards to learn how to control his inner hollow. Ichigo smiled on this turning event and decided to trust her brother to return back stronger because he would need it, same for the rest of his friends who began training as well to become stronger. For now, the main focus will be the Shinigami stationed in Karakura town. Ichigo did well on spying each one of them using her power, clairvoyance. With it not only she could predict them but also watch them from afar. She saw how the captain commander had informed everyone about Eizen's goal, killing everyone in Karakura town to create the king's key and overthrow the Soul King to rule the world. Ichigo can't help but smirked when she heard it. It was true after all, and she had chosen Eizen to fulfill the wish of the Soul King, not that anyone would know, and even if they do they will not believe it. Everything were doing well until something unavoidable was about to happen. Ichigo was walking with groceries on hand when she met Hitsugaya Toshiro, who's busy on his phone as he stared the sunset. Conflicted, she doesn't know whenever to ignore or try talking to him. Eizen did told me to get information, but a captain in the appearance of a kid can't be fooled so easily. He'll be a tricky one. I might endanger Rin as well, I can't have that happen. But looks like fate had decided for her when Hitsugaya stopped what he's doing to his phone and glanced her in narrowed eyes and cold voice. What do you want? That's my K. She thought, smiling, then decided to approach the not really child Shinigami. Sorry, just wondering where you had come from. I never seen you before. Where do you live? Humph, go away. A cold answer of Hitsugaya before facing his phone again. Ichigo wasn't affected from his coldness, after all it fits him, sensing the ice breeze coming from his Zanpakuto. I see, maybe that's kind of rude to ask. Oh, my name is Kurosaki Ichigo, by the way. You? That made Hitsugaya pause. Kurosaki. Looking closely, something about her was almost similar to Kurosaki Kairen. Do they happen to be relative? Are you okay? You're looking at me as if it's your first time meeting a girl little older than you. Her words brought reaction to Hitsugaya. I'm not a kid, he said while flustering, making Ichigo giggled. Don't laugh. Hitsugaya shouted first before huffing as he looked away. They're different. Maybe she's not related to Kairen, still her spiritual pressure, it's amazing and controlled. You know, it's kind of rude introducing myself while you don't. Ichigo said in almost pout. Hitsugaya sighed before giving in. Hitsugaya Toshiro. Happy now? Tokiro, huh, nice name you have. TCH. Well, got to go now. See you around, Toshiro. Don't get yourself killed. With that, Ichigo left. She knew his eyes were fixed on her figure as she got further away, but let it be. She did give her warning. She mentally smirked. Hope you don't disappoint me, 10th Division Captain of Godii 13. Somewhere, Rin just returned back from the secret location where hollows temporarily live when she felt two eyes following her. From the spiritual pressure, it's certain they were Shinigami and not ones she knew. Rin can't help but feel conflicted. She did well all this time preventing any of them to detect her, but this moment she had to offer her Ryatsu to the hollows to prevent their instincts from going out to hunt food, and now she was caught by these two. How unlucky. Not wanting to get into trouble, she decided to take a detour. She can't have her Ichigo-sama get into trouble after all. What a troublesome creature. At the rooftop of a certain cafe shop, Ikiku and Yumachika were eyeing her carefully. Strange, we're detecting hollow presence, but it led us to her. Is she a hollow hiding in a form of a human? Yumachika wondered as they kept their eyes on her. Ikiku narrowed his eyes. If we sense closely, we're detecting human presence as well. I never seen something like this before, human and hollow at one being. I will report this to the rest. Yeah, well, I'll keep an eye on her. With that, they went run to follow her. Night in a deserted park. Rin stopped walking, turned around to speak the Shinigamis. Come out now or I'll make you do. Rin said firmly. Thankfully they did come out. Not bad there. Ranjaku commented with an amused smile. Ikiku was grinning while Yumachika was smirking. Hitsugaya narrowed his eyes. Well done mixing with humans without us knowing. Are there more of you? Rin decided to stay silent, studying the present Shinigamis. What do you know? I got all of them. Hitsugaya brought out his sword. Answer, or you'll pay the price. The answer is always clear, kid. Rin thought as she brought out her suppressing strength as both human and hollow. A sword appeared before her. It had a white handle and sharp pale white blade. I need to find a way to get away from them, or else Ichigo-sama will begin worrying for my presence. With that in mind, Rin didn't hesitate to attack them. Everyone took their sword, and it's Hitsugaya who met with her sword. Both pushing each other's strength until someone interfered. Growl, Hiniko. Ranjaku's sword turned into ashes as it heads to Rin. The half-hollow pushed Hitsugaya with her might, then jumped away to avoid them, but she was met by a sword above which she had blocked successfully. It was Yumachika. Oh, how appealing. Yumachika said with a smirk. Rin narrowed her eyes until she heard something's coming. Soten and I's reign over the frosted heaven, Hyarinmaru. What appeared was a dragon figure of ice heading her way. Rin took her moment until the attack was near for her to use Sonido to dodge, making Hitsugaya's attack almost hit Yumachika. Wah! That was close. Yumachika murmured as he sweat. Rin appeared on the side only to be surprised by Ikiku's spear. Ikiku smirked, "Not bad hollow, although it's little troubling that we're mobbing a lady figure of yours. I would ask you not to underestimate girls so easily or you'll easily die." Ranjaku voiced as ashes heading its way to Rin. The half-hollow swings her sword strongly to push Ikiku away, then took a stance. Byakunatsum, claw of the white tiger, her sword began to glow brightly, then swing it from 7 o'clock to 1 o'clock, Tengaku no Ikari, Heaven's Rage. In one swing it had produced a multiple, fast and suppressing power of claws that could actually come from a tiger. It had met with the ashes that easily been pushed and sliced like nothing, and it's still moving forward heading to Ranjaku, who was stunned to see her ashes defeated. Before it hit her, Hitsugaya had grabbed her arm and thrown her away for her to avoid it. Hitsugaya glared, "Looks like even if they overpowered her by number they need to be careful or they're done for." Rin on the other hand twitched, she missed after all. In great speed twist around to block Yumachika's attack, followed by Ikiku, who gave the command. Split. With that his spear appeared its true form, which was Sansetsuken or three-sectional staff. It split but connected in chain as it's about to hit her neck when she again sonido to dodge it and again almost hit Yumachika. That made him angry, "She's tricky." Rin appeared little far from the two but was met by Hitsugaya's attack from behind. She barely dodged it and Hitsugaya continued his attack as Rin either block or dodge. Then Ranjaku appeared in anger and swing her sword strongly that when Rin blocked her sword the force she had given was too strong for her to be slammed on the ground. Ranjaku twitched, "That's for your attack earlier." She turned to her captain and pouted, "Captain, why can't you be so gentle to the lady? That hurts, you know." "Quit it, Matsumoto, she's coming." As he voiced that, Rin appeared to be fine as she stood in glaring eyes and sword glowing ones again. Byakunatsum, raising her sword above it, unleashed a large beam of light, Kasen, ray of light. The brightness it produced was so bright that blinded their sight, making all four of them to be hit by her attack that took damage upon them but not enough to put them all down. Using this opportunity, Rin immediately took off before they could recover. "Once they do," Hitsugaya shouted his order. "Don't let her get away." "Yes, sir." The four separate ways to find her. For Rin, she gathered every strength she had to cover her spiritual pressure so she won't be detected. She's currently hiding in one of the houses that's thankfully people were occupied inside and didn't notice due the noises they're making. Rin was breathing hard, to not only feed her Ryatsu to the hollows but also fought against 4 Shinigami in high ranking as well. It took a large toll over her body. "It's getting late, I need to return," she thought as she breathed heavily, then glanced around her until she felt a Shinigami presence that made her still. She recognized the pressure as Hitsugaya Toshiro. She cursed mentally. Damn it, why him of all Shinigami? From the presence she could tell he's looking for her and very near from where she's hiding. This made her little nervous. Although she successfully hid her presence as a hollow, it could still be detected if someone able to overpower her strength and knowing captain levels, doing that was nothing to them. So this is what they call out of luck. Rin thought in humor. If she could successfully get away from him she could return home safely, but if he found her and assaulted an attack, getting home would be impossible. "I'm sorry Ichigo-sama, I gotten careless." She prepared herself in case he found her until a Shinkaman appeared near Hitsugaya. Rin was shocked to sense another Shinigami, and from the level another captain will appear, which happened to be Kuratsuchi Mayuri, the captain of 12 divisions with his lieutenant Nimue. "Captain Kuratsuchi," Hitsugaya greeted, "why did you come here?" "I heard the report about a human living possessing a hollow power. I want to capture this human and experiment it. This may be a new evolution Eizen had created and I want to know how he achieved it with my own eyes." Mayuri said with a grin, mind already processing what kind of experiment he could do for achieving such goal. "She escaped and we're currently in pursuit. She shouldn't be far." "I see." Mayuri's eyes began moving to something that humans normally couldn't do. Rin on her part was twitching, with 2 captain pursuing her, getting home was no longer possible. Much more why him of all, Captain. I shall seek this one on my own. Stand aside, Captain Hitsugaya. I got permission from Captain Commander as well, so don't ever try stopping me. Mayuri said to the 10th Division Captain. Hitsugaya nodded. He knew well to agree than to argue with someone like him. Mayuri on his part grinned, maniac and excited one. Nimue, get it for me. As you wish, Mayuri-sama. Nimue disappeared. Rin, guard up, she need to be prepared in case those two found her. What she didn't expect, however, was a girl appeared before her and attacked. She was pushed away from her hiding but still got standing. Found you. Looking above, the two captain were present. Rin glared. She can't escape, she have to fight. Mayuri's grin got wider. Let me have you, girl. Late night. Ichigo felt something was horribly wrong. Rin hasn't gotten home yet and her clairvoyance power suddenly won't work, like what happened before Yuzu's death. What's happening? Why can't I use it again? Ichigo asked in panic. She felt something bad had happened, and without knowing what made her nervous more than her being. What's happening? I block your power for a while, Ichigo. Someone answered that made Ichigo jump in shocked. She recognized that voice and she knew she had heard it before. It took a while for her to remember who it belongs to, Soul King. It's been a while, Ichigo, although I can't stay contacting you for so long or else someone might notice. The Soul King, voice in apologetic. Ichigo replied, it's fine, but why block my power? To stop you avoiding what must happen. The Soul King answered. What do you mean? None had ever noticed, but the Soul Society is becoming darker. The nobles and higher-ups are gaining more control and losing what's good in them. The people who had no idea were being controlled by ideals and order. It needs fixing, Ichigo, and it had to be as soon as possible. So what do you want me to do? You will know once you found why I block your power, Ichigo. This will be the last time interfering. What happen ahead will depend your decision and action. Ichigo progressed his words before asking with anger, so back then, you let UNII die. I'm sorry, Ichigo, it has to be done. Why? My brother had nothing to do with this. He do. Remember your connection, your family. What happened now only prevented the worst case scenario. Which is your power. If the Godii 13 found your power, not only they would do anything to get you but use you as their personal weapon. I can't let that happen. I can do something without them knowing. I can see more than you, Ichigo, and I saw all the possibilities. None of them got what you wish, you will suffer in the end. So I have no choice but to do it. Ichigo can't believe everything she's hearing. So the Soul King block her power to protect her. So in the end, one of my brother has to be sacrificed for my safety. That's insane. So wrong. Ichigo kneeled down as she cried. She can't believe this, how much she wants to despise the Soul King for doing this, but she understood the reason why. What should she do? Ichigo, the Soul King called, I'm really sorry. If only I could control everyone's thought or reduce the corruption of power, maybe I could do something about it. But no, I'm only the pincher of the world. I can't control anything. No one said you should. Ichigo whispered as she cried, if you could control our lives, you're no better than them. That made the Soul King turn silent. Ichigo wiped her tears before standing up. The Chamber 46. Eizen killed them all. Did any of the replacer any good? The Soul King stayed silent, and that answered Ichigo's question. No good, no wonder. She spoke, this time in determination. I became the ruler of Hollows, not only they follow me but also Eizen for his charisma and power. Now it's the Shinigami's turn to be converted. I know you could do it, Ichigo. The Soul King said, and from the voice he's smiling. I give you my best luck. With that the connection between the two vanished. Ichigo took a deep breath before using her power once again, and what's blocking her had vanished just to witness. Rin was found by the Shinigami, lost against them and been sent to the Soul Society where Captain Kuratsuchi will surely experiment her. Opening her eyes, she understood why the Soul King prevented her power. Then let that happen. Next day Ichigo was preparing breakfast when Isshin came and greeted his daughter. "Ichigo, my Princess Strawberry, good morning." Ichigo, who would usually become angry for being called Strawberry, only sighed, "Morning, goat face." The unusual behavior was immediately noticed that made Isshin worry. "Ichigo, what's wrong?" Ichigo smiled weakly, "Let's talk about it after breakfast." True to her words, after eating breakfast Ichigo told her plan to her father. "Oyaji, I'm joining Eizen in this coming war." Isshin froze, shocked to his daughter's words. Before he could ask, Ichigo answered the unvoiced question. "I knew about Soul Society Oyaji, and so are Hollow, Shinigami, Hueco Mundo, Quincy, about you, Kazan, Urahara Kisuke, everything. I also knew about the coming war." Ichigo, since when? His question was positively serious. The go-lucky, idiot and happy father was gone, replaced by serious, mature and one who hold authority. Ichigo was glad for the changes, and so she answered, "When Kazan died and I got into coma." "Oyaji, I wasn't sleeping, but my soul was actually sent to Soul Society. I was there in my whole coma years." This shocked Isshin. "You were?" She nodded, "And that's also when I first met Aizen Sosuke." She faced him. This is how everything happened. Ichigo began telling everything, like how she was actually saved by the Soul King from the Grand Fissure that attacked and killed Masaki and gave her new powers, not only to give better balance for the three world but also a promise to kill him, how she met Aizen, who will soon teach and train her for her power, helped him to his ideals, and how she able to become a ruler of Hollows. She also mentioned about Rin's true existence, the true reason of Yuzu's death, which gave the disbelief and rage toward the Captain Commander, and Aizen's true goal, which was shocking for Isshin's part. She took a deep breath then spoke. Right now, Rin was currently being held and experimented by Kuratsuchi Mayuri. I will go and save her. Isshin took a deep breath as he progressed everything Ichigo had told. There's so many things that's hard to believe, but he knew Ichigo more than anyone else. She could lie, but not enough to fool someone like him. As he observed Ichigo, he could see nothing will change her mind. She already made a decision. He took a deep breath again before asking his daughter. "Do you know what this means, Ichigo? You will have to fight your brothers." "I know. Do you plan telling them about this?" I'm not sure. I don't want them to mix up with it, but it still happened. If you tell them, surely they will take your side." "That's kind of hard to believe. I mean, they already made some bond. Do you think betraying them all because of me would be easy? I don't want them to feel pain all because of it. So you decided for them, instead of fighting with you, it would be against you." Ichigo became silent, knowing her father nailed it right. Isshin sighed before standing up from his sit, going to his daughter and hugged her. Ichigo leaned the hug, knowing her father was worried and sad for her. "I have to do this, Oyaji. It's fate, like my brothers." "I know, but..." Isshin gently grabbed her face for her to face his father's eyes, reflecting love and care toward her. "It doesn't mean I as your father will abandon you or leave you to do this on your own. Oyaji." Isshin smiled. "I will guide and protect your brother just as I had sworn to do. Now I will do it to you too, no matter what side you are in. Just tell me if you need me and I will be there, be it on the battlefield or other reason. I will fight alongside Aizen if I have to, if it means to keep you safe. Oyaji, you're a Shinigami, it's natural you side with the Shinigami. After learning the real reason for my son's death, do you think I will still see them as same as always? Beside, they didn't make any action from Misaki's death because she's a Quincy, and the reason I left is because of their stupid law and love for your mother. I did it before, I have no hesitation to do it again. Oyaji." Ichigo began to tear up and hugged her father. "Thank you. Oyaji." Isshin smiled to his daughter as he hugged her back. "Be safe, Ichigo. If ever Aizen ever do something bad toward you, never hesitate to tell me and I will give him a nice punch for you." That made Ichigo giggle. "Thanks, Oyaji." I will, Anne. I'm leaving my brothers to your hand. Don't worry, they're in good hands. Soon Ichigo used her power to leave her body, turning to her soul form. Facing her father who caught her body grinned. You look cute in that outfit, Ichigo. Her father's comment made her blush. This is my form for the Soul Society. I think it would soon change when I stay in Las Noches. Isshin nodded in agreement. Still, I'm glad to see it. He gently put her body to her bed, then brought something out and gave it to Ichigo. It was a black sphere ball. Blinking, Ichigo took it, then asked her father. What's this? It will be our communication device wherever you are. Insert your Ryatsu and it will soon project to mine. Oh, it's called Bobby Ball. The name made Ichigo giggled. What kind of name is that? Isshin shrugged. I don't know either. Always keep it with you. I will. Ichigo promised as she put it somewhere safe. She faced her father again and smiled. I'll be going Oyaji. Isshin grinned. Give them what they deserve, Ichigo, and never worry about your body. I'll keep it safe. I know you will. See you. With that, Ichigo opened the Senkamen and entered, then disappeared. Now she's gone. Isshin took a deep breath and remembered his dead wife. He smiled. She got your bravery, Masaki. Watch over our children, okay, and I promise. I will keep them safe. It's been 2 years ever since Kurosaki Ichigo started learning swordsmanship under Eizen's teaching. She had gained a great amount of Ryatsu that Eizen once told her it's possible it's in the captain level, and if trained more it could gone more powerful than now, although because of it that she struggled from her Kido training. Add the fact Eizen actually gave her 1,000 of books about Kido and told her to memorize it. For her, memorizing one book was impossible, how much more 1,000s, well, her teacher ignored the protest. Ichigo also learned about battle tactics and strategies when comes to battle, because a fighter without brain could either be an advantage or foolish, which depends on the person's swordsman skill. Eizen, her supervisor, was very impressed to her fast result. Add the amount of her spiritual pressure and amount of strength that's actually within the body of the young girl. She had done well on her own when comes to swordsmanship and string her own Zanpakuto, but what troubles him was her Kido skills, which from what he could observe, Ichigo doesn't have any control over her Ryatsu. Because of it that Eizen told Ichigo that she should learn how to control her Ryatsu first before practicing her Kido spells. As time goes by, Eizen can't help but sometimes question her determination and enjoyment in learning swordsmanship. She had nothing to fight for, yet she wanted to learn it badly. For him, he could see this wasn't a game for her but something else. When he questioned her, he knew Ichigo would be very confused about it as well. Which led us to the one who gave her an extraordinary power, the Soul King. Ever since Eizen found out Ichigo was gifted by the Soul King's power, he can't help but puzzle the reason behind it, but until now he found nothing. He could give theory, but that's not what he wanted. He needs real answer, and he will make sure not even Ichigo could stop him from reaching it. For now, however, there's only few things I had found. One is knowledge. He checked Ichigo's progress in controlling her Ryatsu, which she struggled for a long time but now improving. Kurosaki Ichigo wished to learn about the 3 world. Human world is given, all that left is Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Next is this, her Zanpakuto and Ryatsu. Without knowing she's being led by the Soul King, for what purpose is still unknown. Eizen, Ichigo called to take his attention. How come you could control your Ryatsu so well? Zangetsu kept teaching me, but in the end I always fail. Any tips? Eizen gave a sigh before answering. The reason you kept failing is because you're not calming your Ryatsu. Not calming down. Imagine your Ryatsu as wild animal. How do you tame this wild animal? That's your first step. Calming an animal, huh? Well, it's true, it kept flaring up like no tomorrow. Maybe I should try reducing it. It might weaken me in the progress. Ichigo began thinking what she should do. Eizen was mentally amused to her struggle. Too bad he can't be here in a long time. Kurosaki Ichigo, resume your training tomorrow. I have to go. Where are you going? It was surprising for Ichigo because Eizen never left until she completed her training, and as far as she knew, he's very free today. I must go to Hueco Mundo and check something. Eizen said before crossing his arms, if you want to keep training then you are on your own. Wait. Ichigo stood up to approach Eizen, you said Hueco Mundo, right? The home world hollows, let me come with you. No. Come on Eizen, don't worry I won't bother. You. I just want to see what the world looks like. Endless night, there's nothing but rock and sand. I don't care, please. You will have to convince me first. Why should I bring you there? There goes Aizen again. Ichigo knew she can't get what she wanted as long as she couldn't give the answer that would satisfy him. Why I wanted to go? To tell the truth I don't really know but for some reason she voiced the next sentence, have a feeling I have to see what Hueco Mundo looks like. Aizen studied the girl and indeed, Ichigo had not noticed the sign. For whatever goal the Soul King is planning, for some reason I too am being led as well. Making up his mind he gave his answer, you can come as long as you don't get in my way Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo smiled brightly, yes. Oh, just wait a minute Aizen I better change and prepare, you better wait for me okay. With that she run away. Aizen could only stare her running away but his eyes were hard and dark, I do not know your goal but in the end, I will make sure I will end victorious Soul King. Ichigo successfully arrived to Soul Society and near from Siriidii. She faced the place she's about to infrared to save her friend and soon to destroy and change. She took a deep breath before contacting Aizen first to tell him what she's about to do. When the projection of Aizen appeared, he's smirking like he actually expected this to happen. I see that you made a decision. Aizen said, making Ichigo smile. So you calculated it well Aizen-sama, I hope you won't stop me from what I'm about to do. Aizen chuckled, not at all, I'm more interested for their reaction in both identity and power. Ichigo giggled then gave a bow like a gentleman would do, then let Kurosaki Ichigo give you the best show you could ask for Aizen-sama. I expect nothing less from my once student and now ruler in arms Kurosaki Ichigo. With that the projection disappeared. Ichigo smirked evilly as she murmured, then let's begin. Soon Ichigo successfully infrared the Siriidii without being noticed, spiritual pressure being suppressed and running in stealth. She could sense so many spiritual pressure but ignored most who were far as she kept moving. I wonder how my brother infrared this place. Well, all I knew is his first time failed and needs many help to get himself in successfully. She thought with a smirk. She kept moving until she sensed something that she need to stop and hide. There was Shunsui Kairaku, and Yukitake Jushiro walking around as they chat in peace. Ichigo waited for the two to leave then waited for a moment to make sure then began moving. She knew very well normal sneaking won't work in Siriidii so doing double checking will always make her sure she's doing well. Her target was in the 12 division facility. Aizen had told her the places where each division were stationed so she had the map in mind, all she got to do was to head there without being seen by both Shinigami and Black Butterfly or known as Jigakucho. Still sneaking was really hard than she could ever imagine, not only there's too many Shinigami were stationed but also the Jigakucho. She need to find a way where none of them exist. I could use a distraction but using the hollows for my own gain kind of made me feel bad. I need something other than that. She began thinking, but no idea came to mind. This is making me crazy, thinking wasn't much my specialty. She sighed, well I did say I'll give him a show, it would be early for that. I need to secure Rin's safety first. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and began searching for Rin's spiritual pressure. It took a second for her to find her location which was in the 12 Division's laboratory. She opened her eyes and began using Shuanpa to speed up her travel at the same time being careful. Even though careful she knew somewhere along the way she'll be seen due to her speed travel but no longer care. She remembered when she found her spiritual pressure, it was waving and weak, that only means she's in pain and if it continues it would cause her life and that's something she cannot accept. She continued her travel until her luck runs out as two Shinigami following her track. Taking a look who had found her, she remembered them as Hisagi Shuhei Lieutenant of 9th Division and Izuru Kira Lieutenant of 3rd Division. She mentally smirked but didn't waver her speed as she kept going. For the two they kept chasing her. Who is she? Have we ever met her before? Kira questioned as they kept chasing her. Hisagi answered, I don't remember meeting her but she could be dangerous. Let's capture her Izuru. Hisagi brought out his sword and gave a command, reap, with that his sword transformed into two pinwheels like scythe. He throws the right scythe to capture her. Ichigo's good reflexes however made her easily dodge and speed herself more to get to her destination. Hisagi twitched as they kept chasing her. The chase continued, making the other Shinigami aware about the intruder then began chasing her. Some able to block her way but her speed surpassed them without a fight and kept going. As the cat and mouse kept going they finally figured out she's heading to the 12th Division laboratory and most likely the target was the captured half-human and half-hollow. They're fast realizing things due to the obvious action. Ichigo felt something familiar, so familiar that she had missed for a long time. It made her smile sadly, who would have thought this is how we will be reunited again. UNII. Yuzu with the rest of the 10th Division men appeared before her. Yuzu was about to shout when something in him felt familiar. Seeing the closer look of the intruder coming his way, he can't believe whom he's actually seeing. Ichigo. The appealing orange hair, chocolate eyes that shows recognition, there's no mistake, it's his little sister Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo. Her name made her stop running as both siblings began to stare each other. Due to her halt that many Shinigami finally began to surround her, sword in hand and ready to strike any time. This didn't make Ichigo falter but for now she wants to have a small talk with her lost brother. It's been a while UNII, who would have thought we would meet again. Her soft and gentle voice, Yuzu knew it only belonged to his sister and there's no mistake, it's her. Ichigo. Why are you here Ichigo? How come you? It's because I could UNII, not that Kairen knew about this. Ichigo said with a shrug, like everything was normal and no enemies were surrounding her. But I do have a business here. Her eyes became sharp and serious, it actually shocked Yuzu that she's capable of such emotion, the seriousness and coldness. Bring Rin back at once. Rin? Yuzu questioned. Ichigo elaborated, the half-human and hollow you had captured. Bring my friend back or there will be a hell to pay. Kira who's beginning to get curious asked Yuzu, you know her? Yuzu nodded numbly, that's Kurosaki Ichigo, our little sister. You have another one. The woman that Ichigo identified as Nanao Ise the lieutenant of 8th Division said. Humph, sorry kid but you can't get near to that subject. A fat man Ichigo identified as Marekio Omida the lieutenant of 2nd Division said with a smug. Ichigo narrowed her eyes, it gave chill to Yuzu for unknown reason. I say this again one last time. Ichigo stopped her suppression and showed them the amount of Ryatsu she actually possessed that made the normal Shinigami flinch in fear. While the lieutenants felt tense. Return Rin at once. Ichigo gave a wave of her Ryatsu, giving all the Shinigami the feeling of being pushed down like what their captain commander could do. Ichigo twitched before using Shuinpa to disappear on sight. This gave everyone a time to be released and breath. What was that? Hisagi murmured as he caught his breathing. Yuzu for his part can't believe what he just witnessed. His little sister just showed them something extraordinary, the level of her Ryatsu was higher than both he and Kairen, her coldness and anger towards everyone but him and her feeling for saving the half-human and hollow, just what's going on? Yuzu, hey Yuzu. Ha! The one whose calling was Nanao, eyes shown concern toward him, you alright? Why yeah, just that I can't believe this is how I'll meet my little sister again and it's really confusing. How come she's here? Did Kairen involve Ichigo? No, knowing him he will never let any danger come to her. So why? We can worry about that later, for now let's stop her. Nanao said before turning to Kira, go and report this to Captain Commander. Kira nodded before disappearing. Everyone don't let her get away. Yes ma'am. All disappeared to chase the intruder except Yuzu, who's thinking deeply, I need to talk to Ichigo, know what's going on, especially know if Kairen knew this. He whistled, calling his own Jigakucho until it arrived and landed to his fingers. He gave order, go to the human world and meet my twin brother, hurry. The Jigakucho flew away. Yuzu stared at it for a moment before facing the direction surely his little sister had taken. He took a deep breath before he became determined to find the reason of her coming and her connection to the subject they had caught from the human world. The captains will surely come to stop her, I can't let them hurt her before I hear everything. With that he shunpa to chase his sister. In Ichigo's location, she had arrived in the entrance of the laboratory, having her palm pointed to the large door she began to chant as her Ryatsu flow in pure and radiance. Ye Lord! Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. As the chant was being said, blue flames discharges from the palm. It generates a torrent of blue energy. She released it. Heido number 33, Sokatsui. The attack moved like a direct blast in great amount of power, heading to the door. Once collide, the door wasn't only just destroyed but also the people and walls who happened to be in the range of attack were caught up and been killed/destroyed. The attack gave a large damage until it reached the third building ahead. Ichigo smirked upon her accomplishment. According to Eizen, the Kuchiki clan are very well used to this. I even seen Rukia use this so many times to the point I had come to practice and MSTR it on my own. Very convenient, I must say. She glared as she sensed coming attack from behind. She turned around to see a large number of Shinigami charging forward to attack her. She smirked as she stretched her right hand toward them. Without using her free hand as her support, she fired a gigantic beam of electrical and spiritual energy. Those who were caught in the attack shouted in pain, and an enormous explosion can be heard. Her eyes shone amusement and anger, amused because she can hear so much voices from those who were dying, while anger because they're still underestimating her ability. Ah, I forgot to say. She said as she lay her right hand down, smirk still in place. Heido number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Only few had survived due to not being caught up with it, but those said survivors were stunned in disbelief and fear. The power she showed them tells everything they needed to know. They're no match against her, they're only asking for death. Ichigo huffed, then glanced on the side, knowing a coming attack will come. Bakudo number 9, Horin. Tendrils with spiraling yellow pattern appeared on the side and Ichigo let it wrapped around her body. Seeing the one who caught her was Hinamori Momo, the lieutenant of 5th Division. Ichigo kept her smirk as Momo kept her guard up, knowing whoever the intruder was, she had shown how dangerous she could be if she was left alone. Stop and surrender. Momo said firmly, free hand on her sword as she's ready to attack her if show resistance. Ichigo huffed, and what do I get from surrendering, lieutenant of 5th Division, Hinamori Momo? Momo narrowed her eyes. Before she could answer, they felt a tremendous amount of spiritual pressure that everyone immediately recognized. Ahead were all the captain except the 12th Division captain were present with their lieutenants except the lieutenant of the 12th Division and other reinforcement Shinigami, captain commander on the center of everyone. That made Ichigo glared the old man in hatred. Oh, who might a appealing lady be? Kairaku questioned as his eyes fixed on the captured intruder. Thankfully the answer was questioned when Yuzu caught up with them, Ichigo. His appearance made Ichigo smile. Ah, you finally caught up. Ichigo effortlessly destroyed the Horin that shocked Momo. Ichigo didn't escape even though she's free, eyes fixed to her brother. Can I have a request? Everyone here are all bothersome and I can't save Rin at this rate. She smiled brightly, so will you ask them to stand back? Soifong narrowed her eyes on the intruder. How dare she look down on us? Yamamoto on the other hand eyed the girl. He questioned the third Cid of the 10th Division. Who is she? Kurosaki Yuzu. He answered the captain commander. And my little sister, Kurosaki Ichigo. Sister? Yukite questioned in disbelief. Kapachi grumble, another one and a girl this time. Although she's playing a bright smile upon them, mentally she's thinking of the plan. Now that everyone's here, surely none of them would let me escape. Can't be helped, I might as well destroy the whole place. Knowing Rin, she will surely survive and return to me. She dropped her bright smile and eyed each one of them. Now time to give Aizen the entertainment he seeks. The 7th Division Captain, Kamamura Sanjin's ears alerting something which he shouted. She's moving. Even though he had alerted them, it was too late, as Ichigo appeared in front of Azura Kira, grabbing the handle of his sword tightly, then gave a powerful kick that blown him away without his sword. She smirked as she twirled around his sword to her hand, then felt 5 lieutenant coming to attack her. She shunpa herself to dodge them, then returned back to where she was standing before, smirking. Since we're just going to fight, lend me one sword, will you? She's mocking them. Yamamoto's eyes were shadowed, then gave the names who will engage battle: Captain Kamamura, Captain Sui Fong. Yes sir. Both said in union as both shunpa and arrived in front of Ichigo, sword in hand and ready for battle. Yuzu was about to approach his little sister when Captain Commander shouted, "No one will interfere. Especially you, Kurosaki Yuzu." Yuzu began to protest, but a sword as pressed to his neck. It was Sasakaibe Chojiro, the lieutenant of 1st Division. "Shut up and follow the Captain Commander's orders, Kurosaki Yuzu." Yuzu twitched. Ichigo glared. How dare this corrupted Shinigami threaten her brother? This is unforgivable. The sword dully glowed for a second, then disappeared. She took a fighting stance. "A dog and a girl, how great," she said in sarcasm. It was enough to make Sui Fong twitched in irritation. "That's it." She disappeared and appeared behind her to give a slash, but Ichigo successfully defended it. Ichigo raised her free hand and a red ball appeared before Sui Fong as it blasted, but her speed was enough to dodge it. The attack, however, damaged the building in long distance due to Ichigo's given power. What they had witnessed actually shocked them, except Yamamoto and Unohana, who were surprised by it. What she had used was Hado number 31, Shikaho. "There's no chant nor name said," unlike Unohana, the 4th Division captain, could. How did she learn to do that? More importantly, how powerful she could be. Ichigo faced the human dog figure and smirked. She mocked. "How long are you standing there, doggy? Are you by chance waiting for a snack to be given so you can move?" The insult made Kamamura twitched but tried to stay calm. He pointed his sword toward her, roared. The sword grows bigger in normal size. He dashed forward and attacked as Ichigo defended it with ease. Sui Fong appeared on the side, weapon in the form of black and gold gauntlet with small chain linking it to a stringer-like blade in her middle finger. Sui Fong hit Ichigo's shoulder, a deep wound that soon turned into a butterfly-shaped stamp on the place she was hit. Before Sui Fong could attack more, Ichigo had carried Kamamura's weight to have the two hit each other. Stepping back, she dashed in great speed that gave slash on each one of them, although not too deep due to the two's sharp senses, but still barely dodge it. Ichigo made a follow move which was giving them a red blast known as Hado number 31, Shikaho, without chant nor saying its name. The two dodged it, but the Shinigami behind were too late to notice the coming attack, were hit as some immediately died while few got wounded badly. "Don't think I would care if anyone got hurt beside my opponents," Ichigo said coldly, giving Yuzu another chill to his spines. The two captains she's fighting against glared as they began to attack the same time. Ichigo didn't move but ready to strike. When they got near, she murmured, "Raise your head." She successfully blocked both of their attacks, but it gave shock to them and the rest who were watching. The sword Ichigo was holding changed form into a hook-like cutting edge. Kira, the owner of the sword, was most shocked. It was the Shinkai form of Wabasuk. Ichigo used their shock state for her to step back and give another a tri-slash, using the ability of the Zanpakuto to add weight in 10 BL in each hit. 3 hits mean 30 BL, it became hard for them to hold their weapon. "That's why I don't really like being underestimated," Ichigo murmured, eyes shadowed but voice were really cold and something else. Yuzu was sweating, very confused of what's happening. Was she really his little sister? Omida Marecchio, the 2nd Division Lieutenant, was about to dash and help his captain but was stopped by the Captain Commander's presence. Soifeng had enough, as she will finish her off, Shunko. Her Kaizen uniform was ripped apart upon the activation of her technique. She dashed in great speed that eyes were hard to follow, but that's no problem for Ichigo as she successfully blocked her attack. Soifeng disappeared, then attack on the other location and again was blocked by Ichigo, continues attack and block began between the two. Strange, Ichigo wondered as she continuously blocked her attacks, never letting any chance to hit her. It's hard, yet I found it easy. Did Eizen really train me this much to equalize any of them? Hueco Mundo Las Noche, where Eizen Sosuke watched through the projection of a large monitor, it made him smirk in amusement. After all, Eizen had seriously trained her to become stronger than the rest of the current captains, and the combination of her power from the Soul King was a great mix extra. It is expected to my equal ruler of Hueco Mundo. Eizen thought in amusement as he watched the battle. Soul Society. In the battle, Ichigo gave a strong slash that hit Soifeng's chest but didn't give fatal damage, but still this outcome shocked Soifeng. Suddenly she felt being thrown away by Ichigo using the hook of her sword. Ichigo took a deep breath, at the same time her spiritual energy concentrates at her mouth. When she exhaled, she had released a powerful crimson blast which everyone immediately identified as one of the Hollow's powerful move, Zero. This hit Soifeng as she shouts in pain. Greawala. Not only her but also the buildings in the attack range were all damaged. She continued using this as she moved around her head to attack the other surroundings, both land and air, hitting the unfortunate who weren't able to dodge in time or wound them. Explosion of damage were heard but didn't stop until she felt satisfied. Even though she can't see her surroundings due to the smoke, she could feel she did well, giving a large damage upon the 12th Division building. After all, the land was shaking and falling of buildings were still present. She quickly searched for Rin's spiritual pressure. From her location it seems she hit the jackpot of hitting it and hopefully would come to her side soon. Her instinct began to throb as both Yucatec and Kairaku, weapon in Shirkai form, dashing to attack her. She swiftly blocked and then gave a quick multiple slash that gave additional weight in both swords. This of course shocked the two because they can't move both of their sword in hand. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. A thick rope appeared that binds the upper body of both caption. Yucatec and Kairaku were surprised in this turn of event. Quickly she kicked the Shirkai form of Yucatec's Sojio no Kodawari up. The twin sword glowed dull for a moment before disappearing as Ichigo smirked and whispered. Bankai. A twist of wind surrounded her, then soon revealed to have a large multiple swords ring on her back, a chivalry-like armor formed in her waist belt, yukata glowing in bright gold and golden tiara upon her head. The twin sword had transformed as well, even though it still connected. Its blade had gone longer by inches and handle had an opposite color, the right had red while the other hand blue. She swings both blades just in time to block Hisagi and Sasakaibe, twisting around to have them be pushed away. Unohana's voice was heard, Hado number 54, Heian. An oblong blast of red energy appeared coming to Ichigo. Instead of getting away with it, Ichigo dashed forward to meet it, then used the power of Sojio no Kodawari to use the right sword absorb it. It travels on the chain heading to the other side of the sword, which Ichigo pointed to the other side and made it release there twice its power than the original. Who happened to be ahead was the Captain Commander Yamamoto. Yamamoto opened his eyes to unleash the power of Ryujin Jaka to burn the attack. Now the Captain Commander was surrounded by fire, he's taking her as a threat. Ichigo smirked, after all every Shinigami present will die. Before she could do something however, she was met by a coming attack from Kira, Hado number 31, Shikaho. Ichigo easily sliced it to half. Kira twitched, that made Ichigo continue her smirk. After all his Wabasuk was still in her possession. Bankai. Ichigo heard a whispered which he knew who's coming from. It was Kuchiki Byakuya coming to his Bankai form. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. He made them scattered into a form of sakura petals, then began its wave of attack heading to the intruder. Knowing those would Hurt, she shifted her hold in the Sojio no Kotowari twin sword to its chain while using her free hand to grab the Shirkai form of Wabasuk to her waist belt. Bankai. Wabasuk answered the call, which actually shocked Kira because he had never gone to its Bankai form, most of all MSTR it. There, Ichigo had an additional outfit such as having a 2-red chain around her head with her tiara, large rock chained around her back and metal ball on her right side, sword had turned straight with additional sharp stems near the handle. Ichigo used Wabasuk as she began slashing the wave of sakura petals. One slash in each petal made them twice heavy, that resulted to each slash there will be falling petals depending to her speed. This result had Byakuya's eyes widen. He could feel the falling petals, but they're too heavy to make them float. He mentally twitched as he began changing tactics of instead one way it would be around her. Knowing what he's planning, Ichigo used the ring of sword around her back thanks to the Bankai form of Sojio no Kotowari. The ring of sword scattered and began moving to block the coming attack from behind, although there's no additional effect like Wabasuk could do. Completely occupied, the lieutenants except Kira dashed forward to attack her when a sudden attack came their way. It was a blast of light that not only damaged them but also blinded them, making them fall the ground. Turning to the one who helped, they recognized the person as the half-human and hollow identified as Rin. She's breathing heavily as both hand gripping her sword firmly, then immediately block Nimu's attack. Having enough, Ichigo swift all the blades around to give opening for her to float up and escape. She shunpa herself to appear beside Rin and Nimu. She had used the twin sword to stab Nimu, both blade in her chest. Nimu vomit in blood as she falls down. Ichigo turned to Rin in concern. "Are you alright, Rin?" The half-human and hollow tried to regain her breathing and nodded as her response. This made Ichigo smile, although fury was still in place when she saw the damage they had given. She turned to them glaring, "You'll pay for it." She gripped her hold in Wabasuk, Ryatsu flowing out around her body. She's furious and wanted nothing but slice them all to death. Before she could move forward she saw Yuzu appeared before her, sword in hand pointed to her. "Stop this at once, Ichigo!" Yuzu shouted. His figure was enough to subside her fury, instead her eyes shone sadness and hurt. "Unii." Yuzu was showing his determination of wanting nothing but stop this battle. To do that he had to convince Ichigo first to do so. Ichigo was about to speak when she felt more coming Shinigami and she recognized them all. She smiled sadly as Kairen appeared beside Yuzu. Kairen in his part had actually expected to face an enemy that's giving trouble to Soul Society, but never expected in his entire being to be his actual little sister. Her being in Soul Society had shocked him to his life. Questions began to run wild, like why she's here, was she the intruder being mentioned by Urahara and the reason why Yuzu told him to come as soon as possible, and what happened here, why's the place was almost in obliterate, and many more. Wah. Ichigo. Kairen was having a hard time to speak from his shock. Ichigo respond, voice shows her sadness toward the two. "Hello Kairen, and what a funny way for us siblings to finally united again, don't you think Unii?" Reaching Hueco Mundo, the world of hollows, Ichigo can't help but be astonished. There's nothing but sand around them, a complete desert. Above there's no sun but moon, an endless night. Eizen watched Ichigo as she became so absorbed from the surroundings. He wasn't really sure, but for some reason he felt he did a right thing bringing her on this world. Enough waiting, he walked away. Seeing him leave, Ichigo had to run to catch up with him and stayed silent, remembering she must not interrupt his work here, whatever it was. They soon arrived to a rocky plain. Ichigo felt fascinated yet little sad because there's no river nor water around at all. It's like this world were full of dark, cold and despairing atmosphere. Does the soul who had ended up corrupted deserve this kind of living? I wonder why the world doesn't like to be fair. She thought sadly. She gazed Eizen, who's more focused about his plan than everything around them. Looks like people like Eizen doesn't really care about it. She remembered about the truth of her and her mother's demise. The girl that's actually a hollow that wanted to eat me. But ended up my mother being killed to protect me. Then me. She clenched her fist and tears threatening to fall. Remembering that kills me. But being here made me little understand about them. Eizen, who noticed her troubling mind, didn't give much concern as he continued what he's supposed to do. Their walk continued until suddenly Ichigo felt something cold yet strange. She looked around to find the source but found nothing. Still, the sensation was still there. Could it be a hollow? To make sure, she closed her eyes and began searching for the presence through their spiritual pressure. There's nothing around except for Eizen, who's watching to see what she's trying to do, then felt the earth shaking. Out of the two's surprise, a large crack appeared below Ichigo and fell on the large hole. Kia! Eizen twitched as he used Shuinpa to rescue the falling student, but to his surprise a powerful wind came from the hole that pushed him away, failing to save Ichigo from her fall. It was later on Ichigo woke up alone in the dark place with no light to tell her where she was nor if Eizen was with her. I remember falling from a hole then. Nothing came up. She tried searching for Aizen's Ryatsu but found none. Wait, does that mean I'm alone? Realizing her situation, she immediately stood up and looked around, guarded. There's no presence of any hollow nearby, but she need to make sure. There's no light, no indication where the path leads to outside, all were darkness. This can't be good. She murmured upon herself. Indeed it isn't. A foreign voice agreed that made Ichigo jump, then turn around to see who it was, and what she saw made his eyes widen. A giant hollow whose figure had combination of both mother ant and queen bee, glowing for her to see. The Ryatsu around the hollow was immense as well, that gave chill to her spine. This hollow looked down upon the human soul and introduced herself. I'm Mother Glare, mother of hollows in Hueco Mundo. The hollow's spiritual pressure rise to the point Ichigo had to bring out her Zanpakuto, knowing the danger she's in. Human soul, be my feast. A loud growl was heard and the hollow attacked Ichigo, who ran to the side to dodge it. She looked around for an escape, but the hollow wasn't just big but also fast that Ichigo got less time to check her surroundings. Leaving no choice, she had to focus everything on defeating her or finding an escape route to escape and hope somewhere along those Aizen would come and help her. A rush of wind can only be heard from the three siblings. Twins were shocked, while the little sister showing her sadness and pain toward her older brothers. It would remain like that if weren't for Rukia's shout slicing the silence. Kairen, get hold on yourself. Rukia's voice rang that returned the twins to reality. This made Ichigo giggled sadly with a weak smile. Seeing both of you stunned brings back memories. Ichigo, what's going on? Rin. Kairen was way confused. Was the intruder they're talking about was his little sister? Rin looked down in guilt before facing Ichigo and kneeled down. Ichigo-sama, I'm very sorry for the trouble I had caused. You did not have to come and save me, Anne. Ichigo shook her head. It's fine, Rin, stand up and raise your head. But Ichigo-sama. That's an order, Rin, forgive yourself, it's fine. Rin was silent for a moment before standing up to face Ichigo, trying to follow her orders even though she felt conflicted. Ichigo smiled, knowing she's trying to do what she had told. Now she turned back to her brothers and spoke. I infrared Soul Society to save Rin, who they had captured, all because she's half human and hollow. I did just like what you did when you tried to save Kuchiki Rukia from her execution. Kairen was shocked. How did you know that I knew everything, Kairen. Ichigo said sadly, from the very beginning, I knew you became a Shinigami. I knew Rukia was actually a Shinigami when she came, and I knew your rescue plan. I even knew how you awakened your own Shinigami powers by becoming a visor yourself. She laughed lightly. I'm sorry, Kairen, for fooling you that time. I did my best to be convincing. This whole information was shocking Kairen and so his friends. Her distress when she learned Kairen became a Soul Reaper, when they told her the one who actually attacked her and their mother was a Grand Fisher Hollow. Was she telling them she actually knew all this time and fooled them believing she didn't? How? Yoruchi in her human form was narrowing her eyes. She asked in dangerous voice. Just how much do you know? Everything. Ichigo's responded. She giggled softly, then pain expression was shown that almost make the twins felt their heart broke. This is a pity. I don't know if I could trust both of you any longer. Why side with the Shinigami? Why them? Ichigo. Yuzu tried to approach his little sister but was stopped when Rin moved forward and pointed her sword toward them, eyes fixed of never letting anyone to get near her, not even the brothers. Sai, you are useless. Attention went down to see the 12th Division captain looking down to his lieutenant. He kicked her, hopping to wake up, but no response. He checked her to see if she's still alive. This scene made Ichigo felt blank. I haven't finished her. She questioned as the twin sword still rooted on her body. With only having one sword left, which was Wabasuk, she had decided to throw it below, impaling the core of Nimue, which shocked the twin brothers, those Shinigami who were present, and especially Mayuri, who's the nearest yet didn't sense it. That's how Kuratsuchi Nimue died. This angered Mayuri as he was about to shout when suddenly, Ichigo was right in front of him. Hand in the handle of his sword, she whispered. I will put the Soul Society to its destruction. She quickly pulled the sword as it dully glowed for a second, then raised it up, Bankai. The newcomers didn't expect for Ichigo to draw out the Bankai form of Mayuri's Zanpakuto, even though she's not the owner. She smirked as the baby's head with a caterpillar and red cape appeared before them, grotesque golden baby's head and arms, silver hollow hovering around its head. It growled loudly as Ichigo called its name, Kanjiki Ashisoji Jaizo. The Bankai form of Wabasuk and Sojio no Kotowari vanished as her white with red lining yukata became present. I order you, Ichigo began as she raised her right hand and she began sending her Ryatsu toward Kanjiki Ashisoji Jaizo, give chaos to Suriidii at once. Kanjiki Ashisoji Jaizo growled as it began to release its poison as it moved around, surrounding the ground and even destroying the buildings it come across. Ichigo, stop! Yuzu cried as he dashed forward. Rin was about to attack them when Ichigo passed through her, a clear message: she will handle her brothers. In Ichigo's hand, a sword appeared. It was black kyber knife with the grip at the base of the blade and handle extending back from roughly width and length in Ichigo's forearm, a thin hollowed-out portion running along the back edge of the blade from the base to the middle of the blade. Ichigo made a clash with her brother. Yuzu had expected to be strong but never knew this strong. He struggled to keep pushing as Ichigo pushed her brother with ease. She glared at her brother. Why stop me, UNII? She growled as she began slashing him, who kept blocking it. Yuzu was hesitant. He can't hurt his little sister, but he knew he had to stop her before she could cause more trouble. Ichigo, this is enough. All is useless. Useless? Ichigo questioned, eyes became dark. Do you have any idea what they had done, what they had destroyed? Ichigo's blade blazed with her Ryatsu that surprised Yuzu. She released it. Getsuga Tensho. The attack had pushed Yuzu so much that he wasn't only just slammed on the ground but also on the buildings. Due to the poison from Kanjiki Ashisoji Jaizo, he might inhale some poison. Ichigo. Kairen was about to scold Ichigo but was surprised to see her going to attack once again. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo released this time an even more powerful in the shape of the crescent moon. This time the target was the captain commander himself. Seeing the attack coming, he's about to move when Kairaku, who's finally been released, and Kamamura appeared in front of the old man, and they're the ones who blocked the attack. The power was so great that it gave crack to their sword and soon passed through the sword that hit the wielders instead. Gra. Enjidich. Both captain fell down. Rukia and Renji dashed forward to stop Ichigo when Rin got in their way. No one shall pass. Rin said as she holds her sword tightly, then dashed to attack the two. Yamamoto was eyeing on Kurosaki Ichigo for a while until he finally spoke. You have a huge grudge against me. Was your hollow friend being taken had caused you such huge grudge? Don't give me that innocent look, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Ichigo said coldly, something Kairen didn't expect Ichigo actually have. She continued, how dare you fool my brothers? Don't think I have not known what kind of sin you had done to our family. Sin? Kairen was confused. What sin? What are you talking about, girl? Yamamoto questioned, making Ichigo furious. So we play accuse now? How old? Oh, you are old, so no wonder. she said in sarcastic way, then she glared, "Don't play dump Yamamoto, after all dash." Yuzu successfully got back and even restrained himself from inhaling poison. As he's about to stop Ichigo once again, her words made everything around him stop. "You killed Unii." Those who were near especially stopped, even Rukia and Rinji after hearing her. What? Yuzu was kind of speechless. What does she mean he killed him? "I killed Yuzu?" Yamamoto questioned. "A year and a half ago, I believe you had sent some Shinigami to the human world who ended up being eaten by hollows, remember? I'm sure you received that kind of report." Ichigo said with a smirk as Yamamoto became silent, but remembering the Shinigami she's pointing to who had met their demise. "In truth, they're not only been eaten by hollows, I killed them too." Ichigo admitted that shocked the brothers. Yoruchi remembered the crime scene where there's a trace of Shinigami been eaten by hollows, yet they can't find the one responsible for it. "You Shinigami are so greedy, so stubborn, so unchanging." Her voice was getting colder and colder, her hatred was showing, and a very clear message was given: she will never be in the Shinigami side unlike her brothers. Ichigo took a deep breath to calm herself, then she spoke. "Maybe from some point I blame myself as well. Why didn't I do anything after all this time? I have this power, well, I can't condemn things with all my life and decided to wait for the right time. Then suddenly I will hear news that my brother whom you had taken his life in the living became part of the Shinigami. Do you know how much that made me angry? To know you are so pleased that UNII actually joined you, then taking Kairen as well. Substitute Shinigami. Don't make me laugh. Don't even think I didn't know that badge you had given to him wasn't just to help him become a soul reaper but also a tracker and spiritual pressure measurer. You're actually using Kairen as a guinea pig without him even knowing it." Her words gave shock to the brothers, Rukia and Rinji. Was that the truth? Was that? The corruption must end. Ichigo's Ryatsu began to flare up, showing them how much powerful and threat she could actually become to the Soul Society. Suddenly they felt a huge amount of hollow presence. Above, a huge garganta slowly opened, revealing the huge amount of Minos Grande. This alarmed the brothers, they're all attracted to Ichigo's negative energy. Another huge garganta appeared, revealing a huge amount of Ajushas, all ready for battle. What everyone didn't expect was those Minos and Ajushas speaking in union. "Princess, give us your orders." "Princess?" Kairen questioned. Who were they talking to? Ichigo smiled. "You all didn't have to come here for me. The princess's will is our will. Use us as much as you please and we will bind to your longing." The newfound discovery was something none had ever expected. The hollows addressing Kurosaki Ichigo as princess, the mindless creatures wield loyalty toward her and she respond to them with kindness and respect, something none would ever think of doing. Everything they had witnessed was enough for Yamamoto to take action as he dashed forward. For him, he had thought of using her for additional of their strength, but hearing she knew everything, then the plan of taking her will positively not going to happen. So there's only one choice left, and it's to kill her before she could become a serious threat in near future. Ichigo prepared herself, then both made a clash. For Ichigo, she immediately knew how strong the old man actually was, understanding why he's a captain commander in the first place. She need to be careful. The Zanpakuto of Yamamoto was the strongest fire user she had ever encountered. Add the fact the old man's swordsman skill gave more threat toward her. "I have no idea how you came up with such lie, but it seems you needed to be taken down," Yamamoto said as he pushed Ichigo, who's struggling from his strength. Ichigo smirked. "Even though struggling from pushing back, playing innocent won't change the fact what you had done." Yamamoto slashed her away, then fire appeared to his blade and created an immense wall of flame surrounding Ichigo, imprisoning her inside. "Jikaku Enjo." "No!" Yuzu shouted as he tried to get to his sister, but the immense heat of flame stopped him. This alarmed Yuzu. He knew when the captain commander used this it would mean he will make sure the opponent won't be able to escape, especially leave. Ichigo. For her, she didn't mind being trapped in this immense heat. "So this is how you play, so be it." Another blade appeared to her left hand. The blade was small, about size in Ichigo's arm and similar to the first blade but more like a trench knife than a sword. Ichigo gathered her Ryatsu upon her two swords, taking a position to release the full power of her own Zanpakuto. "Zangetsu, do you feel the trill?" she questioned her sword. Her Zanpakuto named Zangetsu answered, "Oh yeah, let's show them our power, queen." The excitement of Zangetsu gave more fire in Ichigo's eyes, with pleasure. Getting the large amount, she released it like how she released her Getsuga Tensho, but this time in both blade and in crossed crescent moon. Getsuga Jujisho. The power was too immense that immediately destroyed Ryujin Jaka's Jikaku Enjo and attack, heading straight to Yamamoto. For the old man, he had enough time to dodge it, but sensing behind were other Shinigami who would surely be killed if he did. So he had no choice but meet it head-on with Ryujin Jaka's power to stop the attack. He gritted his teeth as he kept pushing. The power was truly immense than he had ever expected. With all his strength he had pushed the attack high to change its location until he succeeded. The Getsuga Jujisho flew up the sky, and when it can no longer be seen, they felt a huge amount of wave coming from it. Those who had seen it can't believe their own captain commander had reached to the point he can no longer hold back. For Ichigo, she's breathing and sweating. Looks like it gave toll over her body but kept herself up. She can't fall, not in front of the old man BSTRD. She gritted her teeth and was about to dash forward when a familiar Ryatsu was sensed. Everyone recognized this Ryatsu, making them still as a new small Garganta appeared. When it opened, they all recognized who had appeared before them. It was Aizen Sosuke, previous 5th Division captain and traitor. Kairen glared the man, and so were the others. Yuzu was about to point his sword toward him when he felt something from his sister. Turning to his sister, he was shocked when he saw her kneel down to his presence. Kairen also saw Rin kneel down before him as well. "Why?" "That's enough, Ichigo, Rin." Aizen echoed. "Both of you had done well, return back at once." Ichigo wasn't sure if she could pass this opportunity because the old man was there, the one she wanted to eradicate the most, but thanks to Aizen that she had learned how to be patient, to grab a better opportunity, and to those who wait and plan well will reach its goal. She trusted the man, and so for his and her goal, she will bind to his orders. "As you wish, Aizen-sama, we will retreat at once." Ichigo's answer had shocked the brothers. Before Yuzu could ask his sister, Ichigo Sonido herself and appeared in front of Aizen, standing firm and facing him. Rin also appeared behind Ichigo. She bowed her head for respect toward him. Aizen smirked in triumph. After all, their faces were too amusing, and this event would give them a lesson to do something more, because not only him was a threat but also her who's on his side. He turned around and walked away. Ichigo glanced to Rin, who immediately got the message and walked ahead. Ichigo turned around to face her brothers, who were showing pain and betrayal. She smiled sadly and painfully, knowing well there will be no turning back. "The next time we meet it would be in battlefield Kainii Unii. For now, this is goodbye." She turned around to follow Aizen. "Wait!" The twins shouted as they dashed forward to stop their sister, but the Minos came out in full speed to stop their progress and attacking anyone on sight. The brothers tried to push themselves to chase their sister, but the coming of Minos was too much that made them too late as the Garganta where Ichigo was enclosed. Due to Ichigo's lost appearance, that the Kanjiki Ashisoji Jizo returned back being a sword and fell down. The spreading of poison stopped as well due to its disappearance. The Garganta where Ajuchas were in also closed, and only the amount of Minos kept coming down to give a little bit more chaos before the Garganta slowly closed then disappeared. Now the battle was over, but the damage Ichigo had left was too much. Many Soul Reapers died, and both lieutenants and captains who had engaged battle were in critical condition. Yamamoto returned his sword back into a staff, eyes fixed on the twins who were still staring. The Garganta Ichigo had entered and disappeared. Worried, Rukia tried to approach the two but was stopped by Renji, who shook his head. The two looked at them worried, knowing well this turn of event would change everything. Hueco Mundo in Las Noches' throne room, Aizen, Rin and Ichigo arrived, and those who were waiting for them were Jin and Rinzo. Jin smiled to their arrival. "Welcome back, Aizen Taicho." Rinzo grinned, "Yo, my other half, I see that you had gone so much trouble there." Rin looked away from her other half while Aizen smirked to Jin's welcome. The Garganta behind them also vanished. Rinzo scrt your other half to the medical bay and see how much damage she had gotten from the 12th division. Also treat her well. Aizen ordered. Rinzo bowed, "As you wish, Aizen-sama." Rinzo approached Rin and tugged her sleeve before walking away. Rin eyed them for a moment before following her other half. Aizen turned to Jin, "Announced to all Espada we will have a meeting at 3 hours. Bring all their fraction to be present. No one should be late, understood?" "Yes, Aizen Taicho." Jin responded before heading out. When the two were the only ones left, Aizen turned to Ichigo, who's looking down for some reason. Aizen decided to go to his throne chair and sat there. Right hand on his cheek and smirked, he finally spoke. "What's troubling you, Ichigo?" She remained silent, but her body was trembling, tears were absent, so surely it wasn't from crying. Aizen observed the girl and noticed the blank look of her eyes. He finally concluded that Ichigo was disappointed and upset that she wasn't able to kill or even hurt the old man she hated this whole year. "Come here, Ichigo." His words were gentle and tempting. Ichigo didn't care as she sonito herself to his side. Aizen wrapped his arms around her waist and had her sit on his lap and gently tug her head to his chest. Ichigo's body continued to tremble and eyes staring blankly of what's in front of her, unnoticed that Aizen was stroking her hair gently. Aizen smirked in triumph, for him everything goes to his favor and he's looking forward for the day where he could finally reach the highest throne above and become God. He leaned his head toward her ears and whispered, "Don't be disappointed, Ichigo, you will soon take his head just as you wish. Get stronger and be patient." Ichigo numbly nodded, no lies were detected. Aizen smirked wider, stroking her hair like she's the most valuable treasure he had gained ever. Ichigo struggled alone as she fought against Mother Glare, Mother of Hollows. All attacks she gave felt nothing toward it, and no Kido spell were effective enough either. There's got to be a way out of this. Mentally thought of Ichigo as she caught her breathing but doesn't have enough time as the Mother of Hollow attacked using its right middle arms. Ichigo twitched as she jumped on the side to dodge it but was caught off guard when another arm coming her way and was smashed away. Gra! Ichigo's body slammed on the wall so hard that she vomited some blood before landing down, body aching in pain. Time for the feast. Mother Glared murmured in triumph, then roared, her sign of saying it time to eat. For Ichigo, she struggled as she pushed herself to stand up, but her body was so much in pain that her own body won't comply anymore. Even so, this never swayed her will to stand up once again. "No. I will not." Her endless will to stand up once again made her body finally comply and slowly stood up, both hands gripped in her sword and eyes burning in fire. "I won't lose. I cannot lose." Her mind at some point thought Aizen would come and help her but always brushed it away. "I must learn how to defend myself. Aizen can't always be here for my rescue. I need to prove myself that I can do this." An image showed her mother protecting her from a grand fissure that took both their lives. She glared and her Ryatsu burst in her sword, "No more, no more." She bellowed, "And no more." Ichigo, a familiar voice called that suddenly Ichigo could see her Zanpakuto in front of her. A tall, lean-built and stoic middle-aged man who had pale skin and long hair, wearing tattered white dress shirt with upturned collar and cuff, black briefs, low-heeled boots and long amorphous black overcoat with burgundy highlight that flares out into ragged end. This Zanpakuto was the manifestation of Ichigo's power from her mother's side. "Oh Asen," Ichigo addressed, "why did you?" "Ichigo, to survive you must quickly learn how to access my full potential at once." Zangetsu instructed. "Your full potential?" Ichigo questioned. Zangetsu nodded, "The full potential that came from your mother's blood." Ichigo's eyes widened, "My mother's? What's with my mother?" Zangetsu, "Tell me. For now I will give you my assistance, but soon you must be able to do it on your own." Zangetsu was slowly vanishing. "At the same time, your questions will be answered." With that Zangetsu vanished. In reality, an immense Ryatsu had burst around Ichigo's small body, making Mother Glare step back, eyes widen in disbelief on what it's actually witnessing. Ichigo could feel her power rising up, to the point it became so foreign yet it felt right. Raising her sword she dashed using Shunpa but more than faster than before and hit Mother Glare, giving a growl of pain. Gurea! Ichigo didn't stop, not even she knew her wounds were opening wider and bleeding more, she kept going and attacking, giving more and more slashes to Mother Glare. Impossible! Mother Glare screamed in pain, this human soul, is a Quincy. Ichigo wanted to question but pushed it on the side as now she gathered everything to her sword, giving her everything to her single attack. This is the end. Ichigo murmured as she went to swinging position then swings it while bellowing its name, Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo fired a crescent moon of a wave, so powerful that when it hit its target, Mother Glare cried so much in pain. Skin cracking and so was its mask. No. This cannot be. Its eyes landed to Ichigo whose still burning glare toward it. This made Mother Glare used its whole strength as the Mother of Hollows, if I will die. You will die with me. Mother Glare burst a very powerful light around its body, swallowing itself and the attack then the surroundings. Ichigo was unable to do anything as she too was swallowed by this light. What is this? Ichigo questioned as she could feel something within her, something was eating her and she can't help but fear it. Gua! Original world and the training ground of Vizards, everyone was worried as they stared at Kairen's stillness state. They heard what happened from Yoruchi and they knew it would be hard for Kairen to focus after learning what he had heard from his own little sister and the fact this said sister was on Eizen's side. For now, Kairen told them he would enter his inner world to be alone and plead not to disturb him. So here they were, watching Kairen who haven't returned from the surface. Saragaki Hiyori was losing her patient and about to give Kairen a kick when Hirako Shinji stopped her. The heck you bstrd. Let me go so I could give this dump but a kick. Hiyori said as she struggled from his hold. Shinji sighed, idiot can't you see that won't help him at all. Give the guy some space. But. He's right Hiyori. Yadamaru Lisa said as she approached her and pat her head, we can't force Kairen to train when he can't focus in the first place. Let's give him time as much as we need, even if that time reached the time of war until he made a decision. This isn't no longer about whose side you are on but who's telling the truth. Humph, well for me Eizen did something to make her believe that, maybe manipulated her. We know Eizen and surely he took Kairen's little sister an advantage for his plan. Ikawa Love said, voicing his opinion to everyone. Otaribashi Rojuro nodded as he agreed to him, just thinking about it I could say he surely did that. But what about the incident of Yuzu's death? Kyuna Mashiro questioned, I don't know if Captain Commander Yamamoto had something to do with it but it's possible it could be true as well. The Siriidii is corrupted, we realized it for a long time. Ashoda Hachijin added before sighing, as much as I would like to agree Eizen had actually took advantage toward Kairen's little sister but the possible for Captain Commander Yamamoto actually did that was possible. Muguruma Kensei took a sigh as he crossed his arms to his chest, true, for some reason we don't know who's telling the truth and who's lying. Eizen can be the prime example of lying but he could actually use the truth to put everything according to his favor. He's such a manipulative man. Everyone became silent, pondering everything now when they heard each other's opinion. In the end, Shinji sighed. We have no knowing who's telling the truth but for now all we could do is stop Eizen from his plan no matter what. All nodded in agreement, now they returned back on staring at Kairen's stillness and hopefully he could make a decision he will never regret. Soul Society, Yamamoto had called Yuzu upon his office and asked his lieutenant to leave them alone. Now that both were alone, Yamamoto began the conversation. I'm glad you come and agree to meet me. Yamamoto started, observing Yuzu who's still conflicted and not facing him directly. The old man took a deep breath before asking, do you believe what your little sister had told you? Yuzu remained silent and Yamamoto didn't mind as we waited. Finally, he answered. I don't know. Yamamoto remained silent this time, knowing he would say more than that. I don't actually know who's to believe anymore. He glared the Captain Commander. Tell me, is it true? Are you the one who killed me? Yamamoto observed the teen Shinigami in front of him. He took a deep breath before answering, we have strong morals Yuzu, and you know the morals of us Shinigami. He looked at the teen's eyes straightly. We don't harm the living nor even choose who will die, and I didn't give orders to kill you. But what about the Shinigamis who perished few days after my death? They are the Shinigamis that were temporarily stationed to the human world to eradicate hollows, just like the reason we had sent Kuchiki Rukia. Yamamoto looked at him sharply. You do know those kind of mission are very normal for every division to actually have. Yuzu twitched, hands clenching, and looked down once again, eyes shadowed as he spoke. I'm sorry Captain Commander Yamamoto, until I hear more explanation from my little sister I cannot decide who should I actually believe in. Your little sister is in the hand of Eizen, he may have manipulated her to believe it's me who had ordered your death. Yuzu shook his head. You don't know my sister Captain Commander Yamamoto, she's smart and observant, she could tell when the person is actually lying or not. It would be hard even for Eizen to manipulate my sister. His Zanpakuto could do something about it. He's a MSTR of illusion. True, but I'm sure you had noticed, Ichigo could use the power of our Zanpakuto just like Kira, Captain Yukitake and Captain Kuratsuchi's Zanpakuto, even reached in the Bankai form at the same time. When I entered to my inner world he told me something really surprising. Ichigo had a power to put any of them under her control as long as she wields them, by their own will. She could also sense the Zanpakuto's real potential to the point she easily knew how to use them. That's why in my opinion even if Eizen used his illusion toward her it won't be easy because she could actually sense it. That made Yamamoto process everything he had said, and yes, that could be possible. His Ryujin Jaka also said the same thing as well. For that reason. I'm really sorry, until I could reach my answer, I don't think I could join the coming war. Yuzu finally said. His fist was trembling but tried to hold himself. He told him what he actually felt and he will do whatever it takes to learn the truth. Yamamoto took a deep breath before responding, very well, you may take off. That shocked Yuzu, he elaborated. A warrior must find his answer first before entering the battle. Hesitation would result of death and you know it. Go Yuzu, hopefully you will be enlightened before the war started. Yuzu can't believe what he's hearing but glad he had actually permitted him to go. He bowed, thank you sir. The old man nodded and let him go, and so he did. Once alone, he can't help but shake his head in disappointment. I must report this to the Central 46, that girl will be a problem more than I had expected. Hueco Mundo in Las Noches, everyone with the espadas were present in the throne room. On the corner everyone noticed a human with a presence of a hollow on the corner with Rinzo who's happily chatting with the said human. Some with the guts had tried approaching the human but Rinzo had thrown them away saying they had something to catch up, so back off. Whatever they wanted to catch up with, they had no idea. The door soon opened and the one whose entering was immediately recognized as everyone gave way and bowed their heads as the king, Aizen Sosuke, walked heading to his throne sit. What they didn't expect was an orange girl following behind whom they never recognized yet had an aura that tells they should never doubt this person. The girl was wearing a sleeveless inner pure black blouse and long sleeveless white blazer with yellow lining in the button end and sleeve, white short breaths and few inches light red gladiator sandals. Tozen and Jin bowed upon Aizen's coming. Arriving to the throne chair, Aizen faced them and sat while the girl went on the side of the throne chair and stood by his side as she too faced everyone. Aizen began to speak. Must be surprising why I had called all of you when I usually only call the espadas for a meeting, and you see the reason why. Aizen glanced to the girl and offered his hand, which she took. He stood up and moved forward with her. He introduced her to them, meet Kurosaki Ichigo, my ruler-in-arm. The announcement had shocked them. That girl was someone whose same position as their Aizen-sama. Ichigo smiled on Aizen before moving forward to speak, greetings everyone. from this day on I will serve Aizen-sama for the sake of his goal and lend everyone with everything I have to achieve that goal. Ichigo released few of her Ryatsu for them to feel and see the pure and brilliance of her light blue Ryatsu. That's when they sensed something that everyone immediately recognized, the presence that only the pure ruler of hollows has, which was rare phenomenon. For that reason in this coming war, we must be victorious. That made the whole fraction shout. The espadas were staring at Ichigo in new perspective. They knew immediately they will follow her and will never betray her, their princess. Since everyone had recognized her, Ichigo turned to Aizen and questioned. Who would have thought this would be the kind of welcome I will achieve, Aizen-sama? Aizen chuckled, you deserve it, after all you are the princess recognized by the queen itself. Ichigo smiled for the comment. She turned to the two who were a bit confused about her presence. She cleared her throat, then introducing herself, I am Kurosaki Ichigo. I'm sure my family name is kind of familiar, it's because they're my brothers, Kurosaki Yuzu the 3rd Cid in 10th Division and Kurosaki Kairen the substitute Shinigami. Pleased to meet both of you. Jin and Tozen stared at her for a moment before Jin smiled and introduced himself. Ikemaru Jin, pleased to meet you Kurosaki-chan. Ichigo smiled but never missed something off about him, call me Ichigo, I don't like to be confused by my brothers. If you say so Ichigo-chan. Jin said happily. Tozen stood up and offered his hand, Kaname Tozen, pleased to meet you Ichigo-sama. Likewise Tozen. Ichigo accepted his hand. The three turned to Aizen, who's merely watching the small interaction. Ichigo asked, so where do we begin, Aizen-sama? Aizen smirked, mind calculating for their course of action. Soon in Aizen's quarter, where he's reading and assigning some papers, he heard a knocking sound. From the spiritual pressure it belongs to Jin. Come in. Aizen called, eyes still on the paper he's working on as the door opened, revealing Jin with papers in hand. I'm done, Aizen Taicho. Put it on my table. Aizen said as he put aside the paper in hand before taking another one. Jin did what he was told and put the papers on his table. He began to report, by the way Ichigo-chan is pretty getting along with everyone so easily. Is that so? Yeah, the last time I checked she's having some conversation with Grimmjow. Aizen hummed, he knew well what kind of effect Ichigo could bring to them and he's kind of intrigued what changes would to each espadas. Is that all? Aizen questioned. Jin began thinking, then remembered something, oh, that half-human, Rin, if I remember her name, she's training with Rinzo. Do you want to check it out? I saw something interesting within those two. Ah, you mean there's Zanpakuto? Aizen said, which made Jin almost pouted, era you already knew. Just like their existence were divided into two and so the Zanpakuto. Then by chance does Aizen Taicho knew what are their Zanpakuto? I knew everything. Jin sighed, giving up. Sure you do, Aizen Taicho. Well, is there anything I could do? You might as well go and prepare their room so they could settle. Ah, that's right, they don't have a room yet. Make sure whatever room you are giving to Ichigo, Rin's room would be near. Oh, why is that? Rin serve as Ichigo's right hand and assistant. That makes sense. Did you assign her for the job? It's Ichigo's decision. Very well. Jin grinned, since decorating empty room was kind of a good pastime for him. I'll be off. Jin left, leaving Aizen doing the paperwork. Human World in Urahara Kisuke's shop, Hitsugaya, Ranjaku, Yumachika, Ikaku, Chad, Ishida and Orihime were currently listening to the recent event that happened in Soul Society from Rukia and Renji. What shocked Chad, Ishida and Orihime were the fact that Ichigo had caused so much damage and joined Aizen's side. Urahara, who's listening, were eye-shadowed in thought. Now he knew the bad feeling Yoruchi had told him that time and they were too late to do some measure about it. For Hitsugaya, he remembered the first time he met Kurosaki Ichigo. Her last word before she departed was like a warning for them, and he knew she's a serious threat toward the Seriidii. Those who are gravely injured were currently being treated by the 4th Division. Although our numbers had decreased due to Ichigo's rampage according to Captain Kuchiki. Renji concluded. Rukia Sai, Captain Soifong, Captain Kamamura, Captain Kairaku were heavily injured as well. Captain Yukate's health got worsen. We're in a tight spot if ever Aizen used this opportunity to full-out attack. True. Hitsugaya agreed, then began questioning, but what you told us about her being able to use Captain Yukatake, Captain Kuratsuchi and Kira's Zanpakuto, was that really true? Can someone who's not even an owner or part of them could be used like it's their own? This may answer your question. Urahara said as he brought the Hell Butterfly who had fly on the center, then showed them how Ichigo fought against Captain Soifong and Captain Kamamura, her mass destruction and everything. This shocked everyone again, to use Kido without chant nor saying its name, her ability to brought out the potential of a Zanpakuto that the owners haven't achieved, using Zero that Hollows could only use, Shuunpa and Sonido, using 2 Bankai form and her joining Aizen's with Rin. Ichigo-chan. Orihime can't believe what she had seen. Rukia and Rinji's words were unbelievably shocking, but seeing it with her own eyes gives more of it. Does Kairen have any idea about her ability? Ranjaku questioned. Ishida answered as he fixed his glasses, unlikely, we can see he's even shocked like the rest of us. Chad nodded in agreement, from this point those twins will have a hard time gathering their thoughts. For them Ichigo is their treasured family. They are very protective ever since she's born, and to see her fighting side by side with Aizen could change something. Yumachika narrowed his eyes, are you telling us the twins could change side? That's not appealing. Chad nodded, and I won't hesitate joining Kairen's side. Well, this is just a probability and I have no right to interfere with whatever decision those twins will make. Ishida said as he crossed his arms before glaring them, I hope none of you will think something about harming them knowing that probability. That will only prove Ichigo made a right decision joining Aizen's side. Hey, we're not that low to do that. Ikaku argued. But he has a point. Surprisingly, it was Urahara who said that. I won't really be surprised if Captain Commander Yamamoto gave such order, and that proves Ichigo's claim of him actually the mastermind of killing Yuzu in the world of the living. So the best solution would be giving them time to think for themselves. Hitsugaya narrowed his eyes toward the previous captain of 12 divisions. Are you doubting the Captain Commander, Urahara? Urahara used his fan to cover half of his face. Have you forgotten, Captain Hitsugaya? I am not part of the Godii 13 and apparently you are using my service here. I could say whatever I want. Hitsugaya twitched knowing it's true. Well, for now I will do some research about Yuzu's death. Urahara said as he stretched. Yuzu's death? Why? Ranjaku questioned. I want to know the truth, that's all, whenever what she said is true. Urahara's eyes shadowed as he continued, or Aizen played tricks upon her. With that he left. Everything became silence, still pondering what they had learned. Is Kairen-kun and Yuzu-kun alright? Orihime asked. Rukia shook her head while Rinji answered, who knows, those two asked us to leave them be for a while. I'm sure Kairen returned back to the Vizard's training place while Yuzu on his room, other than that we know nothing. Ishida sighed, what a troublesome situation we had gotten ourselves into. Karakura Hospital, Isshin received the news from Urahara about what happened in Soul Society. Isshin wore a serious expression as he remembered his conversation with Urahara, then told the news to Ryukin, a friend whom he had told what Ichigo had told him before the chaos began. Ryukin sighed before asking, so, what do you plan to do, Isshin? For now, nothing. Isshin answered, I will wait how things will go, especially hear the answer of my twins. After all, as their father I will always support them. You really are strange. If any father was told the reason of their son's death they would do something to meet justice or revenge, yet you done nothing of it. Maybe because I'm the actual reason why Yuzu died. Isshin said as he became sad and guilty, they knew what I had been doing all this time and used my connection as punishment, seeing them as a threat. That's why I can't really trust the Shinigami, the way of thinking is too stunning that you wanted to burn them to death. For once I would agree, and I hate the fact I became part of it. The two became silence, thinking before Ryukin broke it. You will keep yourself on the side to support your children, correct? Isshin gave a questioning look. Yeah. What about it? How do you intend to do it? Easy, just find an opportunity, that's all. His eyes said with a shrug before becoming serious, even if it means I have to reveal them who I really am. Hueco Mundo in desert, Ichigo was walking alone as she looked the surroundings of Las Noches. Eternal night, nothing but desert. She thought with a little sadness. Went on the spot where she could lay down and put her hands on the ground, then closed her eyes. With little concentration her body began to glow and it spread upon her surroundings. Slowly a root came out from the sand, growing slowly and slowly, but from Ichigo's condition her body began to shake, uneven breathing and sweating. In the end she stopped as she tried to catch her breath as much as possible. Noticing her result, she was only able to grow grasses around her both hands. When she got her bearings she sighed in disbelief and tiredness. As expected, even though I possess some powers the Soul King had given, it won't be enough to create wide nature restoration. She sighed, and this time in defeat, until she heard something familiar. Turning to the source she can't help but eyes widen and smile wide. After all, the ones who were coming were the bunch of her hollow friends that she had gathered from the human world. They come to Hueco Mundo for her. Everyone. The hollows jumped and landed on her, making her fall down the sand, but didn't care as she laughed and hugged them, although she couldn't really hug them all due to their numbers. I'm glad everyone's here. I miss you guys. They all growl in response, then began stroking their heads toward her, showering their affection toward her. Yeah, I'm glad everyone is alive too. She answered to their concern and action. Somewhere far, Rin and Rinzo were watching over Ichigo with the hollows. Rinzo whistled, they act like bunch of animals. Aren't you and them our same species? Why belittle them? Rin thought as her gaze shifted to her other half and sigh, let's go. Huh? Are you sure it's best to leave her be? It's Ichigo-sama and this is Las Noches. If anyone dared to attack Ichigo-sama it would easily be noticed. Her Ryatsu is extraordinarily not normal in a sense. Which was true, Ichigo's Ryatsu was tremendously large and powerful, none would be able to miss it once she actually used it in battle. You got a point there. Rinzo said with a shrug before pulling his other half as he talked about some suggestions which she should try later. Soon Eizen was walking when he noticed someone was outside. Looking out he saw Ichigo, eyes close and outside with her dear friend Hollows. This made him smirk, thinking if he could use Hogyoku to rise their race into a jutsus and have them join in Ichigo's fraction, although he had to consult her first. He normally doesn't, but he had to maintain her trust so he could use her for his coming plan. Aizen-sama, turning on the side, it was Tozen approaching him. Turning on the side he noticed Ichigo. Is it alright for her to sleep outside? Should I carry her to room? No need Tozen, she's not actually sleeping. True to Aizen's words, Ichigo's eyes opened, revealing something she had been keeping for so long. The eyes reflecting hurt, pain and betrayal. Aizen knew well the reason of those emotions but never voicing it. For Tozen however he's very familiar to those emotions yet had no idea why Ichigo had those. There may be a curiosity to know the root of it but decided to keep it upon himself, knowing well there were past in each people that does not wish to be talked about. Tozen. Aizen called, breaking him from his thoughts. Yes Aizen-sama. I need some tea, bring it to my room. As you wish. Tozen walked away, leaving Aizen to keep watching the pitiful state of Ichigo. A princess who had sacrificed the trust and love of her brothers for the sake of her goal and revenge. What a pitiful fallen princess indeed. Ichigo had no idea where she was, all she sees were white and nothing else, but the feeling of being possessed still lingered to her soul, something that really made her panic as she did whatever it takes to stop it. I can't let it consume me, I can't. She remembered her family who still lives in the living world, her twin brothers and her father, then her mother who sacrificed herself for her sake, and Aizen who had taught her everything she wanted to know about Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Don't think. She burst out, her spiritual pressure in full power, that I'll let you. She could feel the something that's consuming her was beginning to shrink. She continued bursting her Ryatsu as much as possible, and before she knew it she had returned to the dark place where she had met Mother Glare and fought against it. She felt so drained, her whole body aches too. Is it over? She mentally questioned. Feeling nothing ordinary, she felt her muscles relax. Finally. It's over. That's when she heard the familiar voice. Human. That widened her eyes in disbelief. It was Mother Glare, the Mother of Hollows. To think a human to not only defeat me, you are very impressive. Add the fact you have a blood of a Quincy. Feeling even though she could still hear its voice the battle is over. So she decided to question the thing that confused her. What is a Quincy? The Quincy young soul is also known as Monk of Destruction, human mediums that could detect and destroy us hollows. They have this power which they called Reisher, almost same as Ryatsu in Shinigami term. However, both side does not get along as the Shinigamis and Quincies are polar opposite of both ideals and ways. And you're saying that I'm one of them? There was a moment of pause before a giggle was heard. I see, so you aren't aware of your bloodline power. Now I understand why you felt so pure toward the hollows, which I had never seen nor met in 1,000 years of my life. I like you, human. It will be a pity if I ate you. A sparkling light had shined toward Ichigo. Take this, human, for I, the Mother of Hollows, acknowledge you as the new ruler of Hollows. Farewell. The light had surrounded her and something within her entered, but unlike before it was something else that she can't help but close her eyes as the light consumed her once again. Few days had passed. Eizen Sosuke in his control room was watching each of the Shinigami's movement when he heard the door opened. From the Ryatsu he immediately knew who arrived, so he didn't bother facing the new Coma until he heard a soft click on his side. Turning that side just to see a hot tea steaming, and the aroma it's producing was nice and calming. He glanced to the newcomer and smiled. Thank you, Ichigo. The one who made his tea was Ichigo, who smiled back. It's nothing, I thought you might miss it since I'm usually the one making it for you. Which was true. Back in Ichigo's training in Kido, Eizen taught her attentively to make sure she does it right. For his reward in Ichigo's part was to make her own version tea for Eizen, which he had actually admitted he had come to like it. Eizen took the cup and slowly sipped it. The taste of Ichigo's tea was totally different than Tozen's, and he would never admit this to anyone, but he had truly missed it. So what's their action? Ichigo questioned as she put the tray down for more teas. If Eizen asked on the empty table before approaching him to see the monitor he's currently watching. Eizen chuckled before replying, your appearance had done well to put them to trouble, so they're more focused on you. They're currently trying to find some way how to fight against your power to control their Zanpakuto. Ichigo snorted as she crossed her arms to her chest as she sat on the side. Of course they do, and from what I could see the only way is to make sure I won't get their swords. They do think that way, so I think the one who's making the solution is Kuratsuchi Mayuri to make it work. Ichigo sighed, for some reason they are too predictable. Indeed. Eizen took sip to his tea. Ichigo's eyes shadowed as she remembered them. My brothers? I do not know. From what I had gathered, Yuzu left while Kairen is missing. Eizen answered before facing her, you can use your power to know their condition. I know, but I rather not. I mean, they have things to think about, and I think prying them would be rude for my brothers. Eizen smirked, knowing well she wouldn't actually say that if they're talking about their enemies. For Unohana, she's very confused as to how you could use Kido. That made Ichigo pout. I learned it thanks to you. Does my departure with you didn't give any answer? Or was it the fact I could use it without chanting them? Hey, the prodigies like her could, so why can't I? I'm sure she already figured that out, but what I'm pointing is you using Kido without actually telling its name. That made Ichigo silent as she began thinking why before shrugging. No idea, do you? I do, but not telling you. As expected. Ichigo sighed before asking, any more information I should know? Urahara Kisuke is investigating about your brother's death. Eizen informed. That questioned her. Why? Urahara may be helping the Siriidii, but he's no idiot. He knew something was wrong and the corruption of Central 46 in Soul Society. Does that mean there's a chance he could turn to our side? I don't think he will. He may not like the Central 46 and the way the Soul Society now, but he will never think of putting them to danger. That's just how the man he is. He doesn't like it yet he won't let it be destroyed. It's like you're telling me he doesn't like the way it is yet doesn't like to make any changes. That's confusing. That made Eizen chuckle. In all honesty, I have no idea how his mind works. He's a puzzle, someone I would enjoy solving when comes to idea and strategy. His compliment toward Urahara kind of surprised Ichigo, but let it be, understanding that finding someone equal in terms of something they enjoy gives them satisfactory. Now that I think about it, Eizen had that kind of problem. He's too powerful that from what I could see no Shinigami around his age or younger exist could equalize his capability. Old ones aren't really fun like that old man. Ichigo can't help but glare when she remembered the First Division captain. She decided to take a deep breath to calm herself. Now is not the time to lose myself over some old man like him. I need to focus. Ichigo turned to Eizen who had his eyes fixed in her. She took a deep breath before speaking, "I'm fine." Then she noticed the empty mug in his hand. She smiled, "Want some more?" Next day Ichigo asked Eizen if they could train again like they used to before. "Don't you want to test your strength to the other espadas, so that not only you train yourself but also the rest?" Eizen said, busy in the paper in hand. Ichigo sighed, "I know, I already made a schedule for that but still, I still need you to train me." "Why is that?" Eizen questioned, pausing his work to hear what she's about to say. Ichigo unconsciously got shy but kept herself to where she stood then faced Eizen straight in the eye, "Because I wanted to defeat you." Eizen studied her to see if there's more reason about it but the fire emitting to her chocolate eyes, the one reflecting her determination to defeat him tells that's the whole reason. Thinking back not once she was able to defeat him, so now she's growing backbone to say she could beat him now, how interesting. Training room in 30 minutes. Eizen finally agreed that made Ichigo jump in excitement, yes. Soon the two had their mock battle, both of them weren't using their Bankai form of their Zanpakuto to see how much the two could reach in Shirkai form. Still it's too obvious to that Eizen had an upper hand and Ichigo was struggling but kept herself forward. In the end Eizen won. This SCKS. Ichigo breathed as she caught up with her breathing. Eizen smirked as he returned his sword on the sheath, "You improved than I had expected Ichigo. But the fact remains I still have a long way to go." Ichigo sat up and faced Eizen, "Same time tomorrow. Do you really wish to become stronger as you are now?" Eizen questioned. Ichigo nodded, "I do and I will one day defeat you." "How promising." Eizen mocked, Ichigo stick her tongue out as her response. Eizen silently sighed, "I will now return to my work." "You better remember what you must do Ichigo. Train the espadas to assure victory, right?" "I know, so no worries." Ichigo said before standing up, "Then swing her right long sword, beside I need to learn more how to control my Zero. Releasing it from my mouth was kind of little uncomfortable for my part. I wonder if I could use Zero in different kind of ways." Then you better ask Stark to teach you." Eizen said that made Ichigo tilt her head. "Stark the Primera Espada, is he your recommendation?" Eizen nodded as his answer, then he turned around and left, leaving Ichigo to the training room. Soon Ichigo tested each and every single one of the espadas and she received different kind of reactions. It would be either underestimated, irritated, accepted, ignored or neutral. Ichigo just smiled and forced them to show their skill. In the end most lost badly while the rest were able to handle her well. Ichigo nodded to herself, registering their current status in power and strength in mind. She announced them she will now personally train them. Some gave their protest but Ichigo's immense spiritual pressure was enough to silence and comply her order. After that Ichigo approached Stark in hope he would teach her about Zero. She was very happy he complied and told they will begin tomorrow. Now everything became a routine, warming up, breakfast, training with Eizen, lunch, training the espadas and their fractions, training under Stark, dinner, paperwork and sleep. Most found this very incredible for someone like Ichigo to actually able to balance almost everything and never missing a heartbeat like Aizen could, while Rin and Rinzo, who will use their free time to watch over her, were worried for her condition. Rin took the courage to approach Aizen and questioned what she could do for her Ichigo-sama, but received nothing. Now Aizen once again defeated Ichigo in their training. Ichigo's breathing was really fast due to the use of the extent of her powers. Aizen took this opportunity to check her condition with his sharp observation. The stress in Ichigo's body was building up. If continued, she will be defeated by exhaustions. He also noticed something about her every time they trained, a determination not by revenge like he had expected but something else, and whatever it was, it's pointed to him. Aizen waited until she could catch her breath before asking the one that confused him this whole time, "Why are you desperate this much?" Huh? Ichigo didn't seem to expect to be questioned. Desperate of what? Defeating me. Aizen clarified, "Why are you so determined to defeat me? Using all out in the very beginning and doing everything you could to put me on all-out attack, why?" Ichigo looked on the side, refusing to make an eye to eye. Aizen waited. He will not pass this opportunity after all. In the end, Ichigo sighed in defeat before answering his question. "To be your equal." Aizen never showed he didn't expect that answer. "Why?" "Because I don't want you to feel alone, to be sad anymore." Ichigo's answer made Aizen narrowed his eyes. "Pray tell me why you made that conclusion." Ichigo looked to his eyes and answered, "I can feel it, something missing, and that's competitiveness. No one is around to be your equal, and for that you became alone. You are lonely. I want to be someone who could be your equal. I want to cure that darkness." Suddenly something heavy pushed Ichigo down. She knew it was coming from Aizen, and from the pressure he looks angry. "I don't need pity nor anyone to be by my side." Aizen spoke in deep voice, eyes narrowed toward Ichigo. She fought back against the pressure, glaring at Aizen. "I don't pity you, Aizen. I just want to help." "That is not necessary at all." Aizen increased the pressure that made Ichigo fall on the ground. But Ichigo wasn't someone who accepts defeat and decided to use her own spiritual pressure to fight back. The battle between their pressure was immensely strong that the whole Lost Noche felt the heavy feeling of Ryatsu. Those who were weak to handle the monstrous pressure had either lost consciousness or began breathing hard to the point it ended their lives, while to those strong were put down on their knees like the strong Ajushas, Espadas, Jin and Tozen. Inside the training room, the walls and ground began to crack and it felt like the whole space was becoming disoriented, but that didn't faze the two. "Are you revolting against me?" Aizen asked dangerously. Ichigo answered, eyes glaring, indicating she's not someone who could be controlled by fear. "I may have given you my loyalty, but that doesn't mean you can manipulate me like the rest, Aizen. I follow my own will." That made Aizen increase more the pressure that made Ichigo began to feel waver. She knew he's far stronger than her, but it doesn't mean she will admit defeat so easily. Having enough, Aizen used his pressure to push Ichigo away, slamming her in the cracked wall in incredible strength that made Ichigo gasp in pain. "You are gaining too much backbone, Ichigo. I may have chosen you to be my ruler in arm, but remember, we are not equal. I am more superior and you are here to further my ambition." Ichigo twitched. "And if your ambition is achieved, then what?" Ichigo glared the man in anger. "Continue to be alone, to be drifted apart until you realized no one will be there for you. To be trapped in the endless darkness. Screw you, Aizen. I don't want that to happen to you. Why won't you for once listen to others? You are intelligent, powerful and superior, but nothing will change the fact you are alone. You will merely destroying your own self. Shut up." Aizen gave a full force that made Ichigo's body dug deeper the wall, gasp as she could feel her bone was breaking from the pressure. "I don't need others to tell me what I must do. I don't need anyone to influence my decision nor my way. Which is more reason you will lead yourself to your own destruction, Aizen." Ichigo shouted in the top of her lunges as she infused her spiritual pressure with the Soul King's power to reject his power, which widened his eyes because he never expected Ichigo could actually free from his pressure. Ichigo fall down the ground and began to cough. She even gg few bits of her own blood. Her body was shaking and wanted nothing but to fall but refused to do so. Materializing her sword, she used it as her support to stand up although not straightly. She faced Eizen, eyes in tears and sadness. "Tell me, Eizen, just what is wrong, to care and be worried, for you, what's wrong wanting to be close to you, wanting to know you better?" I want to be someone not as student, or stepping stone for your goal. Eizen, but someone, who could be your lending hand. Being alone is really sad, Eizen. Ichigo began to cry. It hurts her feelings to know someone you had come to admire and respect actually pushed you away. That's why for her, she understood what Hinamori Momo felt when he betrayed Soul Society but never voiced this out. Eizen remained silent nor show any emotions that could give what he's thinking. Ichigo knew his high pride and superiority complex which kind of worried her in near future. "I want to be your friend, Eizen." Ichigo continued and her voice was soft, tears still coming and never bothering to hide it. "That's why I worked hard, training as much as possible so one day I could become an equal to you, someone you won't see as tool but to be respected. Someone you could say, your true companion who will be by your side and lead you rightfully until the end." With that Ichigo left the room. For Eizen, he remained emotionless as he watched her left. To him he had never really expected for someone to actually said that to him. He created a disguise of personality back in Seriidii, smiling and sharing his knowledge to the young Shinigamis and even lending them a hand for the sake of his ambition to reach the top of everything, never letting anyone to actually get near him, not even Jin and Tozen. He did the same to Ichigo as well but found it hard due to her ability to detect lies. Even though he showed his true nature, it didn't reach to the point he opened his walls for her to enter. Like she had said, she's a tool for his own ambition and she knew it yet didn't mind. Then he will soon hear she wanted more than that. She wished to enter him, to be not just a tool but something else, a friend. Aizen Taicho, his thinking was halted when he turned to see Jin who looks around the wall with awe. He turned to him and questioned, "What happened?" "I saw Ichigo-chan crying in that Ryatsu, it caused a lot of trouble to all of us." Aizen took a deep breath and massaged his temple. "I will return to my quarters. Tell no one shall bother me and fix the damage, understood?" "Yes, sir." With that Aizen left and headed straightly to his room, not bothering the damage had witnessed on his way or even the fear he had come to meet on the way. Once he's back to his quarter he took a sigh. Ichigo's words still echo, something he can't get it out from his mind. "I want to be your friend, Aizen. And I don't need one." It's Aizen's response toward her wish. "If power gives solitude and my own destruction, so be it. I don't need any equal as long as I achieve my goal." It was the next day Aizen heard Ichigo didn't come to eat lunch nor dinner or even train the Espadas and the Fraction. She even ditched her training under Stark. He even heard a report from Rinzo that Ichigo locked herself inside her room and refused to come out nor meet anyone, not even Rin nor her friend Hollows. This gave headache toward Aizen, even so dismissed it knowing she will come out sooner or later. Days became weeks and weeks became months. No sign of her coming out, and this gravely worried the Hollows as they forced the door to open but was locked, sensing a barrier was created and no one could destroy it. They leave her food outside her door in hope she will eat it, but she didn't and let it go to waste. Still nothing. Aizen questioned Okiura, the fourth Espada whom he had assigned to watch over her, as he ordered Rin to leave her alone temporarily and focus her own training. Okiura answered, "Yes, Aizen-sama, Ichigo-sama never went out the room nor had eaten the food the Arankars had left for her. There's no sign of what she's doing inside either." "I see, dismiss." The fourth Espada complied and left the room. Now alone he can't help but feel irritated toward Ichigo, such ungrateful child. "Which is more reason you will lead yourself to your own destruction, Aizen." Her loudest words echoed to his mind and it added his headache. He already given those words an answer, yet it won't leave him alone. Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen remembered how she smiles so brightly when she was young, which never changed until now, her bluntness, honesty and a strong will of never giving up. He also witnessed her weakness, like her tears, guilt and pain. Here I thought I knew her better but never expected something like this. before I knew it she had turned herself into an enigma whom I could not understand. He took a sigh before drinking his tea. He mentally scowled because it's already lukewarm. Out of the sudden he wished it was Ichigo's tea instead. What am I thinking? He mentally questioned as he slowly shook his head, then finally decided. That's it, Ichigo, you will come out whenever you like it or not. With that he finished his tea, then stood up and left. It was a minute when he arrived in the entrance of Ichigo's room, and thankfully no one was there. He raised his hand to touch the door but instead met something invisible. He knew immediately it was the barrier Ichigo created to make sure no one would bother her. Although this barrier can't hold me back. True to his words, he easily broke the barrier like it's nothing. He can finally touch the door. Without waiting nor knocking he opened it, knowing well when he broke the barrier Ichigo already knew who's coming. What he saw made him awe, although he will never admit this to anyone nor even himself. In the center of the room was Ichigo, her back in front of him and spiritual Reiatsu radiantly surrounding her, not in force but in pureness and solemnness. Eizen knew even without confirming it that Ichigo's eyes were closed, meditating and relaxing. Took you long enough, Eizen. Unexpectedly it was Ichigo who broke the silence, but still not facing him. Eizen went in and closed the door so no one would come to bother them. He spoke, "You are ignoring your duties too far, Ichigo. I know, and it's not like there's any problem. The Godai 13 are still preparing, and I can see Urahara Kisuke is making some plan for the coming war." Eizen wasn't surprised, knowing she's using her power to know the situation outside. But that is no excuse for ignoring your duties. Ichigo took a deep breath as her Reiatsu slowly vanished. She turned around to face him, eyes hard and determined. Do I need reason why I have to ignore this duty when I could simply say because I wanted to? Eizen narrowed his eyes. He knew she's challenging him, and even if she lost she will still not comply to his demand. That's just how hard her will and determination she had when she decided something that should never be given up no matter what. So instead of continuing this argument, he gave his sentence. Entertain me, Ichigo. This gave a questioning look from Ichigo. Eizen questioned, why do you want to know about me? Just like I use you, you could use me for the sake of your revenge and even backstab me, yet you decided to know about me. Why? What did you see to feel that way? Ichigo processed the question for a moment, then replied, maybe because of what I sensed before I depart to return to the world of the living 3 years ago. Ichigo admitted, the final day we crossed swords, I felt something really disturbing, but not in a bad way. As I ponder what I felt, maybe it's actually coming from you. From me? Ichigo nodded. It's dark and lonely, that's the emotion I had felt toward you. For that reason, I wanted to change. After all, I respect you, Eizen, and knowing you feel that way in your life pains me. So at least I want to become a help. I'm worried. In the end it falls to pity. I don't really think I could feel pity knowing how you act with others. Ichigo said with half laugh, still I wanted to be your equal, and I'm serious for my intention. What benefit will you gain knowing me? Eizen decided to blur out, making Ichigo still but facing him. He clarified, people have ambitions and knowing a person is part of it. What will you gain knowing me, Kurosaki Ichigo? Ichigo blinked. Never in her mind she will hear Eizen ask him that. Do I need a benefit to know more about you, Eizen? That's how I see everything. Eizen confessed, everything had loss and gain, same goes for my ambition to reach the empty throne and for you, your own revenge against Yamamoto. So tell me, Ichigo, what would you gain knowing me? Ichigo was speechless, not really expecting him to tell her what he actually sees from everything. Because he sees that way, he learned how to plan, to achieve the expected result no matter what the cause, a manipulator. As she stared his eyes, she could see his patience, waiting for her respond. How come you see that way, Eizen? Ichigo can't help but question this. I want to know you better, and that's all there is. Information can be used in anything. I do not plan betraying you, Eizen. Ichigo said firmly and absolutely that made Eizen shut. I respect and see you highly, Eizen, something those people out there fail to notice, something amazing in you. I believe in my own feelings and guts. Kurosaki Ichigo Eizen for the first time wasn't sure how to respond. He had seen many of those, even when he's still part of the Shinigami. They respect and see him highly but only because of the persona he had created, not the real him, and none of them noticed it, except Ichigo, who can tell the lies he had been making ever since they first met. Truly a strange girl. Aizen silently huffed before walking on the side which Ichigo's eyes follow until he sat on her bed. That's when Aizen began telling about himself, which Ichigo listened attentively. Aizen Sosuke when he was alive actually came from a dark mercenary family who only have gain and lost as their own perspective. The family had a father who's the head, mother the strategist, two older brothers as subordinates for the father and him the youngest on the train. They had done so much illegal things, and Aizen as a child through observation had come to learn how to make any negotiation come to a success no matter how dirty it should be, but unfortunately authorities had found them and killed each member of the family. He was no exception even through he's a child, fearing because he's trained that he would follow their footstep, which was unforgivable. Upon coming to Soul Society he had not met any of his family and didn't question it that much, as his focus became how he could survive in this new environment. Aizen's life story was half expected by Ichigo. She already guessed about some dark past and she was right about it. What she didn't expect was the ending of his life. To die in such young age who had not done anything. Does the world see the sin of the family be passed on the children? Thinking about it made her cry. It was sad and painful just thinking about it. Her tears questioned Aizen, not knowing what he had told made her cry. There's nothing other than his early death, and he didn't really feel trouble or hatred toward to those who killed him and his family, for him because his family had become weak, that they had reached to their own doom and he was just caught with it. After all, family pulls them together no matter what. Before the ruler of Las Noche questioned this, the ruler in arms suddenly hugged him, crying. Aizen could hardly blink, still confused. Before he could open his mouth, a finger of Ichigo touched his lips, a silent word saying not to say nor question anything for a moment. Aizen accepted and let her cry as she pleases. Aizen Sosuke, with overpowering Ryatsu flowing around his sword, impelled the ground, which caused a great force which fried the sands until it reached the low ground level where he got a glimpse of a hidden cave. Immediately, he drove down as the sands are flowing down to close the created hole. He succeeded to land on the ground before the sand closed his path, and quite amazed it's not fully coming down as it should be. He immediately learned something is within this ground that kept the sand from entering. Aizen went to search for his student's Ryatsu but found nothing, as if he's being blocked for some reason. This truly intrigued Aizen, as he decided to went off to investigate, at the same time find his student. It wasn't long until he felt the earth was shaking and clashing of overpowered Ryatsu somewhere far. He identified the one of them as Ichigo's, fighting against this unknown, and Aizen made haste to find them. By the time he does, he saw the only one left on the large space battlefield. It was Ichigo's unconscious body. Aizen made a dash and began checking his student and found very strange and interesting towards her. Her Ryatsu were mixing together, her Shinigami power and hollow were forming into a harmony. What's more, the strange power emitting towards her hollow part was too strong and pure, not like any hollows he had ever met and experimented. So strange that he wished to study immediately. Aizen took a deep breath to calm his eagerness. Now is not the time for that. First they have to escape this place, as he could feel the place was beginning to collapse if the earthquake wasn't an indication. Aizen carried Ichigo in a bridal way and immediately took a dash. In the end of the day, Aizen with Ichigo were able to escape successfully. Next day everyone became relieved that finally Ichigo had decided to leave her room, attend what she must do and train again, but many of course saw something little different from her. She's more attentive and more talkative to Aizen of all soul. Some saw this the coming of insanity, some were curious and some ignored it. Still it was questioning how Ichigo would do something like this to Aizen of all soul. Was it because they're both rulers of Las Noches? Everything is heading to an end. Rinzo said as he shook his head before turning to his Haft, "Are you sure Ichigo-sama will be alright? I know Aizen-sama helped me to become who I am, but still this is crazy." Rin stared her Haft for a moment then turned away. She responded. "No matter what Ichigo-sama had decided to do, I will follow." As for what Ichigo-sama is doing may no longer my concern. She had her own way of thinking, I merely follow her will. Rinzo frowned, you are human yet you think that way. I may be human but I don't have the qualification of the human behavior. Rin resort back before walking away. Her words made him scratch his head, how could I forget I have the human behavior? Hey wait up Rin. Rinzo run to chase his other half. The gossip about her was of course reached to Ichigo's ears but didn't mind as she only laughed, after all she had a goal in mind and that's to be one of his equal. For Eizen he too doesn't mind but still confused why the sudden change, the kindness and smiles Ichigo give toward him, her high respect and determination to be his equal, for him he doesn't like someone to equalize him and will make sure those who dare will fall to their demise, yet why was Ichigo different? Many questions yet unanswered. I hate knowing nothing. Aizen thought as he rubbed his forehead. He heard a chuckle, turning to see Jin approaching him. Aizen Kaicho I heard so many rumors. The fact you're not doing anything kind of surprised me. Jin Aizen had decided to ignore his words and wanted what he needed to hear, what's your report? Well each are doing well to their training. Ichigo-chan's return gave them more enthusiasm and progressed really well. For me I really think everyone there wanted her attention. Jin's word attention somehow made Aizen almost scowl for unknown reason. For the Godei 13 however I think something is being planned. Tozen is currently investigating it. Aizen closed his eyes to process the whole information and began calculating for their next action. Jin didn't mind as he kept his eyes close and smiled like a concealed fox would do. On the entrance of the throne room was Ichigo who just arrived with a tray of tea. She stopped for a moment to witness Aizen thinking and Jin waiting for his response. Ichigo can't help but narrow her eyes toward Jin, she knew something about him was off. She could feel this person must never be trusted like this person would be the reason of their fall. I will send someone to investigate. Return to your station Jin. Aizen finally ordered. Jin gave a slight bow, as you wish. Jin turned around to see Ichigo standing on the entrance with a tray, eyes shows suspicious toward him. That didn't falter Jin as he kept walking away while Ichigo decided to walk forward. Once they had crossed, Ichigo whispered that only Jin could hear. No mask is concealing from me. When Ichigo passed through him, she didn't notice Jin's eyes slightly opened, reflecting something dangerous and challenging. Ichigo arrived to his throne when Jin completely left, smile so bright that was too welcoming for Aizen to see. Want some tea? Urahara's shop. Urahara Kisuke was busy from the preparation of the coming war at the same time his investigation toward Kairen's twin brother's death a year ago. The report tells it was an accident, two siblings were heading home when a car came heading their way. Yuzu protected Ichigo before the car hit them leading him to his death. The strange thing was there's no driver inside the said car, like it moved on its own. If Ichigo-chan like Kairen-kun can see Shinigami, that would mean at that time, Ichigo-chan clearly saw the assaulter. Urahara as he investigates could finally grasp the truth behind what happened. All that left was the confirmation from Yoruchi's investigation. Speaking of the devil. Behind him Yoruchi appeared, unhappy for some reason. Did you find anything? Urahara asked. Yoruchi sighed as she walked in and sat on his side, you will never like this Kisuke. Looks like Urahara's suspicion was proven, tell me. Vizard's training ground, Kairen had soon decided to complete his training first before deciding what he'd do afterwards, it's better to be ready than be sorry after all. Unexpectedly someone visited him, it was his twin brother. Yuzu. Kairen really didn't expect his coming and so the other Vizards but decided to give them time for a while. The two were now alone until finally Yuzu broke the silence. Have you made up your mind, about what you must do? Yuzu asked his twin brother. Kairen returned the question, are you? Well, not yet. Yuzu admitted, I feel like Ichigo changed all because of me, it's my fault. Yuzu that's dash. Kairen we both know Ichigo doesn't do things without reason so leave it. Yuzu argued before Kairen could deny it wasn't his fault. Kairen in this moment decided to shut his mouth, knowing Yuzu can be stubborn in times like this. In the end, all he could do was sigh before admitting his answer. Same as you, Yuzu, I haven't decided anything yet. For now, I will train how to control my hollow, then decide after my training. I need more time, more information that old man may never come and tell me. Kairen faced his twin brother in concern. He didn't do anything bad to you, right? Yuzu shook his head. He let me leave this coming war knowing I won't be able to focus. I don't really know if the captain commander had something to do with my death or it's Eizen's play of making her believe it is him, but knowing Ichigo, he won't be fooled so easily, not even an illusion could. How can you say that? I questioned my Zanpakuto and told me she had an ability to learn their name and power. My Zanpakuto, Tsukiyanari, had an ability to learn something about the opponent's Zanpakuto. Yuzu said before sighing, that's all he knows, something was blocking his power to know more about our sister's power. Tsukiyakari didn't told me anything, however. Kairen said before looking above, ability to learn their names and power, was Ichigo's Zanpakuto same as you? To his surprise, Yuzu shook his head. Ichigo's Zanpakuto was named Zangetsu. We had seen her used it against me and Captain Commander Yamamoto. Kairen remembered the strong amount of Ryatsu that not only pushed Yuzu and 2 Captain of Godai 13 but also her power of breaking out Yamamoto's Jikaku Enjo and pushing him to use his whole strength as well. From its power and technique, I am positive our dear little sister already mastered its strength, to the point it could overpower any of us. Add the fact she could make any Zanpakuto she holds under her control. Yuzu added before sighing, the fact the most powerful and talented joined in the ranks of Eizen. Why? Why join the traitor? Did she know he manipulated everyone including us to his scheme? How about his ambition? Does she know how dangerous it is if he succeeded? Kairen gripped his fist so hard it could draw blood. The twins were so frustrated, not knowing anything about why their treasured little sister joined the battle and in the side of Aizen Sosuke. What did this man do to manipulate their sister? Or did he done nothing and Ichigo had decided to join for the sake of destroying Soul Society? Her claim of Yuzu's real cause of death was actually because of Captain Commander Yamamoto. Was it true? Was the wrong this whole time was Soul Society and Aizen was right all along? So many questions and none except their sister could give them the answer. Ichigo could. An idea popped to Kairen's mind, then absurdly stood up. Yuzu, he called his attention, we may have no answer to any questions we have right now, so I think it's best if we ask Ichigo ourselves. Yuzu blinked for a moment before asking, how? The war is coming, it's where maybe we will meet her again. Kairen said that gave Yuzu a realization. You mean, we fight her directly? If it's the only way. Kairen looked away. I actually prefer heading to where she is, but I don't know how. It's the only way I could think right now. Yuzu stared his brother for a moment before smiling. You're right, it's unfortunate for my subordinates and captain that I won't be fighting for Soul Society. Kairen twitched. Well, in case the ones who are wrong are them, maybe you won't be guilty about it. Don't say something like that. Can you raise your sword toward Rukia and Renji? As far as I could see, you really got along with those two. Well, that's. Don't bother it, I could see they're not single-minded who only follow orders. I had seen it, the time of that Bakoto incident. Kairen remembered the time when he still troubled what to do when he met Kasumiyaji Rurakayo, a noble leader from Kasumiyaji clan with her 2 bodyguards, Bakoto and Amagai Shusuk. They're great friends, Yuzu. I can't help but wonder sometimes why you never met them. Siriidii is very large and I'm placed in different division. It can't be helped, Kairen. Yuzu said before standing up as well. He had his right fist toward Kairen with a grin, for answers. Kairen grinned back as he fists bump with his twin brother, for answer. 2 weeks had passed in Las Noches. Aizen Sosuke, the most powerful manipulator and ruler of hollows, was currently in the line of the most unexpected predicament. The reason was one person, Kurosaki Ichigo. He doesn't understand when it started but just happened. The first sign was how he saw Ichigo being close to Stark. He knew both are close due to being his teacher when comes to Zero, but there's something more about it. The same welcoming smile Ichigo gave to Aizen was also being given by not only Stark but everyone. For some reason something within him growled in possession. The second sign was when some men like Grimmjow teased and touched her. Aizen felt nothing but either cut their hands or just kill them, which was a big no. He's very thankful he could conceal these emotions from others, or it would become a big issue which he wanted to avoid as much as possible. The third sign was Ichigo's cheerfulness and laughter that he would never voice was like a melody to his ears and wanted nothing but take her and hit her that no one would ever found except him. Kurosaki Ichigo, just what did you do to me? He questioned as he lay on his bed, alone. He finished all his work and now it's time for his rest. Still for some reason his mind projects Ichigo. Right after she learned about his past, Ichigo had shown how pure her intention of wanting to know him better, to be a rightful friend or student for him. Do I still see her as student? He questioned. For some reason something within him tells what he feels toward her was no longer a student-teacher relationship but something more, which was confusing. What's more other than that? He kept thinking and thinking, yet he found no answer. He inwardly sighed, this isn't like me. Which was true, and he doesn't even want to think about it if anyone noticed his strange behavior. What did you do to me, Kurosaki Ichigo? Knowing he cannot rest, he had decided to get out from his bed to take a small walk around Las Noches. On his way, however, he felt Ichigo's spiritual pressure with Rin. He could tell they were just returning to their quarters, so he had decided to stop and wait for them to get inside their room. However, he had never expected to hear the coming conversation between the two. Hallway, Ichigo had just returned back with Rin behind her. Before she could tell her good night and enter her quarters, however, Rin gave an unexpected question. Do you have any feelings for Aizen-sama? That made Ichigo jump from where she stood, then faced her, flustered. Well, what are you talking about, Rin? I'm asking if you fall in love to Aizen-sama, Ichigo-sama. Rin explained bluntly. I'm not saying you should explain the question, Rin. Ichigo almost yelled, more flustered. I'm asking why you think that way. You give a different light toward Aizen-sama. Rin explained, you may smile and laugh so bright toward us, but you may have never noticed it became brighter when you're with Aizen-sama. It may look simple, such as making plan and guessing what the Soul Reapers may plan, but you look like you enjoyed every second of it. Rin, you speak as if we're doing more than that. Ichigo can't help but exclaim it. Rin tilt her head, doing more what? SEC. Enough. Ichigo was turning into a tomato now. How could she be so blunt? My question, however, was still not answered, Ichigo-sama. Rin reminded, do you have feelings for Aizen-sama? Ichigo looked away from her but still blushing. Rin remained stoic, waiting whenever she will answer or ignore her and head straight to her room. She didn't mind either, but curiosity already took its peak, and if she could, she wanted to hear the answer. Finally, Ichigo sighed before admitting her answer, I don't really know. I wanted to know more about Aizen, really I do as a friend, but, as time goes by, suddenly I felt something. No, the exact word would be want. Want? I can't really tell, but the feeling is like you want him to see you more than just who you are. You want this person not only to acknowledge you but also something more. The want to see you and only you, I guess. Rin hummed before blurting the obvious, you are indeed in love, Ichigo-sama. Ichigo glared half-heartedly, what made you say that, Rin? Do you even know what love means? Ichigo-sama, I may have lost my human emotion, but it doesn't mean I had forgotten what it feels like or its description of human feelings and emotion. Rin deadpan that made Ichigo felt mentally guilty. Still, from everything you had told me, you seek more of your relationship between you and Aizen-sama. It's love, Ichigo-sama. Can no longer take it, Ichigo sigh in defeat. Why are we talking about this and here of all places? Because I am not allowed inside your room without permission. Rin stated in matter-of-fact tone. Ichigo pouted, you could have just asked. That would be an insolent action. Stop trying to be hard yourself, Rin, we're friends. My apology, but Hollow's feeling of loyalty was hard to ignore. Ichigo sighed in defeat once again, come with me. Understood. Ichigo went to the door of his room and opened it. She went in first before facing Rin to come in as well, which she followed, then closed the door. None of the two had ever noticed Aizen Sosuke was nearby and heard every single conversation the two had done. Love. The word can't escape from his mind for some reason. Ichigo feel want toward me, same how I feel for her. Realization drawn him, something he had never expected to happen in his 100 years of life. I feel, love. To Ichigo of all. He shook his head, something that was uncharacterized for him. I gained an unnecessary feeling for my goal, yet. For some reason he can't ignore the newfound feeling nor toss it away. Something needs to be done. I can't have this feeling become a hindrance for my plan, not when the war is approaching. Soon Ichigo felt something really weird, all pointed to one person, Aizen Sosuke. She was being being avoided. She tried approaching Aizen, but he would either not look at her in the eyes, dismiss her, and worst he would have left and never let her follow him, and no matter what. It won't be noticed if it's only a day, but it's been few days and that alone troubled her. Did I do something wrong? She questioned herself in worry. For unknown reason her heart aches from being avoided as well. Why do I feel this way? Was it? She remembered her one-time conversation with Rin about her having feelings for Aizen. That memory alone made her blush and red tomato. Why, you got to be kidding me, there's no way I actually fell in love to Aizen, did I? She's now starting to question her feelings toward Aizen. Aizen is like a teacher for me, he taught me everything I know and even met Zangetsu. Then later I felt that I wanted to be his friend because teacher and student relationship had gasps, they're not equal, and I wanted to be equal with Aizen. Now I. Is there something troubling you, Ichigo-chan? A familiar voice approaching, which immediately sucked Ichigo's mood into cold as she mistrusted gazed on the approaching person. What do you want, Jin Ikamaru? You really don't like me, do you, Ichigo-chan? Jin asked playfully, but Ichigo didn't react in the cheery mood. There was something about him and she can't ignore the feeling at all. I do hope my way treating you show how much I dislike you. Jin nodded. I know, and I'm kind of curious as to why. Ichigo-chan, mind enlightening me? Ichigo eyed him coldly with hidden caution. Using her power given by the Soul King, she took a peek of his future. There she saw how he will cooperate with Aizen, stay by his side even in the day of winter war. Then she saw something which made her angry. So I'm not wrong after all. He wears a mask to hide his real intention. He had done well to get this far to completely fool both sides. Her way gazing him kind of raised Jin's spine but covered that fact. Eyes may have hidden, but he could tell something wasn't right about her. The way she gazed toward him was like searching his true intention. This caused him to raise his guard. This girl, as I had expected, Aizen-sama had seen something about her. He mentally narrowed his eyes toward Ichigo. Something troublesome. I could tell something wrong about you. Ichigo began. As I observed you, I noticed how much fake you are, like how I first met Aizen. She put her right hand to her sword. I wasn't sure and kept my cautious around you, but now I understand. You. Her eyes narrowed. Just which side truly are you? Jin put his hand to his sword as well for caution. What are you talking about, Ichigo-chan? I'm with Aizen-sama's side. Liar. Ichigo's immediate answer. Jin raised his eyebrow although eyes were closed. What do you mean? You know what I'm talking about. Ichigo said, voice never wavering. Jin sighed. Ichigo-chan, I don't really know what you are talking about. I am loyal to Aizen-sama and I help him to achieve his ambition. Ichigo studied Jin. She can't read his emotion as he's too good for concealing it, but due to her power she could somehow took glimpse of the truth. He's very cautious toward her, which was expected. Are you really loyal toward Aizen? Ichigo asked in almost threatening tone. Jin nodded. Of course I do. What's more reason I am here? Then can you prove to me you really are? Ichigo asked as she straightened herself but hand not leaving to her sword. Jin tilted his head. Prove? Yeah. Her eyes showed seriousness and no joke traced to both eyes and voice. Bring Matsumoto Ranjaku, the lieutenant of 10th Division, and kill her in front of us. Jin was completely taken aback from what she said. What? I knew a little bit about you from Eizen. Ichigo said to answer his unvoiced question, but I don't know much about your relationship with Matsumoto Ranjaku. Eizen never told me, neither he didn't know or he knew but never told me. Still something about her could give me the answer I seek from you. You are loyal to Eizen, I'm sure you don't mind killing her, she is an enemy. Jin hummed for a moment as if thinking, I don't know why my loyalty have to be tested Ichigo-chan. Still. He opened his eyes showed danger but Ichigo wasn't intimated from the gaze. Do you think this also served the same situation as you? You have brothers on the other side. What if you sided here just to backstab Aizen-sama? Can you also prove your loyalty toward us? Ichigo observed Jin, a challenge was obvious which made her smirked. In order to achieve my goal for revenge I must disrupt their point of view toward everything they see. If ever they still decided to side with the Siriidii. She released her Ryatsu just to show how serious and dangerous she was about to do, I myself shall be their opponent, no one has a right to take their head other than me. Jin wasn't faltered as he studied the girl in front of her. He was mentally surprised there's no trace of joke like how she had delivered her challenge. You are truly dangerous as I had expected Kurosaki Ichigo-chan. I will say the same to you Jin Ikamaru. Both gazed each other in challenge and none of them had a trace of backing down. Before things could go further someone they both recognized roared the two. Stop both of you. Turning to the person it was Tosen. He observed the two for a moment before asking, what's happening here? For now, none of your business. Ichigo answered but not facing Tosen but Jin. This is not finished Jin, don't do something funny under my watch. With that Ichigo walked away but not without hearing Jin's amused chuckle, I'll say the same to you Ichigo-chan, let's have a fun game shall we? Ichigo didn't took a glance nor replied as she walked away the room. Tosen who had no idea what actually happened faced Jin, fill me up Jin. But that's only between us. Jin said playfully with hands raised up, if we told you that would be boring. Jin, Tosen said warningly but instead of being intimated he chuckled, I'm told you there's nothing to worry, it's just our play turned out little seriously. Now that I think about it I have to go, see you. Jin walked away in a different path, leaving Tosen standing on the room alone. Unknown to all that Aizen Sosuke was there, eyes sharp toward Jin. Later Ichigo once again tried to approach Aizen and this time demand an explanation why she's being avoided. She did her best to conceal her spiritual pressure before heading out to find Aizen and when finally found which was in his throne room, she decided to do a sneak approach. Now she's behind him, she's about to give a surprise when a voice called her. Concealing your spiritual pressure won't be enough to sneak behind me Ichigo. Aizen voiced but not facing her. This revelation made her pout, I hate you Aizen. Aizen didn't react as he continued his work which was reading the paper in hand when he smelled a familiar scent, it was tea made by her. Aizen can we talk? We are already talking. Good because I want to know why you are avoiding me. That made Aizen pause from what he's doing for a moment before continuing which wasn't really noticed by anyone. Why would I avoid you? You never look me in the eyes and always dismiss me so this time I demand explanation and I won't leave until I heard your answer. Aizen mentally sighed before answering, you do remember the war is just right around the corner. I have no time to anything else than my goal. Ichigo huffed as she crossed her arms, yeah you can use that excuse but not to me. We are indeed getting ready for a war but it's months away, you are avoiding me Aizen and I need answer. Why? Did I do something wrong? Are you keeping me away again? Ichigo, Aizen spoke dangerously as he stood up from his sit but Ichigo will not back down, no. I had enough of this bullshit. Ichigo did something that Aizen didn't expect her to do. Ichigo phased forward and hugged Aizen's large body, from the grip it was tight that tells she will never let go. Please. It hurts. I don't know when it began but it hurts. Aizen, please. Aizen for his life was stunned, unable to form a word or anything. Ichigo's body was shaking, as if she's holding her tears from flowing out. He knew at some point of time he will have to confront this, at the same time he wished it wasn't now. How could he suddenly say something form within him that he never wished he had, this useless emotion called love? How on earth did she able to bring it out from him? An emotion he didn't wish nor useful for his goal. For a man who thinks before he acts, this became an exception. As Ichigo's lips still on his, he unconsciously leaned and returned the kiss. His action had surprised Ichigo for a moment before it changed into happiness and kept the kiss that soon evolved into French kiss and something more. The kiss became a battle of demps and none of the two would back off, but in the end, Eizen won as he became devour and lick Ichigo's mouth. It was very intense that she can't help but him from how he explore inside her mouth. What's more, his hands were moving but only to wrap his arms around hers, keeping her still and never letting go. The same goes to Ichigo when she wrapped her arms around his neck to keep herself standing. Time halted between the two as they kept kissing, mind no longer about where or what matters, it's just between them and nothing else. However, that was only for a moment and both part ways when they need oxygen to breath but not letting go of each other. Ichigo, for a lack of better words, was content, even though her face were very flustered, eyes clouded and mouth huffing from the intensity she had never experienced from her entire life. Eizen on the other hand was in better condition than her, he easily caught his breathing but there's no denying he's flustered as her. Eizen, for a lack of better words, felt amaze and content, no matter how much he was able to dominate that kiss. Ichigo accepted and returning them back without thought, that alone made him feel more challenging and more loved. Eizen took a deep breath before speaking, so soft that Ichigo almost didn't hear him speaking. How could you bring this out from me? Ichigo could only tilt her head to ask what he means. After all, she's still catching her breathing from that kiss. Eizen, who understood the gesture, explained. This feeling isn't supposed to exist, no one was able to bring it out from me, the emotion called love. You are supposed to be nothing but a tool for my own goal, yet. Tell me, Kurosaki Ichigo, what had you done to me? What is it about you that this emotion is formed inside me? This is too confusing, so frustrating. Ichigo, for any word was shock, his word alone made Ichigo understood everything. This is Aizen's confession, and like her, he too had formed something more than their own relationship supposed to be, not as teacher and student or friendship but love. That was enough to let her tears flow, not from sadness but from happiness. Their feelings were mutual. I don't know. Ichigo whispered, but audible enough for Aizen to hear. The same goes for me, I never though this would happen nor aware of it, until Rin questioned about my feelings for you. So, to answer your question. I don't really know, maybe it just happened. Normally Aizen will never accept such explanation, but for some reason, her answer felt enough and made sense. It really just happened. Aizen sighed. Then dragged himself and her back to his sit, still holding her. Aizen, Ichigo can't help but call his name. Something matter? Aizen was gathering his thought before speaking. Some part of me might be fearing the day I'll find myself to love. His word made Ichigo speechless, at the same time concern. This isn't Aizen at all. It could be used to many things, like use you against me, or because of the path I'm taking could put this person into danger, worse to death. That's why not once I ever seek someone to love me. I made a wall, to make sure something like that will never happen to me, and yet this happened. Aizen looked directly to her eyes, reflecting seriousness and fear. Knowing this, knowing the path I'm taking will lead to many things, would you still accept me, Ichigo? Ichigo smiled as she raised her right hand to touch his left cheek. Yes. She said softly, and eyes determined and resolute, I will become strong for you, so you won't have to be worried about me, and together, we will reach the throne where you will take the Soul King's place, on the top of all three dimensions, together, with you. Her words made Aizen felt so much of happiness, it was so assuring and true at the same time. It only made his goal far stronger, far resolute to never fail no matter what happened. You are truly suited to be my side, my queen. What an honor to be by your side, my king. With nothing to hinder them, both once again connect each other with a kiss. It was few weeks ago when Kairen contacted his friends and spoke what they had decided to do. Meaning to say, they were all proud for the twins. They promise to train hard so when that day come, they will be their best support to reach out their sister. It was peaceful with only training in mind to get stronger for the coming war against Eizen when something unexpected happened in Soul Society. Zanpakuto gained a conscience on their own and decided to rebel against their users, the Shinigami. The mastermind was none other than a Zanpakuto named Muramasa, who had an ability to manifest any Zanpakuto, influence them to his brainwashing to oppose their users. It's because of it that Siriidii entered an emergency alert. Meanwhile, Rukia in pursuit on her Zanpakuto had gone to the point they arrived to the human world where Kairen out of coincidence was present and caught Rukia before she falls the ground. That's how he met Sodi no Shirayuki. At first, he's very confused as to how his opponent could use the same technique as Rukia but decide to focus on his opponent instead, so both of them fought until Sodi no Shirayuki decided to retreat. Still not knowing what's happening, he decided to bring Rukia to Urahara's shop for her recovery. Soon when she woke up, she reported what happened to Soul Society to everyone including Yuzu, who was notified about Rukia's return. After hearing what happened, Yuzu can't help but get worried to his division members and wished to return to Soul Society. Rukia insists that she will come too, but with her injuries they beg her to stay and recover first before returning back, but Rukia won't back down, not until she could connect herself with her Zanpakuto again. Yuzu with no other choice decided to accept but will be off soon than now so she could rest for a bit more. Rukia accepted that. Kairen told his twin that he will come too but Yuzu refused, telling he should stay in case Hollowed appear in town or worst, Eizen. Later without warning, both Yuzu and Rukai returned back to Soul Society. As much as he understood his younger twin, Kairen still wished to come to Soul Society, and so it was decided for both Yorushi and him to go. Arriving there, they witnessed Rukia bind with her Zanpakuto used Soren Sokatsui to finish her and herself. It was after that when Muramasa appeared before them to retrieve Sodi no Shirayuki then fought against Kairen that soon had successfully took control his Zanpakuto, Sukiakari. The image of his Zanpakuto was a tall man that had a long raven hair until waist, wearing a Japanese male yukata in a design of starlight, scabbard positioned on his left waist, and the color of his katana's handle is red. When comes to facial appearance, he's a handsome man that many females would dream meeting under the moon night, red eyes reflecting clearness and pride as a samurai radiate with his form alone. Kairi can't help but gulp because his Zanpakuto was there in front of him whom he usually meets in his inner world. Few words were shared between Muramasa and Sukiakari, and before he knew it, Sukiakari was right in front of him, katana already drawn, and slashed Kairen, but thanks to his long training that he successfully blocked it with his own sword. Sukiakari! Kairen shouted in disbelief, but his Zanpakuto disregarded his user and continued to attack him. Yuzu, who saw this, was in disbelief that not only he had come to meet his twin brother's Zanpakuto but also attacking him. Then he felt a familiar presence behind him. Slowly turning around he saw the same figure as Kairen's Zanpakuto with little difference. This person had blue eyes, scabbard positioned to his back, and the katana's handle was color blue. Yuzu knew right away who this person in front of him. Yuzu mumbled his name in disbelief, Sukiaonari. The said Zanpakuto smirked and without warning attacked his owner, which Yuzu successfully dodged, but he went on and attacked that he had no choice but draw his sword to fight against him. Somewhere else it's the same thing happening to Renji, fighting his Zanpakuto, Zabumaru. It was a fierce battle, especially when they can't use the power of their Zanpakuto as their own. Hueco Mundo, Ichigo was alone in one of their observation room in Las Noches, watching the current situation in Siriidii using the eyes of their spies flying around their own home without knowing. Her eyes were fixed with Muramasa, eyes calculating and contemplating, idea forming in mind that she can't help but smile to it. It was that moment when Eizen arrived the room to see this side of Ichigo while spying them. A glance on a screen he had immediately realized what she's thinking and mentally approving the idea. Back in Soul Society, after the fierce battle, unfortunately only Renji and Kairen succeeded on taking their Zanpakuto back. That's how they learned that all Zanpakutos were actually under the brainwash of Muramasa to deny their users, and thanks to their users that they were freed. Knowing that knowledge, the Shinigamis went back into action to find their own Zanpakuto and return them at once. While those were happening in Soul Society, Eizen and Ichigo took this as an opportunity to visit the human world. They first went to the place where Ichigo's body was hidden, which was only located in Karakura Hospital. When Ichigo returned to her body, she immediately felt her body's weakness from the lack of food and exercise. Thankfully Aizen, who used Jigai before Ichigo returned to her body, was there to assist her as she sat up from bed. Ichigo sighed in defeat before smiling toward Aizen, "Thanks. I didn't expect this body to become so weak. For being out from your body for so long, it is natural for the body to be weak." Ichigo sighed, "I know, that's why I returned, didn't I, to recover my living body even for a moment before we return back to Hueco Mundo and plan for the coming war." Aizen was silent for a moment before speaking, "Should you skip this out and leave everything to me, if you keep this up, you will die for sure an eternity." Ichigo can't help but smile as she holds his hand tightly. The concerned side of Aizen was so rare to witness, and Ichigo felt so proud and special since he only showed this side to her and her alone. "Thanks for worrying, but I'm okay. I'll stay with you, and besides, if I actually die then I can finally be with you with nothing to hold me back." Aizen's eyes soften, to think Ichigo willingly abandoned life just to be with him. Really, what did God do to make both of them meet and become this close? Ichigo took a deep breath before using her power to speed the recovery of her body. Aizen merely waited until her body gained weight and natural figure returned with her body's strength. She smiled toward her lover, "Shall we go, Sosuke?" "Of course, Ichigo." Ichigo went off to change clothes, which was left with her bed in case she returned back. Her father was very thoughtful for once. After her change, both sneaked out the hospital and decided to take a stroll around town. It was a great walk like any living would do, no Shinigami to destroy their days and no troublesome hollows to interrupt them, just the two of them. Of course, with an exception of Kairen's friends all currently attending their school, so for now it's very safe. It was almost sunset when the two finally decided to head to Ichigo's home, where her father was residing with her brother's body currently being occupied by a created soul named Kon. Ichigo didn't bother knocking and immediately opened the gate and door, letting Aizen in as well. "I'm home." Ichigo shouted to let her father know she's back. All of a sudden both could hear a hard and quick step coming their way and immediately stepped aside when Isshin appeared in an attempt to tackle his daughter with bear hug, which unfortunately failed and instead met with a floor. Ichigo giggled, "Nice try, Dad, try again later." "How mean." Isshin cried as he sat up and facing Ichigo. He was too late to realize she's not alone. A bit far was Aizen, only silent and watching the father and daughter duo. Isshin already knew Ichigo had chosen to side with Aizen, but seeing him here with her is another. "Why are you here?" There's no malice to his words since he doesn't need to, but he does have rights as to why he's here. "Your daughter invited me." Aizen answered simply, "and told me to have a time to relax as well." "Well, you had been too busy managing Lost Notches and the coming war with the Shinigamis, a little break won't hurt." Ichigo supported with a smile. Isshin scratched his head to take in the situation in front of him for a moment before standing up. "Well, we can't stay here, come inside and I'll give you something to drink or something." "Don't bother, Dad, we took a few shopping so I could make dinner for us," Ichigo said as she pointed out the bag of grocery that Aizen currently carries. Ichigo took the bag of groceries. "Thanks for the help." "It's my pleasure," Aizen answered as Ichigo went off to start cooking. "Ah, it's been so long since I had tasted my daughter's cooking, too bad her brothers aren't here to taste it," Isshin said with his goofy expression before turning to Aizen with serious expression. "Should I expect anything big coming?" "Not yet." Aizen's straight answer, knowing well what he truly wished to ask. "If anything happened, it is not within my hands." "I'll keep your words in mind," Isshin said before grinning. "Now come on, and I want to hear how much my daughter had gone stronger under your care." Aizen mentally calculated him before smirking. "I guess we should." Kairen's body currently being occupied by Kon was downright shocked when he went down for dinner and only to see Kairen's little sister, Ichigo, preparing the coming dinner, while Kairen's father, Isshin, was laughing with Kairen's enemy and traitor in Soul Society, the former captain of 5th Division in Gotei 13, Aizen Sosuke. Kon can't form a word. what should he do at times like this? Kairen wasn't here and he had no communication to call Kairen's friends to tell them the enemies here in Kairen's home or even Urahara. Before he could decide any action, Ichigo's call had returned him back to reality. "Come here already, time for dinner." Ichigo said so gently and easygoing that no one would believe she was strong and deadly, add the fact had joined in Eizen's rank as Suriidi's enemy. "Why yeah, Siko coming." Khan answered almost mutely, still having a hard time to make any decision, but one thing for sure, he need to survive this battlefield called dinner. Everyone went on the table and started eating. Khan was wary while eating no matter how much good the food was, even though he was able to sit beside Isshin, in front of him was Eizen. Ichigo took beside the man and casually eating and talking with her father and him. From the conversation they're talking about Ichigo's improvements and training while staying in Hueco Mundo, they also talked about Rin who's doing fine and becoming stronger together with her other half called Rinzo. When dinner was over, Khan would immediately run back to his room to make contact with anyone when Ichigo stopped him. Ichigo had a sweet and gentle eye, but what shook his very core was her eyes. Instead of brown, they were yellow, like the eyes of a hollow. Ichigo approached him and pulled him down a bit to have his ears near her mouth and whispered. "Ruin my 3 days relaxation, I will see to it that you will cease to exist inside the stomach of my beloved hollows, and not even my brother or anyone else will be there to help you. The message is very clear, tell anyone about them being here and he will meet death." Khan could only nod, not trusting his mouth to give an answer. His soul was trembling in fear and wished nothing but to disappear. Ichigo giggled in a very sweet and loving girl which shook his core out of fear. "Then off you go." The words he wished to hear finally came out and immediately bolt upstairs back to Kairen's room. He can't tell this to anyone, he had to keep his word to stay alive and endure the torture and fear for their 3 days' stay. His life he would finally admit was definite meaning called hell. Isshin who witnessed everything groaned in pain and began accusing Eizen, "How dare you convert my sweet loving daughter into an evil queen? You want to meet my sword, huh?" Eizen could only raise his eyebrow while drinking his favorite tea while Ichigo scowled. "I back to normal," as she crossed her arms, "since when did I become your sweet loving daughter? Wake up from your dream goat face." Ichigo. Isshin for someone adult and should be mature cried like a crocodile. Later when it was finally peaceful that the three finally made a serious conversation. "Dad, there is something you should know." Ichigo began, calm from the outside but nervous from within. Isshin smiled to encourage his daughter to continue. "What is it, Ichigo?" Ichigo gulped and blushed as she looked away for a moment, then faced her father again and confessed, I'm dating Sosuke." Isshin for everything had not expected that. His eyes widened in shock and jaw hanging. "What?" He turned to the person his daughter was dating. Eizen kept his body straight, but his body language tells he's proud to his girlfriend admitting their relationship to his father. "Whun?" Isshin chalked. Ichigo thought for a moment before eyeing Eizen for help. Thankfully he complied. "It was a month ago in Hueco Mundo, converting in the living world's time, it was a week or two." "Who confess?" Ichigo blushed again before raising her hand. "I did." Ichigo. Isshin can't help but feel horror about the revelation. "Do you have any idea how old he is?" Ichigo pouted. "I don't want to hear that from you, Dad. You are technically dead, become a Shinigami, then met my mother who's a Quincy, fell in love, and here you are, living in this world with twins and daughter." True." Isshin calmly said, since he realized it was same as they were when Masaki was alive. Let me change my question." Ichigo, "Since when?" "I don't really know when it happened, it just happened." Ichigo answered truthfully, took his hand and squeezed it since it was the same question Eizen asked before he confessed. It made Ichigo happy when Eizen returned the gesture. "I fell in love with him, so I wanted to become something more to Sosuke, not as a partner or student, more than friends, that most likely same as you and Kazan. I'm happy he accepted me too." Isshin this time turned to Eizen and gave a sharp look. "You're not playing with my daughter's feelings, are you?" Eizen knew what he's worried about, and for once, he will be truthful for Ichigo's sake. It's true that I'm a manipulator, I do everything that would put me to victory and will never regret them, but this time, none of those characteristics apply to your daughter and I'm sure she would know it when I lied. Ichigo smiled lovingly toward him. Eizen continued, at first I totally see your daughter as a tool, someone who will lead me toward the Soul King's sit, that's all there is, until I realized something as time goes on. Something about her is different and something was forming that I had never realized until later on. I never expected to feel love, most irrelevant for my goal and yet your daughter kept proving me wrong. So, when she confessed, I too told her how I feel, accepted and become how we are now. Isshin studied the man before him. In Gotei 13 there's no doubt he's an enemy but he's no longer parts of that organization yet kept tabs with Urahara about them, now he's here in front of him, not as his daughter's teacher, ruler in arm or an enemy but as a lover, a true lover. He wasn't sure how to take the information in front of him. Yet he realized something and can't help but be proud of them, especially to his daughter. She knew his previous occupation and, in a way, Aizen's enemy but still encouraged to invite him and introduce him for sake of formality. That's how he realized that this wasn't indeed part of manipulation but true and real. Aizen and Ichigo loved each other. Isshin took a deep breath to organize himself. While he does that, he failed to see Aizen's satisfaction smirk and smile toward Ichigo who reflect his own. They faced Isshin again when he's starting to regain himself toward their revelation. I see. Isshin finally spoke then turned to the two of them before asking, so what do you plan for the future? Depends but my plan to take the throne hasn't changed. Aizen answered followed by Ichigo, and so the war we had declared against them. We will make sure in this war, we will become victorious. My words before still stand dad so don't worry. I know Ichigo and so my words. Isshin knew Ichigo was still worried about his current position but that will not stop him from supporting his daughter even if she's on the other side of where he stood. Isshin took a deep breath and stooped up, walked to Aizen who also stood up followed by Ichigo. Hands still linking together. Isshin saw this and he can't help but smile. The thought of Aizen a manipulative man wasn't capable to love was actually a preposterous idea. He raised his hand toward Aizen, I'm trusting my daughter to you Aizen, make her cry I will definitely kill you. Do you swear? Aizen gave a straight and serious expression as he gently let go Ichigo's and accepted Isshin's with firm and resolution. If I did such thing, I will open my body for you to kill me Kurosaki Isshin. Ichigo for her part was surprised that soon turned into overwhelming happiness that her father not only accepted their relationship but Aizen showed his seriousness toward her. Isshin nodded to his word before turning to his daughter and gave a hug which she returned. I'm so happy for you Ichigo. I'm sure Masaki will be too while your brothers will be furious and jealous that you took the first initiative before them. Isshin whispered which made Ichigo chuckled and grinned, I think so too dad and thank you for accepting us. All for my daughter. Later on, Ichigo first went to bed while the two men started their conversation talking about their relationship and other matter. They finished late night and went to their respective rooms. For Aizen it was Ichigo's room where he took the other side of the bed, gently raised and cuddled her sleeping body which Ichigo unconsciously returned. It was a peaceful night. Next morning, Khan was stiff as he walked away heading to school for Kairen's sake. Fear from her threat was still present and all he could do was close his mouth and act normal as soon as possible. Isshin on the other hand need to head off to do some hospital work. Before he goes, he questioned them about what their plans today. Ichigo could only shrug and answered relax at home and walked out if got bored. Isshin accepted the answer before heading off, leaving Ichigo and Aizen at home. Now only them alone, Ichigo went to the living room to check on Aizen only to see him watching some random show in the television, tea still present but for some reason untouched. Worried about something? Ichigo asked as she sat beside him. Aizen smirked from her concern and answered, no but I'm quite curious about this Zanpakuto who's starting a rebellion against their owners. Muramasa I believe its name. Ichigo said before asking, should I contact someone to do some research? No need, it's already done. Beside him was a folder, he took and gave it to Ichigo for her to see. Ichigo took it and opened it to read the files. After her fast reading, she closed the folder and put it down. Her eyes were clouded yet calculating. A plan was forming that could only make Eizen smirk and curious of what she's planning to do next. It wasn't long when Ichigo had finally decided something and turned to Eizen with something in mind. His ability could become a good use for us. What do you think of him joining our ranks? Does this mean you wish to recruit Kuchiki Koga on our side? No, only Muramasa. I have no need for someone who could throw anyone, even his own Zanpakuto, away. Is that what you have seen in the future? Ichigo nodded to confirm yes. When will it happen? Thankfully, after the last day of our vacation, it will happen here in Karakura town. Ichigo smirked. Even if he's someone else, with my power he could become my own and be permanent if I wish. Zangetsu was against at first, but after seeing what's about to happen he reluctantly agreed. Aizen chuckled, amused on the idea. Does this mean you'll be gaining 2 Zanpakuto, Ichigo? I'm honestly excited from the idea, but I do wish to hear from you if it's okay. I see no problem. I'm sure your brothers and those Shinigami will be quite shocked to see you arrive there and gain his ability. I'm now expecting a good show. Glad to hear it then. Ichigo was so glad Aizen approved her plan. Now all she had to do is make it happen. To read the hidden content, please check AO3. Thank you. Next 2 days, a strong pulse of Ryatsu was sensed throughout the town. Aizen and Ichigo were back in the hospital since she's about to continue what he had decided to do. With them were Isshin and Ishida Ryukin, who's very displeased from what he's seeing in front of him. Ryukin-sai, I know you have some screw looses in your brain, but this is beyond it, Isshin. Isshin can't help but laugh. I know what you mean. He turned serious as he faced his daughter. From here on out it will become a battle with no return, Ichigo. Do you still stick to your resolution? Of course, Dad. She answered so immediately. I will fight, even my twin brothers, for what I had dedicated to do. Isshin could see a very clear resolution for her goal, and so was Ryukin, who's taken aback at seeing this. Isshin nodded before turning to Aizen. He smiled in his most sincere way as a father. I trust my daughter to you. I know at some point I will need to raise my blade toward you as a former 10th Division captain of Godei 13, but still, keep my daughter safe no matter what. Aizen stared him for a moment before answering, you have my words, Isshin, no matter what I will keep her safe. Isshin smiled, thank you. Ryukin need to take a deep breath. Other than Isshin, he too also learned the relationship of the two and had decided to keep them a secret as well out of their and Isshin's request. Ichigo smiled toward them before closing her eyes and began to concentrate. Her body glowed for a moment, then her soul and body separated. Isshin immediately caught her body and stared at the outfit of his daughter while staying in Las Notches, fitting but not revealing. Good. Aizen took down his jigai and his outfit changed as well, finally back as a soul like Ichigo. Better make sure to tell your brothers, hike Ichigo. Isshin said as two were about to leave from the window. Ichigo looked back and smiled brightly, I will, Dad, see you soon. The two took off, leaving the two men with unoccupied body behind. Isshin placed her body back on the bed and went to the window to stare the horizon. Unfortunately both were no longer there. Ryukin took a deep breath before speaking, I'm not sure this is a good idea, but this is your daughter, still if something happened to her dash. I know you are worried, she is Masaki's daughter after all, and because she is her daughter and mine, he faced him seriously, should we try and see how things are going? We can't chain them forever, like what you did to you son as well. Ryukin understood that, but still a bit protectiveness was still present, but he will hold back, for her sake. You better prepare yourself, if your twins learn about this, they will have a lot of questions from you. You mentioned that and believe me, I know. His eyes were narrowed as both could feel a large number of hollows were coming. Somewhere secluded, Muramasa succeeded releasing his owner, Kuchiki Koga, from prison, but instead of gratitude, he was betrayed by stabbing him on his stomach. About to kill him, Byakuren appeared and stopped him. Both he and his Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, fought against him. On the other hand, Koga's Zanpakuto, Muramasa, was still in shock, still suggesting the fact that happened in front of him. Koga abandoned me, all I wanted, was for you to be, free, yet, you. Muramesa's vision was starting to darken until he heard a female voice. Muramesa. Suddenly he's back in his inner world and there, someone was standing. A female with long orange hair, brown eyes and white clothing, definitely not a Shinigami. Beside her was a Zanpakuto who possessed both power of Shinigami and Quincy, male with short wild hair, black eyelid and yellow eyes, wearing white heavy coat with a long black horn on his left. The girl smiled kindly to him. Nice to meet you, Muramesa. I'm Kurosaki Ichigo, beside me is my partner and Zanpakuto, the merged form of my Quincy and Shinigami power, Tensa Zangetsu. The said Zangetsu merely nodded as his greetings. The girl identified as Kurosaki Ichigo spoke once again. I have a proposition, I hope you consider. Muramesa for his part was speechless. From reality, Muramesa already lost his control over the multiple hollows stored within him that resulted in releasing countless of Jillians. Losing control of his power, Muramesa took a hollow form. Kairen using his mask as visor attacked him and thankfully also overpowered him until Muramesa transformed into a large dome-like structure after he loses control of his own Ryatsu. Need to watch the episode to write a better one than research. As the battle was about to end, Muramesa can't help but rethink of the few moments where he first met Kurosaki Ichigo, Kairen's little sister. Their conversation within the subconsciousness while his physical body went into rampage and currently fighting against the Shinigamis. Kurosaki, related to Kurosaki Kairen? Muramesa questioned, which made Ichigo smile. My big brother and currently his enemy as well. Enemy? Kairen II is about to fight siding with the Shinigamis while I on the opposite. I hope you heard about 3 captains of Godai 13 had betrayed and declared war against them. Muramesa tried to remember that information until it clicked. I see, Eizen Sosuke is the leader I believe. Ichigo nodded. Now that we know each other's standing, let me head to the point. Ichigo raised her right hand. Muramesa, I want you to join to my side and become my Zanpakuto. Muramesa's eyes widen. Become her Zanpakuto? That's absurd, that can't be possibly. Ichigo's Ryatsu had changed, it turned into something tranquil yet dominating, and that's when Muramesa understood. This girl had an ability to take control on someone else's Zanpakuto with or without permission. Owning someone else is possible too. But how did she gain that ability? Surely it's not from her Zanpakuto. Observing her Zanpakuto, he's only staring yet protective, but clearly not from him. Where is that power coming from? He saw Zanpakuto whisper to her ears that made her smile and spoke. I gained this ability from the Soul King, so I could fulfill his wish, to kill him as he waits in the frozen throne. Muramesa was again speechless but never questioned how she learned what he's troubled about. Clearly Zangetsu had told him by observing his world state. Muramesa took a deep breath before asking, what would I get by joining you? Are you going to save Koga? Will you help us fulfill his dream of destroying Godai 13? That made Ichigo's lips straight, then gave her straight answer, I offer this to you only and you alone. After being betrayed by your owner, do you still have a compassion and longing to help him? Her words made him remember his betrayal. He had gone so much trouble and life-threatening journey for the sake of freeing him from prison, yet what he returned was. Muramesa, he was shocked when Ichigo was suddenly in front of him and did what he had never expected for her to do. Ichigo hugged him in comfort and tears flowing. I'm sorry that I had reminded your despair, but I wish to be clear. I want you to fight with me, not as a forced Zanpakuto that I had done with the others but by your own will. I want you to own you and be part of me like Zangetsu is to me. That is my proposition. So, will you join me? Muramesa at first was startled and already expecting the worst, but as seconds goes by, there's nothing. Nothing was forcing him to obey her, he stills him. He stared Ichigo, who released him and smiled with clear understanding about him and waiting for his respond. He was silent for a moment until Muramesa's lips opened, I. In reality, Muramesa stared at Kairen, who had eyes of understanding, same as her, and found no fault knowing both are siblings. He felt his body disappearing as his MSTR was no longer alive and only few minutes left until he truly disappeared. You are truly something, Kurosaki Kairen. Muramasa complimented, with satisfaction within his expression. Muramasa. Kairen can't help but feel pity and hopeless. He couldn't do anything to save him. No matter how bad he had done, he can no longer feel hatred against him. It's fine, Kurosaki Kairen, this is fine, still. Muramasa felt defeated. To think I would lose on the bet. I had truly underestimated you. Bet? Kairen can't help but question. What bet? Muramasa didn't answer, but his mind replayed. At the time he gave his answer. I will not join you. Muramasa answered, which made Ichigo frown a bit. Why? Why, it's because of Koga. Muramasa took a deep breath to calm himself before speaking. It's true that he had betrayed me after everything I had done to finally free him, still I can't suddenly abandon him. He is my MSTR and he's all I have. Ichigo was silent for a moment before sighing. I see. I understand, but... Ichigo held his hand to grab his attention. I want to make a bet. Muramasa can't help but blink. Bet? Ichigo nodded. In few moments my brother, Kai and I will be swallowed and enter here in Koga's inner world. In other words, you will meet him and fight him. At the end of it, I am more than positive that this battle between you and my brother will meet your greatest satisfaction. She smiled, and this time in confidence. Once that happened, rethink of my proposition. I will wait and hear them again until you are truly gone, Muramasa. Muramasa stared at Kairen, and finally a decision was made. He never felt this was possible. For the first time he gained selfishness. Koga abandoned him, and that stays true. Koga no longer wished for his existence. Does this mean it's really okay to let him go after so many memories he had with him? Is it really okay abandon his MSTR? It's painful thought, yet my heart tells otherwise. Muramasa said mentally, because the idea of abandoning him wasn't painful but free, like a chain all over his body was slowly disappearing around his body. So, this decision is something that he might never regret after all. Kurosaki Kairen. Momorasa called to take his attention. Let's meet again, and this time, I will be in full strength to fight against you. Muramasa, before Kairen could question about that, Muramasa's full body disappeared in sparking light that flows above the sky, yet heading in far direction. Turning to where it's heading, his eyes turned wide and his body was stunned to even move. At the other side, the same goes for his friends and their Zanpakutos, whose eyes were focused on the figure ahead. On the other side was none other than Kurosaki Ichigo, whose hand were lifted, sparkling lights gathering to her hands that formed together, turning into Muramasa's fixed sword. The sword was glowing bright like she's taking control, yet very different, and it seems the whole manifested Zanpakuto understood what's happening in front of them. Yuzu, your sister is converting Kuchiki Koga's hiatus into her own. Sukiaonari notified his MSTR, who's beside him. Yuzu's eyes widened and questioned, converting? What's that? What will happen? It means she's turning Muramasa as her own Zanpakuto. This time it's Sodi no Shirayuki who answered, which made Rukia's eyes widen from shock and stared at Kairen's little sister, who's holding and converting Muramasa until the glowing disappeared. Ichigo took a deep breath and smiled toward them. Thank you for the wait, and that's a very good performance. She stared as the sword she's holding. Unfortunately, Muramasa in his current state was still weak, so I will have him rest for the time being. A new scabbard appeared on her right waist and used it to return the sword back to its cover where it could rest. Ichigo, Kairen called, yet still stunned because his sister in front of him was so different, standing straight and wearing an Arrancar-style clothes that fully tell she's on the other side. It's been so long, Kainai. Ichigo greeted and searched around until her eyes saw her other brother. Unii is doing well, that's good. I'm actually worried about the two of you. Her voice shows how sincere she was when she said it. Suifeng glared as she ready to strike. So everything that happened here are all because of your doing, you beach. That gave some reaction to most of them. Unfortunately, to the brothers it was very offensive to call their sister that. Ichigo on the other hand wasn't affected by the insult but still frowned from the accusation. We had done nothing. The reason this happened is because there's so many faults in how you run the Soul Society. Ichigo said with her head high. Just think about it, why is so many souls wish to destroy Soul Society? Like the Bount invasion then Kasumiyaji conspiracy perhaps which your supposed captain, Shusuke Amagai had planned to kill Yamamoto which I'm so ashamed he failed to do so but bit glad that he had found peace of his father's murder. That made them stun. How did she learn those incidents? There's another, a man named Sojiro Kusaka if it rings any bells. Ichigo added which Hitsugaya failed to cover his action when he remembered his friend that he had killed. And so more others that it would take hours if I started listing them. Ichigo said as she walked on the nearest tree and leaned it with cross arms, so you see Soifong, so many incidents like these happened and yet Soul Society haven't changed, they remain stagnant, never moving forward. Is that really what that place was supposed to become? Haven't any of you tried to make any changes to at least minimize or make sure nothing like this never happened again? Enough. Sajin Kamamura barked as raised his sword and mimicked by his Zanpakuto, Kakujo Tengen Myoo. I will no longer allow you to badmouth our way any longer. Die. He swings his sword down followed by his Zanpakuto. Ichigo. The twin shouted in panic and so was Ino, Ichigo-chan. Ichigo ignored their panic as she stared the coming down sword in disinterest, right hand raising and fired an oblong blast of purple energy from their hand. This is bad. Jushiro Yukitake panicked and shouted at his fellow captain, Sajin dodged that. But it was too late that not only it passed through his Zanpakuto's sword but also hit Kakujo Tengen Myoo and due to the connection between MSTR and Zanpakuto, Kamamura also felt the pain of that his Zanpakuto was suffering as it burns him. Gra-ah! Kamamura shouted in pain as he fell on the ground followed by Kakujo Tengen Myoo. Captain Kamamura. His lieutenant, Tetsuzeman Iba shouted as he went down to check his captain. Ichigo remained passive as the rest of them went on guard, sword raised and ready to attack. I forgot to say, Heido #Heian. Ichigo said as if an afterthought. She sighed, before facing her brother with a kind smile as if she never hurt anyone at all. Kainii, Unii, there's no need to panic every time someone attack me, I already know how to protect myself and we will eventually be going to fight each other soon. So please do not hold back if you sided with the Shinigami, fight as you are meant to kill because in war, a word family doesn't exist. That stunned the twins but not because of her words but because of her expression she's showing toward them. It was pure concern toward them, will they be able to fight or die? Ichigo was truly worried for them. Kairen took a deep breath to calm his nerve and spoke, Ichigo at least tell us. Ichigo said with questioning look. Why did you side with Eizen? It was Yuzu who gave a question as he landed beside his twin, is it because of my death? If so please stop, I know I only lived shortly but I'm fine now. So please stop and dash. Avenging your death Unii is the only reason why I wish to kill Yamamoto more than anyone but not my full reason as to why I am here standing on the opposite side. Ichigo said who had serious expression, I have a promise to keep and for me to fulfill it these Shinigami had to be taken down first. Promise? What promise? Who did you promise with? Kairen questioned. Ichigo gave a smile instead, that is for me to know Kainii and for everyone to figure it out. It also just happened that Aizen-sama's goal had almost aligned with my goal so I decided to join to his cause. Another wave of shock as Ichigo revealed her changing eyes, they were gold, same as hollows, Shinigami are nothing but a hindrance if I ask them anyway. Ichigo. Yuzu can't help but whisper, what happened to you? Ichigo kept its eye as she willingly explained, a long time ago, a powerful hollow also known as Queen of Hollows had tried to eat me. It would have succeeded if aren't for the blood of our mother that runs within us. Blood? Ishida can't help but ask. Ichigo seems to hurt him since she nodded, our mother, Kurosaki Misaki is a former and one of the last bloodline Quincy so in a way we sibling are partly Quincy ourselves. That revelation shocked them, especially Ishida Yuryu who's a Quincy himself. Ichigo continued as she pointed herself, I'm capable of half of its power with mixture of my Shinigami power. To my siblings, UNII is no doubt has superior power in Shinigami yet unable to draw out his Quincy, but it's opposite to Kairen who has superior power in Quincy than Shinigami, not because he can't draw it out but because you refuse its power. Your Zanpakutos could clarify them for you if you wish. The twins can't help but stared in shock, then Yuzu slowly turned to his manifested Zanpakuto for clarify her words. Knowing his own MSTR wish for an answer, he decided to give it to him. Just as your sister said, I am your Zanpakuto in the side of Shinigami, for your Quincy you haven't awakened them, maybe you won't be now that you're actually dead. Sukiaonari clarified, which made Yuzu stun from the discovery. For Kairen, he mentally called Sukiakari, hey Sukiakari, is what my sister said is true? Is our mother really a Quincy? Please answer me. Sukiakari. It was silent for a moment until he finally answered, what she told you is actually true. I am your Zanpakuto in the side of your Quincy, it's the reason you could still fight as who you are despite becoming a Vizard yourself. What do you mean? Kairen questioned, and another voice which belonged to his hollow answered instead, he's talking about me, you idiot. His voice made Kairen jolt by surprise. Your sister truly gasps about us and actually had a point. You already awaked your Shinigami side yet you refuse it, more specifically, you Kairen refuse me. GWA ha ha ha. Wait, are you saying that you are not just a born hollow inside me but actually my? Kairen can't believe what he's hearing, and it only overjoyed his hollow even more. That's right Kairen, I am also a Zanpakuto but on your Shinigami side. You seem to forgot that in order to regain your ability as a Shinigami you undergone holification to awaken them and save your precious friend, Rukia. This is the result of regaining your power Kairen, because of you that I became affected by holification and wish nothing but devour you to take control and be free. Ichigo could clearly see the turmoil her brothers were undergoing but won't blame them for it. Now with that knowledge, I wonder how far can both of you can grow. This excites me. She turned to Ishida Yuryu and smiled, if you still won't believe it, how about asking your father Yuryu? My father? Ishida questioned. Ichigo nodded, your family had technically adapted our mother and planned to have her marry your father to preserve the Quincy bloodline, but as you can see that didn't happen. She began to stretch herself, well I overstayed too much, see you later. Is what I would like to say, but, are everyone excited to dance by chance? Ichigo stared her surroundings, currently surrounded by captain and vice-captain with manifested Zanpakutos except Rukia and Renji who went to the twins instead. They used their conversation as an opportunity to circle around her to make sure her capture. Ichigo kept her smile as her hand held the handle of her real partner Zanpakuto. Hitsugaya gave a mean look, don't think you can walk away that easily Kurosaki Ichigo. I actually wish you would to avoid hassles Hitsugaya Toshiro. But it cannot be helped. Without warning Ichigo released her Ryatsu that she's been holding back, which made all of them feel the pressure of being pushed down, and they also sensed the difference between before and now. Ichigo without a doubt had gotten stronger, far more than they anticipated. Without warning, in a large area surrounding Ichigo, the ground will shoot upwards, transforming into 5 enormous energy dragons above them. All of them were stunned in shock knowing the Kido spell that she's about to unleash against them. Helpless, all they could do was anticipate the attack against them, but each of their Zanpakutos held their owners tightly as they took the hit instead. Heido number 99 Goryu Tenmitsu. All Zanpakutos were growling in pain while their owners are helpless and could only watch as their partner takes the damage than them. Ichigo raised her hand up and a large Garganta appeared above the sky. They all felt it. A huge number of hollows are coming, and they were right when all appeared were all Jillian-class Minos. Behind her another Garganta appeared. Ichigo glanced to her brothers and smiled sincerely before turning around and heading to the Garganta. Ichigo, please wait. Yuzu tried to chase his sister, but it was too late as she already entered it and disappeared. Kurosaki-kun, watch out. Inoue's voice echoed through the area, and thanks to her warning that Kairen barely dodged the Minos' sudden Zero attack. Helpless, all Kairen do was do something about the Minos his sister left behind. A lot of battle and hassle later on, they had won. It took 2 months until they officially concluded the Zanpakuto incident and Muramasa into close.